lives were not worth her time, and that he would handle the situation himself. Once Ye Wuxian calmed down and stepped back with a smile, Lu Fan unleashed his oppressive Dragon Clan pressure and ultimate killing intent. This devastating shockwave bypassed all defenses, inflicting direct damage and blasting the kneeling thugs backward. He warned them that he was the one who defeated their leader and crippled them. If the Jia family wanted revenge, they could come find Lu Fan directly. With the business settled, he picked up Senior Ye and spread his dark wyvern wings to depart. Although Ye Wuxian teased that his sweaty scent smelled like hell, she happily allowed him to carry her away. As night fell at the Yi family estate, Ye Wuxian eagerly urged Lu Fan to summon the baby sword-armored Dragon King, dying to hug the adorable creature. Despite Lu Fan warning her about how dangerous it could be, she refused to back down. But when the baby dragon appeared looking stubby and staring at her as coldly as a rock, Senior Ye was completely stunned. Lu Fan explained that despite its small size, its defense was incredible, so tough that even Xiao Ye would struggle to pierce it. To demonstrate its obedience, he ordered the baby dragon to shake hands and lay down politely on the table. Delighted, Ye Wuxian used its sharp claw to effortlessly slice an apple, praising it as a perfect multi-tool for both chores and heroic quests. The story takes a serious turn as Lu Fan asks about the Ning family's latest moves. Ye Wuxian reveals that powerful families are aggressively hoarding resources, and they all seem to be targeting the Shengshu secret realm. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the area. A guard rushes in with news that a volcano on the western border right in Ning family territory is erupting. Suspecting this has something to do with Ning Xiang, Lu Fan and Senior Ye immediately head out to investigate. In the distance, active volcanoes erupt continuously, sending rivers of glowing red lava across the entire western border. At the massive volcano, the intense heat is so overwhelming that a fiery phoenix actually takes shape in the sky. After carrying Ye Wuxian all the way across the long distance, the two finally arrive at their destination. Lu Fan senses an incredibly heavy pressure in the air, feeling as if the entire atmosphere around them is burning up. He becomes unusually serious, absolutely certain that she is currently hiding nearby. He also notices her aura is 10 times stronger than it was during their previous battle. Watching his expression change, Ye Wuxian looks toward the soaring fire phoenix, wondering what kind of trouble the Ning family is plotting this time. The two then split up to venture deeper into the scorching wasteland. Senior Yi points out that their opponent's relentless training proves just how incredibly determined they are to win. They want to exploit the rule-banning pet summons inside the Shengshu secret realm to eliminate him directly. Facing this threat, Lu Fan is not worried at all, flashing a confident smile. No matter how much her power has grown, he knows it still will not be enough to beat him. Seeing his attitude, Ye Wuxian feels helpless, but still warns him to be extremely cautious and never underestimate his enemies. She reveals that Ning Xiang has a fiancé named Luo Lixu from the Luo family, a famous C-rank clan in the western border. This guy is definitely no pushover, and rumors say he might even be stronger than Ning Xiang herself. Tension rises as she explains that he possesses a highly powerful hidden class known as the Eight-Eyed Demon God. Since the Ning family has targeted him for a long time, they will definitely team up inside the Shengshu secret realm to take him down together in a coordinated strike. Lu Fan remains completely calm, acting as if this is totally expected. A smirk plays on his lips as Senior Ye explains how the other noble families rely heavily on the Ning and Luo clans, meaning they will all unite against him. Hearing this, he suddenly teleports right next to her, wraps an arm around her waist, and teasingly asks if she is truly that worried about him. Completely caught off guard by his sudden closeness, Ye Wuxian quickly flushes dodges and pushes him away. She claims that since he is currently the most important member of the Ye family, she obviously does not want to see him die. Lu Fan grins playfully, before turning serious, reassuring her that he is completely confident in his ability to handle them. Puffing out his chest, he declares that not just the Ning family, but anyone who dares to enter that secret realm will be crushed. Though her face is still slightly flushed, Senior Yi warns him once again not to take this too lightly. Since he cannot summon his sword-armored dragon or the divine bone dragon king inside the realm, the combined strength of those C-rank families is something he absolutely cannot underestimate. Casual as ever, Lu Fan puts his hands in his pockets and asks her what she thinks Ning Xiang's stats will look like after transformation. Ye Wuxian immediately goes into full analyst mode, estimating that, while her own stats are just over 10,000 with her family's backing, Ning Xiang's peak attribute could easily be 10 times higher. Sensing something off, Ye Wuxian asks him what he means, only to find Lu Fan already equipping gears from his legendary dragons. The sword-armored set, morphs into powerful chest armor, granting him all skills of the sword-armored dragon, while the divine bone armor on his arms boosts him with the Dragon King's attributes. The moment Lu Fan channels energy into his fist and unleashes it, a massive shockwave erupts, leaving Ye Wuxian completely pale. He explains that, with both dragons backing him, his physical strength easily exceeds 1 million, casually asking if Ningxiang could even survive a single punch like that. Watching the entire surrounding environment bend to his power, Senior Ye is utterly stunned by his unbelievable growth. In just one short month, Lu Fan has become unstoppable. He leads the way forward, declaring he fears absolutely no alliance. Senior Ye now finds herself pitying the geniuses of those high-ranking C-rank families instead, praying they are not foolish enough to cross him, because if he slaughters them, an all-out war between the clans is inevitable. The next day arrives at the Ning family estate, where the family head is eagerly plotting a tight alliance with the Luo clan to monopolize the divine marrow fluid inside the secret realm. Luo Lixu proudly promises to protect his fiancée Xiang and ensure that absolutely nobody gets in the way of their plans. Just then, Ning Shuang returns with amazing news. She has broken through to level 110, unlocking her second level 100 skill, the Crimson Sun Fire. Patriarch Ning is absolutely thrilled. At just 18, his daughter is already approaching the 5th transition level, making him believe she will lead their clan into the 2nd tier. Luo Lixu steps up to praise her, confident she will dominate the secret realm, but Ning Shuang brushes him off, demanding to know if the plan to eliminate that annoying dragon tamer is ready. Luo Lixu reveals that according to their intel, the guy has returned to the Ye family to prepare for his entry. Ning Shuang gives a sinister smile, claiming she only fears he lacks the courage to show up. However, Luo Lixu adds that the target recently obtained a rare dragon from the Sakura Nation, which can transform into wearable gear to bypass the secret realm's strict entry rules. Although Patriarch Ning remains highly dismissive, believing the brat's combat power will plummet once he is forbidden from summoning his dragons. Yet Ning Shuang cannot help but feel suspicious. In the end, Luo Lixu warns her that instead of obsessing over a nobody, she should focus on competing with Murong Sheng, the genius heir of the 2nd-tier Murong clan, who is also aiming for the god-tempering liquid. Patriarch Ning is utterly shocked by the news, as a prestigious 2nd-tier clan like them has never paid attention to treasures in the Shenzhou ruins. Yet now they are suddenly entering the fight. Although the god-tempering liquid is incredibly precious, it was never enough to catch the eye of such colossal high-ranking powerhouses before. Wearing a highly serious expression, Luo Lixu turns to explain the situation further to his uncle Ning. He reveals that 2 years ago, Murong Sheng had already reached level 119, placing him just half a step away from becoming a 5th transition master. Yet over the last 2 years, the Western region heard absolutely no news about him breaking through. According to Luo family intelligence, Murong Sheng spent that time preparing for his 5th transition divine skill. Now, he is finally emerging from seclusion, targeting the god-tempering liquid in the Shengshu ruins to boost his attributes and ensure a flawless breakthrough. Struck by this shocking news, Patriarch Ning slumps heavily into his chair, completely unprepared for such an overwhelming variable. Luo Lixu reasons that although their opponent comes from a powerful 2nd-tier family, he still hasn't officially reached the 5th transition. Remaining brave, Ning Shuang confidently claims that if the Ning and Luo families join forces, they won't necessarily lose to him. However, Patriarch Ning is completely filled with despair. This is because he personally witnessed Murong Sheng defeat another genius from a 2nd-tier clan with just a single skill in a secret realm 2 years ago. To him, even at the same level, Murong Sheng's combat power is on an entirely different, incomparable wavelength. And if that monster is truly after the god-tempering liquid, their chances of winning are practically zero. Yet Ning Shuang remains completely relaxed. Sitting down, she coolly points out that the secret realm enforces many restrictions, and since Murong Sheng cannot transform, they will only know the real outcome once they step inside. Sharing her confidence, Luo Lixu reassures Uncle Ning that inside the Shengsu ruins, luck often plays a much bigger role than raw combat power. Who knows, they might just secure the treasure before Murong Sheng even finds it. Not wanting to crush the youngsters' high spirits, Patriarch Ning advises them that survival is what matters most. If victory is truly impossible, they should just hand over the liquid to save their own lives. Upon hearing this, a deep hatred flashes across Ning Shuang's face. She declares that her ultimate goal for this trip is to slaughter that pathetic dragon tamer. Instead of stopping her, Patriarch Ning promises to publicly announce the marriage of their two families once they return, making Luo Lixu incredibly happy, while Ning Shuang secretly hides her deep disgust. 3 days later, Lu Fan and Ye Wuxian ride the dark flying dragon toward the secret realm, hidden deep within the western border. Despite living here for years, this is Ye Wuxian's first time visiting, as it is a highly restricted zone, heavily guarded by third-tier families. Lu Fan is quite amused by the sheer arrogance of these gatekeeping families. Arriving at the entrance of the Shenshu ruins, a massive deep sand pit, they discover a massive crowd of cultivators already waiting. The arrival of the Ye family's dragon master immediately sparks mocking whispers from the crowd. They dismiss Lu Fan as mere cannon fodder and a fool who got lucky, despite him wiping out the Long and Huang families. Rumors even spread that Ning Shuang herself gave him the teleportation stone just to personally slaughter him inside the secret realm. Ye Wuxian advises Lu Fan to completely ignore all the petty jealousy around them. After all, a level 65 rookie showing up here is enough to drive them insane, and Lu Fan calmly accepts being the absolute center of attention. Ye Wuxian then points out several other formidable opponents gathered in the crowd. There's Yuan Jinggong at level 110, who transforms into a giant ape, and Li Qingfeng of the Li family, also level 110, possessing a crane-like combat form. These two are considered the strongest threats right after the Ning family. Suddenly, the atmosphere trembles as Ning Shuang arrives, riding a massive firebird alongside Luo Lixiu on his iron beast. As they land and draw everyone's gaze, a massive pillar of light suddenly erupts from deep within the earth, signaling that the Shengshu secret realm is officially open. In the desolate crater of the western region, a colossal beam of light pierces the sky, announcing that the divine ruins are open. As the crowd of experts builds up their hype, a sudden blast of powerful energy crashes right into the sand. This marks the flashy arrival of Murong Sheng, a level 119 prodigy from the second-tier Murong family. His elegant looks and overwhelming aura instantly make quite a few girls in the crowd blush. It also spreads sheer terror among those who realize a high-ranking noble is crashing a game meant for third-tier families. Ye Wuxian is completely shocked, unable to understand why someone of Murong Sheng's high status would compete for resources here. Luo Lixiu, who always brags about his intel network, mocks the Ye family's lack of information, claiming Murong Sheng is here to secure the divine tempering fluid for his 5th transition breakthrough. Meanwhile, Li Qingfeng steps up to reveal another crucial detail. Murong Sheng is not a shapeshifter class. This means he will face a major disadvantage under the special rules of this realm. Despite trying his best to flatter Murong Sheng, Luo Lixiu gets totally ignored as the young master silently steps into the teleportation beam. Before entering, Lu Fan shares a warm and emotional parting moment with Ye Wuxian. He advises his senior to head back early to avoid greedy eyes, promising a bright and prosperous future for the Yi family. Ye Wuxian promises to push for level 100, aiming to elevate her family to 3rd tier and become his solid support. After sealing their deal and receiving encouragement from his senior, Lu Fan officially uses a legendary teleportation stone to enter the secret realm of the Divine Ruins. The moment he steps into this mysterious space, a massive system announcement confirms 13 total players, warning that the rules are absolutely brutal. Players can only escape by winning it all or being the last one alive. To claim the divine tempering fluid, players must gather 13 fragments to craft one of 3 keys for the divine tempering pool. Lu Fan starts with just 1 fragment, knowing he must find the remaining 12 scattered around or steal them from other players. However, he is fully aware of the massive risk involved. Once a key is forged, the holder's exact coordinates are broadcasted to everyone, transforming them into a prime target for every single player hunting for that treasure. Right at the entrance portal, Lu Fan sits down to carefully listen to the system's rules for completing the trial in the Divine Ruins. As the briefing ends, a 3-second countdown finishes and a blinding white light completely engulfs the entire area to open the trial. He has to shield his eyes first, before finally adjusting to the new surroundings. The Divine Ruins' secret realm reveals a maple forest area where small stones are constantly raining down around his feet. With the terrain of this maple forest, players without a flying class are probably going to have an incredibly hard time getting around. But suddenly a smug voice echoes out, calling this a massive stroke of good luck. Looking back with suspicion, he spots a newcomer closing in, who seems highly amused that our main character is connected to those 4th-tier family brats. Meet Wang Tianlong, a chubby level 105 Divine Beast user from a 3rd-tier family in the Western Realm. Veins popping all over his face, he aggressively demands Lu Fan hand over his fragment right now. Facing that blatant provocation, Lu Fan just offers a calm smile, finding the guy's logic somewhat reasonable. As his gear quickly covers his body, dark energy instantly begins to swirl all around him. Wang Tianlong boasts that this is his second time entering the divine ruins, sneering that this is absolutely no place for a lowly summoner to act so cocky. His massive body expands further as he unleashes the Purgatory King armor, a fluid suit that boosts his overall attributes by 110 times his current level. Lu Fan notices the enemy's giant sword is actually a piece of morphing armor, suddenly thinking that fighting someone on their second attempt might actually turn out to be quite fun. Even with the huge level gap, Lu Fan stands totally unfazed as Wang Tianlong charges forward with a punch packed with 12,000 points of raw power. But with just a single hand, Lu Fan effortlessly blocks the massive strike, leaving the fat bully completely dumbfounded by what just happened. He mockingly asks if everyone entering the divine ruins is as pathetic as he is. The bully's face turns completely pale as he struggles to believe that a level 65 summoner could stop a 10,000 power punch so easily without even summoning a dragon. A deadly look flashes on Lu Fan's face as he retaliates with a fierce bone dragon strike. The sheer pressure drops Wang Tianlong to his knees before his giant bloated body is sent flying backward by a heavy punch. Lu Fan throws his opponent's words right back at him, mocking how glad he is to accept this home-delivered snack. Landing hard on the ground, the bully's bone mask is shattered, his chest completely caved in. To make things worse, he keeps crashing into the high mountain peaks, left utterly helpless without any power to defend or fight back. Clinging to life, he wondered if he was still breathing, but we're about to see the signature chains of the sword armor drag him right back. Lu Fan dragged him close, locking him in place while mockingly asking if he was surprised to have his life spared. The sword armor scythe shot out, dealing piercing damage and dragging the enemy violently back toward him. Wang Tianlang fell into deep thought as his Purgatory Lord armor shattered easily. He suspected Lu Fan's power far exceeded 10,000 points, perhaps even matching Ning Cheng at over 100,000 points. Lu Fan gave him two clear choices: hand over the fragment and lead the way, or get dropped to freefall into the abyss while too injured to fly. Staring death in the face, he frantically begged for mercy and quickly chose the first option. Satisfied, Lu Fan yanked the chains back ruthlessly, dragging Wang Tianlong until he crashed hard onto the ground. Lu Fan coldly warned him of the consequences of running away. Exhausted, Wang Tianlong knelt down respectfully, presenting the fragment and swearing to assist him on the path ahead. Lu Fan began questioning him to see if he had discovered all the treasure locations during his last visit. Wang Tianlang explained that he knew exactly where the treasure chests guarded by those fierce beasts were hidden. He revealed that the chests contained key fragments and rare items, including 3 legendary ancient treasures, powerful enough to change the entire game. The first is the secret talisman, which grants instant resurrection within this secret realm. The second is the demon banning seal stone, creating a domain where everyone must fight barehanded. The strongest artifact is the god of hunting heavy crossbow, the only weapon that can slay anyone with 2 million power points. Lu Fan listened and calculated his options. Though highly suspicious, he decided to trust the man just this once. He ordered Wang Tianlang to lead the way, promising to secure the spiritual liquid for him. Along the way, Wang Tianlang guided him through encounters with fierce beasts, but none of them stood a chance against Lu Fan. Lu Fan opened a chest containing the legendary grade secret talisman, an item that vanishes if taken outside this secret realm. Yet just as trust began to form, Lu Fan grew wary again, noticing how strangely the man was eyeing the treasure chest. Deep within the wind forest of the Divine Void secret realm, Lu Fan remained highly alert. We can be certain Wang Tianlong was hiding a secret, but since the man kept leading him to new treasure chests, Lu Fan decided to tag along for a little longer. Wang Tianlong followed closely behind, rubbing his hands together in pure flattery. He kept brown-nosing, saying that following Lu Fan was the best decision ever, but the young man didn't buy the praise. He coldly told the man to cut the absolute nonsense, pointing out they hadn't found any fragments yet, much less the legendary god-hunting crossbow he promised. Looking visibly anxious, Wang Tianlong frantically defended himself. Every word I say is absolutely true. There are countless chests in this realm, and we must loot them before anyone else to grab those fragments and that crossbow. Just as the words left his mouth, Lu Fan casually opened a chest. Wang Tianlang gasped in pure awe, shouting that young Master Lu possessed insane luck. With the second divine artifact now in hand, finding the god-hunting crossbow was surely just around the corner. The reward was a legendary grade item called the Magic Banning Stone Seal. This rare consumable only works within the Divine Void secret realm. Once activated, it creates a massive restriction field, spanning 5 kilometers, blocking everyone inside from casting skills, and it automatically vanishes if taken outside. But that wasn't all, as a brilliant golden light suddenly burst from the treasure chest. A scroll shot out, and Lu Fan swiped it from midair, revealing a Legend Plus Weapon Breakthrough Enchantment Scroll. This is an incredibly rare item that even professional enchanters struggle to craft, offering a success rate 20% higher than normal. Wang Tianlong began brown-nosing again, praising his incredible luck, but Lu Fan merely offered a quiet nod. Yeah, more than lucky. Scoring this crucial weapon breakthrough scroll right now was incredibly perfect timing, especially since both his sword and bow were sitting at Legend Plus quality. Lu Fan quietly calculated, even though he was currently using his Divine Bone Armorization. Upgrading the Snake Guide bow was a great move since a failure wouldn't damage the weapon at all. After weighing his options, Lu Fan decided to go ahead and use the breakthrough scroll on his weapon. Stunned by what was unfolding, Wang Tianlong gasped in disbelief, screaming that the weapon breakthrough was actually a success. The Snake Guide officially evolved into the Legend Plus Grade Dragon Shatter Roar Bow. Both his strength and agility stats completely soared, offering an incredible 10 to 30% boost to all attributes when equipped as a secondary weapon. Now every arrow fired from the bow was a cost-free magic arrow. Plus, charging it for 3 seconds boosted the Dragon Roar's damage by 500%. Looking at his new bow, he realized basic stats mattered less than how much it boosted his Divine Bone Armorization, leaving us excited for what comes next. He possesses a terrifying armor-piercing ability that the major clans would never see coming. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Fan froze when the system popped up a notification about a treasure map. Clicking it instantly, he received a message congratulating Lu Fan and delivering his brand new legendary treasure map. This was a rare god-tier map. While Lu Fan celebrated, Wang Tianlang remained completely absorbed in rummaging through a treasure chest in the background. Ignoring him completely, Lu Fan marched forward, prompting a worried Wang Tianlang to ask if they should set up camp since it was getting pitch dark. Hating to waste time, Lu Fan flatly refused, demanding they collect fragments all night, leaving Wang Tianlang shocked that they would not sleep. This dangerous realm spans level 100 to 120. Shooting him a sharp glare, Lu Fan demanded the location of any bone lakes. Wang Tianlang nervously replied that he knew the place, though it would take at least 2 days of travel. Their progress was already incredibly fast, pointing out that most competitors in the Shenhu realm took half a month to finish, meaning there was absolutely no need to rush. Lu Fan simply waved his hand, ordering an immediate departure, while demanding to be alerted of any treasure chests along the way, leaving his companions scrambling to keep up. Shouting for him to wait 2 days passed with Wang Tianlang gasping for air, while Lu Fan easily closed in on the exact coordinate on his map. Ever since the ancient god battle, he had successfully hoarded 3 separate god-tier maps, locations that even highly experienced realm hunters, like Haishu, had absolutely no clue about, making him utterly determined to claim this massive prize for himself. Sure, his companion could not fly and dragged out their journey to 2 days, but he had helped locate dozens of chests and secure 5 crucial fragments. Wheezing heavily, Wang Tianlong managed to gasp out that they had finally reached their destination. The dense jungle gave way to Bone Lake, a massive eerie body of water matching the map perfectly. Lu Fan ordered his companion to wait behind, warning him of severe consequences if he tried to escape, leaving the terrified guy trembling. He stammered that since he could not fly, he would never dare to run away from him. Pointing out his completely exhausted state, the man stayed put. Lu Fan prepared to dive for the submerged treasure, but explosive battle sounds from across the water suddenly caught his attention. A fierce battle was clearly underway, as insults echoed across the lake, demanding a slow giant gorilla shut up and finish off the beast. Watching closely, Lu Fan saw a group ganging up on a level 120 Bone Lake giant crocodile, a massive 100-meter beast, boasting heavy armor and savage bites. Li Qingfeng was the very first to spot Lu Fan, lurking nearby. Spinning in midair, he warned his squad that a Ye clan dragon Tamer was here, urging them to finish up before he could interfere. The squad consisted of Li Qingfeng, a crane mage, Yuan Gang, the giant ape warrior, and a mysterious dark mage. Yuan Gang volunteered to pin down the giant crocodile, telling the others to block Lu Fan, while a sarcastic voice sneered from beneath the mask, asking if that was the guy they wanted to team up with. They agreed to ally once the Yi family kid was dealt with. Snorting at their sudden backpedaling, the speaker wondered if they wanted proof of loyalty. It turned out this was the dark mage Liang Sheng. Lu Fan realized he had crashed their party, marking his very first face-to-face encounter with this sinister dark mage. Liang Sheng sneered, mocking a level 65 summoner for coming to the Shenhu secret realm only to get beaten to a pulp. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed dark energy summoning bone soldiers from the skeletal remains surrounding the lake to charge right at Lu Fan. Watching the spectacle, Li Qingfeng smugly noted that the dark mage was indeed hiding his true power, just as he had predicted. Yuan Gang growled back with deep suspicion, warning that any betrayal would lead to a swift death. Even with a bone army closing in on him, Lu Fan remained perfectly calm. He realized the guy was not a true summoner, but a bone manipulator, which explained why he needed to rely on alliances. The dark mage roared, urging the kid to witness the true strength of a level 100 class. At his command, the entire skeletal army charged directly at Lu Fan. Lu Fan smirked, finding the situation amusing as a surge of fighting spirit welled up inside him once more. Standing by Bone Lake, Lu Fan merely flashed a quiet smile in response to the enemy's boasts, offering no explanation. Suddenly leaping forward, his body rocketed like a massive cannonball straight toward the stunned Liang Sheng. Confronted by that absolutely blinding speed, Liang Sheng spiraled into sheer panic, paralyzed by a wave of terror, as helpless screams escaped his throat. Though every instinct screamed to run, Lu Fan's incoming fist was already in his face, leaving him with absolutely no escape. Lu Fan activates Godbone Descent, a skill exclusive to his Armguard Godbone, boosting all of his stats by 300%. Instantly, blood erupts from Liang Sheng's mouth like fireworks bursting into the air and leaving the entire area in absolute dead silence. In the distance, a sleeping Wang Tianlong suddenly jolts awake from the massive shockwave. Sensing the disturbance, Lu Fan smirks with absolute confidence, knowing that no alliance can stop him from being the ultimate winner. Under everyone's terrified gazes, Liang Sheng's lifeless body falls straight into the lake, splashing heavily. Watching their ally get annihilated in a single instant, Yuan Gang and Li Qingfeng tremble, unable to believe their eyes. In pure panic, Li Qingfeng mutters that this kid is too dangerous and runs. With that, he spreads his wings and takes off, turning into a streak of light to escape, leaving a frustrated Yuan Gang behind, cursing his own awful luck. Seeing his opponent run, Lu Fan laughs mockingly, asking if they can escape. Activating his armor scythe, he fires a hook to drag his target back before stomping his foot and lunging after Li Qingfeng. Wearing a smug smirk, Lu Fan targets the next runner, while Li Qingfeng's terrified screams force Yuan Gang to look back in horror. Out of nowhere, both Li Qingfeng and Lu Fan's heavy scythe crash directly into Yuan Gang's body. Li Qingfeng screams in utter despair, telling the big gorilla to run because they are completely doomed. Lu Fan leaps high, delivering a thunderous strike upon them, both making Yuan Gang scream in pain about his broken leg. The impact instantly knocks him out of his massive gorilla form back to human, with Li Qingfeng looking just as battered. Both of them beg in unison for mercy, crying out that they will not try to run anymore. Lu Fan smiles, offering mercy on one condition: they must hand over their shards and fight for him just like their ally did. Just then, Wang Tianlong rushes over in a panic, asking young Master Lu, what on earth just happened here? Seeing these two formerly powerful figures now cowering in fear, he mocks them, asking what happened to their pride and why they surrendered so fast. Furious, they snap back at Wang Tianlong, asking what right he has to speak, given his own pathetic state. Pointing a finger, he laughs, asking if they still do not understand his true strength, which is clearly over level 119. Lu Fan closes his eyes with a gentle smile, noting that level is never the only measure of true power. Suddenly, a giant Bone Lake crocodile boss lunges right behind Lu Fan, while Li Qingfeng, clutching his painful shoulder, desperately asks to confirm that they will truly be spared if they help. Trembling Yuan Gang points toward the massive monster as it prepares to unleash a lethal bite. The giant Bone Lake crocodile is here. Lu Fan casually turns, delivering a heavy punch that completely interrupts the boss's skill, while proudly declaring that as a representative of the Yi family, he always keeps his word. Watching Lu Fan suppress the massive beast with just a single punch, the two are completely left speechless. Wang Tianlang smirks confidently, admitting he almost forgot about this massive crocodile boss being here in the first place. Clenching his fist, Lu Fan demands to know where the treasure chest guarded by the beast is hidden. Li Qingfeng grinds his teeth in sheer disbelief, wondering how this monster of a man could effortlessly defeat a beast that the three of them had struggled against for half a day. Yuan Gang immediately drops to his knees in the lake, begging young Master Lu to forgive their sheer ignorance now that they realize he spared them. Pointing, Lu Fan asks if the other understands the situation now. Bitter but defeated, Li Qingfeng hands over his shard, declaring that it now belongs to young Master Lu as he accepts his submission. Yuan Gang also rushes to hand over his piece, promising that they will help him win this entire secret realm, just like Wang Tianlong. Clutching the 3 shards, Lu Fan smirks, calling it a smart choice since siding with the Ning family would have ended them like the crocodile. At this point, he has successfully collected 7 out of 13 shards. But a sudden realization hits Lu Fan, making him look around and wonder where that guy has disappeared to this entire time. Right then, Wang Tianlang's triumphant laughter echoes from the far-off treasure chest, mocking the idea of anyone being like him. He laughs, saying it is hilarious that after calling him master for so long, the guy actually believed he was an obedient servant. He has successfully stolen the legendary hunting crossbow, a weapon capable of instantly killing any target with under 2 million durability. Pulling a sudden betrayal inside the secret realm, Wang Tianlong laughs mockingly at their utter shock. He reveals he knew exactly which chest held the divine weapon, using them all along just to clear out the beasts. Raising the newly stolen weapon high, he smirks as the system alerts that his divine crossbow is fully loaded with 2 remaining arrows. He roars that luck is always on his side, and from this moment on, he will rule this entire secret realm. Lu Fan steps forward in fury, while Yuan Gang and Li Qingfeng cry out in absolute shock and intense jealousy at his turn. It turns out this giant lake crocodile was guarding the legendary god-hunting crossbow. Man, what terrible luck! If only we had taken down that massive crocodile earlier. Unlike those 2 panicking guys, Lu Fan watched Wang Tianlong's betrayal unfold completely unfazed by the sudden turn. Smiling faintly, he noted that he always knew betrayal was coming, though he originally expected him to join the Ning family. But now it was clear he was just plain foolish. Did he really think this crossbow would let him rule this entire dungeon? Did he seriously think he could stand against him? Instantly, Lu Fan unfolded his skeletal wings and soared directly toward Wang Tianlong to end him. Wang Tianlong watched Lu Fan fly over and let out a smug laugh. A dragon tamer, huh? You are way too arrogant, kid. Did you honestly think I would follow you around without having a backup plan? Li Qingfeng screamed in a panic. Wait, that god-hunting crossbow only has 3 arrows. Seeing how confident Wang Tianlong was, Yuan Gang pressed him with a dark expression. Spit it out. Could it be? Could it be what? Wang Tianlong chuckled, flicking his wrist as glowing upgrade parts floated up and snapped onto the weapon. Haha, I took all of these from the treasure chests you cleared out. Bet you did not see that coming. Every chest contained a piece to upgrade this weapon. I have been planning this exact moment for a very long time. The arrow count instantly shot up from 2 to 61. Seeing this, the other 2 grit their teeth in absolute despair. Crap, he has over 60 arrows now. We are totally dead. Just one random shot hitting us would end our lives. Wang Tianlong's actions made Lu Fan realize what he was sneakily doing back when he was studying the map. Wang Tianlong roared, aiming the weapon straight at Lu Fan. Hey kid, I lied about some things, but I was not kidding about the power of this crossbow. Against 2 million defense points, nobody can stop this. He pulled the trigger like a madman, sending an arrow flying at insane speed. Lu Fan simply stepped aside to dodge, making Li Qingfeng and Yuan Gang scream again that nobody could possibly survive this. Seeing his target dodge, Wang Tianlong lost his mind and screamed, "Just die." He rapidly fired as the arrow count kept dropping. The arrows streak forward like molten iron beams glowing with a crimson light as Wang Tianlong curses. You second-rate family kid, do not think you can look down on me. An arrow grazed Lu Fan, exploding into a massive red cloud that completely swallowed him up. Massive waves surged from the lake under the shockwave. Yuan Gang coughed violently, urging Li Qingfeng to run immediately. Li Qingfeng agreed, knowing that under such an overwhelming barrage, Lu Fan stood absolutely zero chance of surviving. Wang Tianlong burst into a satisfied laugh, declaring that the god-hunting crossbow lived up to its legendary reputation. Lu Fan, you are nothing but dust now. Armed with this supreme weapon, even Murongsheng from the top family would stand absolutely no chance against me. He then turned his sights on the remaining 2 to silence them, claiming they no longer had any use. Judging by what they said, it seemed Li Qingfeng already knew about the upgrade parts inside those chests too. Shaking with fear, Yuan Gang and Li Qingfeng begged him to spare them, crying out that he did not have to do this. They promised to serve him, offering to help him fight against both the Ning and Murong families if he just spared them. They pleaded for mercy as Wang Tianlong let out a dark, twisted laugh. Hush, now stay quiet. He told them he would just search their corpses to see if they had any spare bolts left. Right then, a calm voice drifted down from above, asking why he was changing targets when he had not even finished him yet. I already told you you are a complete idiot. Even with another 100 arrows, you could not scratch me. Lu Fan activated his divine aura, shifting into his radiant blade armor. Wang Tianlong stiffly looked up, eyes wide, as he stuttered. You are still alive. Lu Fan looked at his self-healing armor, declaring that anyone who scratched it was as good as dead. Wang Tianlong pulled the trigger in a frenzy again, screaming that it was just dumb luck and nobody survives this weapon. This next shot will end you. The bowstring snapped with a thunderous boom, launching another deadly arrow forward. But this time, Lu Fan did not dodge. He narrowed his eyes and reached out his right hand, catching the arrow right before his chest. Caught mid-air, the arrow did not explode, merely glowing like a miniature sun trapped in his bare hand. Wang Tianlong froze in shock. The other two stared at Lu Fan as if they had just seen a ghost. Lu Fan smiled mockingly, muttering that this weapon was not that special. After being his guide, did they really think his defense was under 2 million? He then activated his dragon aura, letting his astral dragon massively boost his strength attributes. Wang Tianlong trembled, unable to believe he caught a divine weapon's arrow with his bare hand. Lu Fan looked at him with amusement, telling him that in this dungeon, he was the only one who called the shots, not some weapon. Raising the arrow like a javelin, he activated his descending divine bones for a 300% stat boost and threw it back with smooth, effortless precision. The astral dragon aura is finally ready, and it belongs to me alone. Wang Tianlong stares helplessly as the arrow flies in, only managing to gasp. Hey, my luck is absolute trash. Boom. The arrow slams right into him, creating a massive mushroom cloud and instantly vaporizing the worthless traitor. As the giant mushroom cloud slowly clears away, it reveals a massive gaping crater left behind in the earth. Lu Fan steps into the center of the crater, spotting a unique item left behind by Wang Tianlong. He picks it up to examine it, completely stunned by what he sees. From Wang Tianlong's corpse, turns out the guy pulled way more than just the God Slayer crossbow from that treasure chest. What is this? Lu Fan flips open the dusty old journal. May 20th, day 211 of the Far North expedition. As usual, this freezing icy wasteland offered nothing but bone-chilling cold and endless blizzards. But on this day, I actually ran into the legendary dragon. This colossal beast came out of nowhere. A single breath from it drains the life from everything around, instantly turning this frozen wilderness into a forbidden dead zone where no human can ever tread. Closing the old journal, he processes this shocking discovery. Who would have thought this little book contained actual records of a real dragon? Reading the description, Lu Fan realizes this beast's magic closely mirrors the wrath of the Ice Dragon King. There is a high chance this creature is indeed an ice dragon. He quickly formulates a plan. If he can track down this legendary ice dragon and tame it, his overall power is going to shoot straight through the roof. Once this secret realm adventure wraps up, heading back to the far north seems like the perfect move. Putting the dragon mystery on hold for now, Lu Fan shifts his gaze toward the two remaining survivors. He activates his Dragon King armor, shifting it instantly into full battle mode. And two high-speed grappling chains shoot out from his back, instantly dragging both Li Qingfeng and Yuan Gang right to his feet. Knowing these two are useless, and with Wang Tianlong's fresh betrayal still in mind, Lu Fan asks coldly, "Do you guys have any last words?" Li Qingfeng flinches, begging in absolute panic. "We will give you all our key fragments and resources. Just let us live. Killing us serves no real purpose anyway, right?" Yuan Gang is a different story. Refusing to beg, he looks Lu Fan dead in the eye and says, "I admit defeat today. If you want to end me, just make it quick. But if you spare me this once, the Yuan family will owe you big time. In the future, I will walk through fire and water for you without hesitation." Lu Fan's expression hardens. "Do you really think that is enough to sway me?" Li Qingfeng desperately adds. "If you wanted us dead, it would be as easy as flipping a switch. But since you held back, we must be worth more to you alive than dead." Lu Fan simply responds, "And your point is?" Li Qingfeng grits his teeth, declaring, "No matter what you need from us, as long as we walk out of here alive, we will do absolutely anything." A short while later, both Li Qingfeng and Yuan Gang have managed to recover around 70 to 80% of their strength. The two of them stare at the God Slayer crossbow, lying right in front of them, completely dumbfounded. Yuan Gang cannot believe his eyes. He is seriously just handing this overpowered weapon over to us. Is he not worried we will turn it on him? Li Qingfeng scoffs. Do you seriously think he is a meathead like you, who only thinks with his muscles? The fact that he handed us the God Slayer crossbow proves he has something way more terrifying up his sleeve. If you want to die, do not drag me down with you. Yuan Gang sighs heavily, spitting on the ground. Yeah, I get it. No need to nag. When the hell is this miserable hostage situation going to end? Looking out across the water, he asks, what is that monster doing in the middle of the lake anyway? Li Qingfeng replies, whatever it is, he is definitely not trying to make our lives any easier. In reality, Lu Fan is not wasting a single second. Hovering at the exact center of the lake, he retrieves the treasure chest from his god-tier treasure map. The moment his fingers brush against it, the system notification pings right on cue. The rewards include the residual spirit of the Raging Dragon Warrior and the Golden Dragon King leg guards, which officially completes 4/5 of the set, boosting all his attributes at level 50. On top of that, he scores the Servant Pack skill book, a level bypass scroll, and a weapon limit breakthrough scroll. Though a bit bummed about not getting a Dragon Egg, Lu Fan gets hyped again, seeing the weapon upgrade scroll. He immediately pulls out his flowing fire meteor sword to test it. In an instant, the glowing hot blade morphs into a raging torrent of pure fire, essentially becoming a lethal invisible sword of flames. Lu Fan is completely amazed, realizing his attacks can now be executed with absolute fluid freedom. Sheathing the blade, he turns to the rare grade Servant Pack skill book. This insane skill allows him to force any target, including wild beasts and advanced players, to become his loyal servants. The duration depends entirely on their stat difference. Staring at the book, he realizes this skill is absolutely broken. Lu Fan turns to look at the two captives, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he wonders. I wonder how well this works. He lands on the ground with hands casually in his pockets. Seeing him approach, Li Qingfeng nervously asks, so, are we heading out now? Looking at them with a smirk, Lu Fan says, before we head out, I will give both of you a buff. It will make you completely unmatched inside this secret realm. Do you agree? Both Li Qingfeng and Yuan Gang are utterly confused. What kind of buff could be that overpowered? After recruiting Li Qingfeng and Yuan Gang, Lu Fan decides to split up. They each head in a different direction to search for the remaining key fragments. What happens next is pretty straightforward. Lu Fan keeps moving forward, constantly hunting down monsters in the Tomb Secret Realm to rack up rewards. Meanwhile, over in another direction, Yuan Gang is still absolutely fuming. Only one thought runs through his head. That miserable Lu Fan is treating him like cheap forced labor. Just wait until his leg heals. He is definitely going to have a real gloves-off rematch with that guy. Hearing this, Li Qingfeng lets out a sigh and gives a harsh reality check. Once your leg heals, he can still crush you like a bug. Save your energy to stay alive. Suddenly, Lu Fan pops up right behind them, giving them both a massive jump scare. Compared to your pathetic alliance with that dark mage, how is this forced labor? Isn't this called a cooperative alliance? Landing on the ground, he shows off his new skill. Look. Once the contract is active, all your experience belongs to me. In just a few short days, I've already reached level 70. We are only missing one more key fragment. Hearing Lu Fan, Yuan Gang leans on his blade and grumbles that all the benefits are going straight to him anyway. Lu Fan immediately calls him out to push for better efficiency. Your speed is terrible. Li Qingfeng just killed 7, so why have you only killed 5? Yuan Gang points an angry finger. I am completely covered in injuries, and I am a melee class. If you are so good, do it yourself. Lu Fan turns his attention to the other guy. Li Qingfeng. What about you? Why are you only hunting low-level mobs? Not a single one over level 100. Are you slacking off? Sweating bullets, Li Qingfeng quickly tries to defend himself. It is just bad luck. All I keep running into are these weak trash mobs. Crossing his arms, Lu Fan chuckles with a knowing grin. Ah, so you just cannot find any high-level beasts, huh? In that case, I will help you summon a level 120 boss soon. That way, you will not have to search anymore. Hearing that both of them desperately refuse. No need, we will find them ourselves. We promise to find higher levels. Do not worry about it, we will handle this. Turning to walk away, Lu Fan simply leaves them with a brief good then. I just hate seeing people have bad luck, so I always want to help. Let us see if we can unlock that final key fragment now. His luck is indeed absolutely unstoppable. Moments later, Lu Fan secures the final key fragment, completing the full collection of 13 out of 13 pieces. He is thrilled. Finally, he can forge the key to the Marrow Divinity Pool. But just as he is about to begin, a massive roar shakes the entire secret realm, and a colossal pillar of light shoots straight into the sky. What is going on? Yuan Gang gasps in pure shock. Lu Fan instantly realizes that someone has beaten them to the punch to forge a key. The light pillar explodes like giant fireworks, splitting into 6 fragments that rain down across different locations. Lu Fan knows he must move faster. We are about to see if he can find the Marrow Divinity Pool first. Head toward the light pillar to the northeast while I take the closest one. Spreading his bone wings to fly off, he adds, stay in touch. Report any changes immediately. Not daring to talk back, Li Qingfeng and Yuan Gang quickly reply in unison. Understood. Got it. 2 hours later, in the desolate valley, a massive muscular man is standing around when Lu Fan suddenly touches down. He roars in a threatening tone, "Where did you come from, kid? You do not belong here. Get lost before I crack your skull open." Lu Fan ignores him entirely, calmly forging the key to create a massive object as thick as a man's arm. The man scowls and his entire body begins to swell, transforming into a massive 3-headed wolf. You got lucky actually combining the key. But unfortunately for you, that key belongs to me now. But in the very next second, he completely freezes as Lu Fan swiftly inserts the key into the light pillar, causing it to collapse. Smirking coldly, he tells him to leave the key. Realizing the Marrow Divinity Pool is not here, Lu Fan sneers back. Let us see if I can tear you apart instead. Hope you have some resurrection charms in your inventory. Lu Fan's body expands 100 times over as he unleashes the Golden Dragon King's Judgment Claw, blazing with brilliant golden flames. Just a minute later, Lu Fan is back to his human form, casually walking toward his next destination with his hands in his pockets. After 3 hours of flying at top speed, he reaches Reincarnation Lake. This lake possesses a unique magical property where the dead constantly resurrect at the bottom. Amused by this, Lu Fan decides not to waste any more time. But right as he prepares to activate the light pillar, a sudden rain of meteor fire completely engulfs him. From the distance, a blazing fire phoenix charges forward at a terrifying speed, accompanied by the incredibly thrilled voice of Ning Xuanger. Lu Fan, I have finally found you. Today, I will use your fresh blood to appease my brother's soul in heaven. Deep within the Divine Void secret realm, right at Reincarnation Lake, an epic explosive battle erupts between Lu Fan and Ning Xuanger. The fire phoenix spreads its massive wings, unleashing a furious fire feather attack. From its wings, hundreds of burning feathers, infused with divine flames, shoot out, automatically homing in on the target to trigger a chain of massive explosions. The scorching heat instantly vaporizes all moisture in the air, sending waves of intense energy that envelop the entire area. Yet amidst the fiery barrage, Lu Fan stands unfazed, a faint smile on his lips, asking if this is all the heat she has. Ning Xuang's eyes widen in shock, and she immediately unleashes an even deadlier attack, screaming for him to die under her phoenix slash. Compressing her undying flames into her wings, she fires off 2 massive crossing air slashes, carrying devastating wide-range piercing power. To counter this, Lu Fan drives his armored sword chains into the ground, propelling himself forward with immense explosive speed. He unleashes a piercing armored dragon scythe to shatter her attack, following up with a heavy bone dragon fist. Unleashing a terrifying amount of power, his bone dragon tears off one of the phoenix's wings, leaving Ning Xuang screaming in shock. Sensing the deadly aura of the upgraded flowing fire sword gathering above, Ning Xuang desperately cries to Luo Lixu for help. Instantly, a massive purple lightning net spreads out completely, halting Lu Fan's aggressive advance and locking him down in place. Luo Lixu reveals his form as the level 110 8-eyed demon god, a colossal spider monster with 6 glowing red eyes. He helps Ning Xuang cancel her phoenix form, but her arm still carries a brutally severe wound. With a livid face, Ning Xuang snarls, "I never expected you to possess such terrifying power entirely on your own." Thanks to her phoenix regeneration, the wound on her arm slowly heals, prompting her to charge forward again, shouting, "Let me kill him myself." But Luo Lixu quickly stops her, warning that killing anyone in Samsara Lake is useless, forcing a frustrated Ning Xuang to suppress her rage. "Fine, then drag him out of Samsara Lake, and I will personally tear him limb from limb." Surrounded on all sides, Lu Fan remains completely calm, saying, "This place is actually quite nice. I don't feel like leaving yet." Taking a deep breath, he uses his powerful bone dragon arm to shatter the toxic net, his eyes flashing golden as he charges. In a split second, he grabs Gu Ning Xuang by the throat, leaving Luo Lixu utterly frozen in shock. Backing away, he fires toxic spider leg darts and neurotoxin-infused webs to trap him, shouting, "Ning Xuang, look out." Lu Fan effortlessly brushes away the toxins. Gritting her teeth, Ning Xuang grabs his bone dragon arm and ignites her core, causing an explosion that incinerates the area. As the smoke clears, Lu Fan's smile turns sinister, asking, "Did you really think you could burn me alive? You aren't even strong enough to warm me up." He swings his hand straight at her neck, while Luo Lixu can only scream in horror. Ning Shuang. From the surface of Samsara Lake, a sudden whirlpool emerges, dragging her deep inside. Spreading his dark dragon wings, Lu Fan flies high, silently watching her body regenerate through the lake's water, finding this mechanism rather fascinating. Luo Lixu sighs in relief, thinking how lucky they are for Samsara Lake, or he'd have no way to explain things to Uncle Ning. Moments later, an arm breaks through the vortex as Ning Shuang leaps out, unleashing her absolute strongest skill, the Crimson Sun Flame. She forces her body temperature to spike by 300%, aiming to incinerate her enemy. Yet the only result is another strike from Lu Fan's flowing fire sword, slicing her clean in half once more. Watching from the sidelines, Luo Lixu's jaw drops. The raw power behind that single strike is absolutely terrifying. As Ning Shuang regenerates from the water, she feels completely helpless, yet she still desperately summons her blazing wings. Giving her no time to attack, Lu Fan delivers another piercing slash, leaving her floating listlessly on the water. He turns to look at Luo Lixu, flashing a mocking, sarcastic smile. "I honestly admire her suicidal moth to a flame determination, but I am incredibly curious to find out just how many more deaths she will have to endure before she finally collapses completely. Honestly, just standing around watching this loop is starting to get pretty boring." Furious, Luo Lixu's internal energy violently erupts as he roars directly in Lu Fan's face. From Luo Lixu's outstretched hand, a dark purple net suddenly materializes in the air, which is none other than his deadly skill, the thousand-thread toxic web. Countless microscopic threads, laced with potent neurotoxins, spray out violently, not only binding the target, but also instantly reducing their movement speed by 70%. This venomous spider silk poison constantly eats away at the target's life force, an effect classified as natural toxicity rather than standard direct attack damage. The colossal net covers every single direction, completely cutting off any possible escape route for Lu Fan. Lowering his head slightly into the shadows, Lu Fan flashes a dangerous grin, muttering, "Wow, you almost had me on my knees there." The moment the words leave his mouth, hooks from his sword armor pierce straight through his opponent's body. This is the Armored Scythe, a powerful skill boasting devastating destructive force against a single designated target, dealing high piercing damage while simultaneously dragging the victim right back toward the caster. Writhing in agonizing pain, Luo Lixu has absolutely no idea why his net vanished, nor why his body is taking a beating that is far from over. Just like Ning Shuang, Luo Lixu's body was instantly sliced in half. As his consciousness faded, his limp form plunged straight into the reincarnation pool, creating a small shockwave and sending water splashing everywhere. The nightmare is far from over, as Lu Fan stands there completely untouched. Thanks to the unique properties of this whirlpool zone, the revival mechanic triggers instantly, bringing them both back as they gasp for air like drowning victims. But before they can even process being alive, Lu Fan is already towering right above them in midair. Lu Fan speaks up, telling them not to thank him, since he only left their things here, so they would not have to carry them. Getting killed repeatedly has completely broken their minds. Refusing to accept this, Ning Shuang screams at him in anger, but Lu Fan only stares back coldly. This time, Lu Fan keeps it clean, impaling both of them at the exact same time. His armored scythe shoots forward, unleashing sharp hooks that deal massive piercing damage to everyone in close quarters combat, completely ignoring every single bit of their defenses. Even worse, 99% of any damage taken in this state is reflected straight back to the original attacker. Right now, Lu Fan looks more terrifying than a demon, and this is only the beginning. The heavy chain yanks hard, slamming Luo Lixu into the dirt before impaling him once more and lifting him back up. Ning Shuang is left in a miserable state, reduced to a passive punching bag, taking hit after hit. Eventually, Luo Lixu breaks down completely, begging him to stop because they admit defeat. They both kneel on the ground, completely frozen in absolute terror. Luo Lixu begs that they will do whatever he wants. Sweating profusely, Ning Shuang can only grit her teeth in frustration, muttering that he is nothing but a cold-blooded monster. Taking that as a compliment, Lu Fan slowly descends from the sky, landing softly on the ground before walking towards them. He mocks them, saying he thought they could keep him entertained longer, asking if this is truly their limit. He calls it boring. Realizing her arrogance is completely useless now, Ning Shuang drops her pride and cuts straight to the chase. She asks how he wants to end this, and he calmly replies that letting them walk away is of course an option. He demands they hand over their key in exchange for letting one of them leave, which Ning Shuang tries to answer calmly. But Luo Lixu instantly panics, stammering that they do not actually have a fully completed key. He desperately explains they only have 6 fragments and came here hoping to get lucky. Hearing this, Lu Fan shifts his gaze, realizing something is very wrong. The key is not with them. It seems he targeted the completely wrong people. Looking completely exhausted, Luo Lixu holds up his hands to reveal the 6 fragments, begging desperately and pleading with Lu Fan to spare their lives. Just as Lu Fan is dealing with them, an unexpected crisis occurs elsewhere, as 2 more massive pillars of light are suddenly deactivated by someone. Lu Fan narrows his eyes at this sudden development. 2 more dimensional spaces have been breached, meaning his time is rapidly running out. Lu Fan spins around and throws his armored chains forward, choosing not to kill them this time but to bind them tightly instead. Flapping his massive wyvern wings, Lu Fan takes off, dragging both of them along behind him. Panic sets in for Luo Lixu as he frantically asks what Lu Fan is doing and if he plans to break his promise. Ning Shuang grits her teeth in fury, but Lu Fan has absolutely zero interest in hearing them speak. Lu Fan glances back and states coldly that while he keeps his word, he will only spare one of them. He tells them to decide amongst themselves who stays and who goes. Ever since they were dragged away, Ning Shuang has kept her eyes locked on Luo Lixu's reaction. She wants to see if he will actually keep the grand promises he made before they entered this secret realm. Before this, Luo Lixu had promised her father to keep her safe, swearing that Uncle Ning could rest easy because he would protect Ning Shuang throughout this entire trip to the Shenshu ruins. Annoyed by the long agonizing silence, Lu Fan glances back with a look of pure impatience. Since neither of them is speaking, he decides to let them die together, claiming it is only fair. That single word from Lu Fan sends their minds into utter chaos, triggering a wave of pure, desperate panic. Cracking under the pressure, Luo Lixu starts fighting back in sheer panic, desperately screaming for Lu Fan to release him because he absolutely cannot die in this place. Immediately, the armored scythe locks directly onto Ning Shuang. Wearing an icy expression, Lu Fan cuts him off coldly, asking if they have finally made up their minds. With the cold blade pressed against her neck, Luo Lixu avoids her gaze and mutters that if he dies, his family line ends, apologizing to Shuanger. Ning Shuang keeps her head down in silence, prompting him to quickly make up more excuses to justify himself. He argues that her family started this feud with Lu Fan, and his own family never wanted any part of this mess, claiming she should understand his choice. Disgusted, Ning Shuang snaps and screams at him to shut up. Her intense killing intent shifts, locking directly onto Luo Lixu. Suffocating with anger, she spits out that her only comfort in life is that she never actually married him. Watching the drama unfold, Lu Fan remarks that their pathetic marriage alliance was apparently worth nothing more than a thin sheet of paper. All right, you and I are about to watch a total coward get exactly what he deserves. Luo Lixu stares at the loosening chains in absolute panic. Luo Lixu begins to plummet, his desperate survival instincts kicking in hard. In a panic, stunned and terrified, he screams up in a frantic panic. Lu Fan, you promised you would not kill me. How dare you break your word? Besides, it is all her fault. Ning Xiang was the one bent on revenge. I was just forced to help her. Ning Xiang catches every single word of his pathetic excuses, immediately flying into a rage as she glares down at him. Coward. Up above, Lu Fan sighs in utter disgust. He looks over at Ning Xiang and asks if this is seriously the fiancé she chose. He tells her that her taste is downright awful. Hearing this harsh critique, Ning Xiang is too deeply embarrassed to even utter a single word. Luo Lixu slowly begins to realize Lu Fan's true intentions as the thick, suffocating, killing intent intensifies around them. Lu Fan casually reminds him that he promised not to kill him, but falling to his death is entirely his own problem. With the bloody hooks glinting, one of Luo Lixu's clinging arms is instantly sliced clean off by the shifting heavy iron chains. He screams in agonizing pain and absolute terror as the distance between the 3 of them rapidly grows wider. Within moments, Luo Lixu shrinks to the size of an ant before vanishing entirely. Having disposed of one threat, Lu Fan wastes no time grabbing Ning Xiang with a violent force that catches her completely off guard. Eager to leave, Lu Fan drags Ning Xiang along as he takes flight, diving straight down toward the hard ground. Dismissing his dark flying dragon, he stands tall looking down at Ning Xiang as she struggles on the dirt, coldly stating that it is now her turn. Unlike the cowardly Luo Lixu, Ning Xiang shows zero fear, her anger only burning hotter. She vows that she will absolutely make Lu Fan regret this. Her phoenix flames erupt rapidly, filling the entire area with a scorching blazing inferno. Amused by her defiance, Lu Fan raises his arm to activate a magic circle, mockingly asking if she still wants revenge. The magic array expands instantly, and Lu Fan aims right for the center of Ningxiang's forehead to imprint a master-servant contract. Once activated, this powerful seal forces the target into absolute obedience. The contract's duration depends on the stat difference between them. Suddenly, the raging flames that erupted earlier quickly swirl back to envelop Ningxiang. A sudden sharp pain hits her, throwing her mind into complete chaos. Moments later, Ningxiang's face turns unusually flushed and her hair is left in a messy tangle. Sensing something wrong, she stammers asking what he just did to her. By now, the master-servant contract is officially active, set for a 3-year duration. He stands nearby with a slightly amused look, watching her flustered expression before speaking with smug satisfaction. Now you and I can see she is completely fuming. Bound, flushed, and messy, he tells her that all she can do is stare in anger while he does whatever he wants. Devastated, Ningxiang calls him a beast and asks what he wants, biting her own lip and shutting her eyes tight. She begs him to just kill her right now, but Lu Fan surprises her by suddenly releasing the binding sword armor chains. He tells her not to worry because he has zero interest in her. Ningxiang is utterly baffled, muttering in confusion as he turns to leave. He tells her she can manage on her own here. Watching his silhouette slowly fade into the sunset, Ningxiang can only stare in disbelief. He just walks away, but she realizes things are far from over. She worries about what will happen if she returns like this. A heavy, anxious dread washes over her. After all, falling from that height, Luo Lixu might actually still be alive. He will definitely deny abandoning her, twisting the story to make himself look like the victim. Her father has always trusted the Luo family, meaning she would have absolutely no way to defend herself. By then, her entire family would think the worst of her. Clenching her fists and grinding her teeth, she vows to escape safely, refusing to let anyone ruin her reputation and purity. The scene shifts to earlier that afternoon inside the toxic forest of the Divine Ruins secret zone. From a distance, Lu Fan spreads his wings and glides quickly past towering giant mushrooms. He senses that something is off as a deadly sweet fragrance and toxic purple slime begin oozing from a mushroom right ahead. Finding it downright creepy, he stops to figure out a safe detour. Right then, thorny vines begin to twitch, suddenly wrapping tightly around Lu Fan's legs before he even has a chance to react. Though surprised, he quickly regains his composure, unleashing his sharp sword armor scythes to instantly slice the constricting vines into tiny pieces. His sharp sword armor scythes quickly thrust forward, dealing massive piercing damage to all targets within close range, while simultaneously slowing their movement speed down by 45%. Any damage he takes while in this state will reflect 99% back onto the attacker. With the path finally clear, Lu Fan leaps back and stops right inside a massive pillar of light. He sighs in relief, finally making it. Let's be honest, you and I would probably choose to avoid fighting all those annoying monsters along the way too. Anxiously pulling out a purple key, he glances at the 2 light pillars, weighing the 50-50 chance before quickly inserting it into the magical barrier. Despite his high hopes, Lu Fan is disappointed once again as the shattering light pillar reveals absolutely nothing. A notification from the Shengshu secret realm warns him that he chose the wrong spot, leaving only one final location left. Lu Fan instantly locks his gaze on the final pillar of light. Damn this last chance, cannot wait any longer. Spreading his dark wings, he flies at maximum speed toward it, absolutely determined to stop it at all costs. Otherwise, all his hard work goes down the drain. Right then, as he flies, the system alerts him with new updates. The contract statuses for Yuan Jinggang and Li Qingfeng show that their health has plunged to just 10% under their 7-year master-servant pact. A massive question arises: why is their health so incredibly low? His eyes narrow, realizing someone must be controlling them from the shadows. Cut to the plains of the Shengshu secret realm, where Yuan Jinggang is clenching his fists in absolute frustration. Sitting right beside him is Li Qingfeng, both trapped within a glowing starlight barrier that keeps them completely locked down. Yuan Jinggang grinds his teeth, cursing that this starry cage is completely unbreakable, while Li Qingfeng complains that Lu Fan is taking way too long. Right then, a mysterious figure appears outside the barrier, mocking them that their friend is already on his way. Suddenly, Lu Fan descends from the sky and lands with perfect ease, catching everyone completely off guard. He instantly recognizes the challenger as Murong Sheng, who just stands there in the glowing starlight with a smug smile. He greets Lu Fan, saying he has heard quite a lot about him. Lu Fan quickly checks his stats. Murong Shang, level 119, a 4th-tier envoy from the western border. Glancing down at the discarded weapon on the ground, Lu Fan silently notes, "This arrogant guy has completely underestimated the god-slaying heavy crossbow." Shouting from inside their barrier, Li Qingfeng and Yuan Jinggang desperately warn him that this guy's starlight technique can easily destroy the god-slaying crossbow, and that his endurance stat sits at an insane 2 million points. Yuan Jinggang even adds that his own hands are completely numb, proving this opponent is an absolute monster. Deep suspicion creeps into Lu Fan's mind. With 2 million endurance points, why would someone this strong still need the deity tempering fluid to reach his 5th job advancement? What is Murong Sheng actually planning? With a wave of his hand, a swirling nebula wraps around Murong Sheng as he casually says he knows exactly what Lu Fan is thinking. He boasts that although he hasn't officially reached the 5th class transition yet, he has already met all its requirements. Lu Fan cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know why he is still trying so hard to steal the deity tempering fluid. Flashing his eerie, mismatched eyes, Murong Sheng replies that he was never waiting for some fluid, but rather he was waiting for Lu Fan himself. Lu Fan is stunned. Could the Murong clan actually be working behind the scenes to aid the Ning family? Giving him no time to process, Murong Sheng assumes a combat stance, unleashing wave after wave of stellar nebula power. He challenges Lu Fan to a duel, stating the outcome will decide who claims the deity tempering fluid and whether his trapped friends ever go free. With his battle gear active, Lu Fan prepares himself, warning that if this guy wants a fight, he had better give a damn good reason. Hovering high in the air, Murong Sheng simply replies that he will get his answers only if he manages to win. With a sudden burst, his galaxy domain expands, engulfing the entire battlefield in blinding light as a powerful shockwave slams directly into Lu Fan. This starry domain creates a cosmic space where any enemy caught inside has their movement speed and attack power slashed by 50%, all while their life force is constantly being eroded. Through this absolute stellar control, the caster can command entire constellations to rain down, devastating all-out attacks. While gaining Star Ward status, absorbing 60% of incoming damage as cosmic energy, and reflecting the remaining 40% straight back at the attacker. Luckily, Lu Fan is no stranger to this exact type of Star Void Dragon power. Murong Sheng waves his hand coldly, shouting, "Take this!" A shower of burning meteors rains down like madness, each dealing a massive 180% magic damage, forcing Lu Fan into a frantic dance of dodging to survive this opening barrage. The twin chains on his back spring to life, launching his armored scythes at high speed to hook the enemy and drag him close. But the moment the blades reach Murong Sheng, a massive starry sky barrier instantly materializes and shuts down the surprise attack completely. The swirling stellar vortexes surrounding Murong Sheng automatically absorb and deflect direct attacks, and they can even regenerate themselves instantly if they ever get shattered. Down on the ground, Lu Fan crouches low, charging up his armor at light speed to activate his deadly armored blades. These razor-sharp wind blades inflict piercing damage that bypasses 45% of the enemy's defense, while reflecting an insane 99% of incoming damage straight back at the attacker. Murong Sheng whispers a spell, smirking in absolute disdain as his flowing cosmic space effortlessly swallows all of Lu Fan's incoming attacks into a starry barrier. His defensive walls and surrounding vortexes block every threat coming his way, regenerating themselves over and over without pause. Lu Fan's expression sours as Murong Sheng's voice grows smugger, taunting him by asking if that is really all he has got. "The stars will never fade, and I will never die in this domain. I am far beyond your reach," he declares confidently. But Lu Fan notices a pattern. After every exchange, his opponent immediately backs off, desperately trying to open up some space. Maybe he needs time to charge up that starlight. If that's the case, I'm going to stay glued to him. Lu Fan triggers his Divine Bone transformation, fully equipping the gauntlets to absorb the Divine Bone Dragon's power and activate the skill Divine Bone Descent. Seeing Lu Fan gear up, Murong Sheng immediately takes another step back. "Do you really think that's enough to beat me?" Murong Sheng conjures dense starry barriers and fierce cosmic tornadoes to block any incoming assault. Ignoring the distance, Lu Fan charges forward with insane speed, unleashing his dragon armor sword to tear through the defensive cyclones like paper. This time, not a single cosmic barrier is going to slow him down. Murong Sheng stares in absolute shock. He's too fast. Lu Fan's armor sword unleashes devastating piercing wind blades that cut through everything, Suddenly, that devastating divine bone fist is inches away from Murong Sheng's face. Lu Fan charges so hard, his hair blows back, declaring time to tear this down. Panicking, Murong Sheng tries to shield himself, but his starlight can't keep up with Lu Fan's ridiculous speed. The defense shatters, and he takes the full force of the blow. By unleashing Divine Bone Descent, his stats skyrocket by 300%, wrapping him in an insanely powerful set of armor. A devastating punch lands, forcing Murong Sheng to cough up star energy, as his final barrier completely shatters to pieces. Pausing to catch his breath, Lu Fan sighs. It's finally over. Watching from afar, both Yuan Jinggang and Li Qingfeng stand frozen in utter disbelief at this defeat. But wait. Out of the smoking ruins, Murong Sheng's hand suddenly reaches out, slowly clapping in approval. Impressive, it looks like the real nightmare is only just beginning for our heroes. Standing beneath a massive sky overflowing with brilliant stars, Murong Sheng rises once again, slowly clapping his hands with eerie, highly patronizing praise. I've never met anyone as ridiculously strong as you. If not for my resurrection stone, you actually would have killed me. This ultra-rare, overpowered item from the Divine Ruins allows its user to automatically resurrect right where they died, though it shatters into absolute dust after a single use. Witnessing this, Li Qingfeng is left completely speechless. He mutters in sheer disbelief, unable to comprehend how this guy actually possesses a resurrection stone. With his sharp, bizarre, heterochromatic eyes flashing, Murong Sheng clearly doesn't want to waste any more time locking onto his single target. You're exactly the one I've been searching for. Come on, let's keep going. He spreads his arms wide, summoning brilliant stars to light up the battlefield again. Across from him, Lu Fan is definitely starting to feel the exhaustion, but his legendary armor is still in absolutely perfect shape. His face darkens as he silently mutters to himself. He really does wield the raw power of the starry sky dragon. His family must be hiding some deep, dark dragon secrets. Instantly, Murong Sheng's entire attack style shifts completely. Brilliant stars align in perfect patterns across the ground, expanding the glowing galaxy field to an unimaginable scale. With a smug, arrogant grin, he doesn't even bother to hide his intent, declaring that the previous round was just a warm-up, and things won't be easy anymore. Cold, murderous intent erupts from Lu Fan, who is ready for battle. Have it your way then. Without losing a single bit of momentum, he charges straight ahead like a rocket. Closing the distance in a flash, his dragon bone fist is cocked and ready to deliver a devastating fatal blow. Even though he noticed the glowing star patterns below, Lu Fan accidentally steps right onto one of those celestial coordinates, triggering an unexpected and highly dangerous trap. Blinding beams of starlight immediately lock onto his body, fully activating a celestial corridor that opens up a massive spatial teleportation circle right beneath his feet. Absolutely any target, whether they are a friend or a foe, will be instantly and forcefully teleported to a completely random set of coordinates, chosen entirely by the caster. Lu Fan's face instantly tightens as sweat starts dripping. His absolute confidence and raw power just ran straight into an incredibly annoying, totally unexpected obstacle. Murong Sheng calmly taunts him. I know exactly how dangerous that crazy armor of yours is, which is why you won't be getting close to me ever again. The forced teleportation throws Lu Fan back just far enough to completely prevent his signature close combat strikes. Seeing his opponent temporarily neutralized, Murong Sheng wasted absolutely no time launching his own devastating counterattack. He spreads both arms wide, forcing the river of stars to swirl with violent intensity. They lock together, forming a massive barrage of meteors that rain straight down toward Lu Fan. This devastating meteor shower summons countless burning shooting stars from above to obliterate absolutely everything within the entire area. To counter, Lu Fan tightly grips the chain of his dragon armor sword, launching his hook and scythe forward at terrifying speeds. The sheer piercing force of his strike completely shatters the incoming meteor shower into millions of tiny harmless glass fragments. But that was the absolute limit of what it could possibly do. Lu Fan realized he had to end this fight quickly. At this distance, ordinary weapons were completely useless inside this strange barrier. Exhaling a breath of pure ice, he decided to unleash his only remaining option, the wrath of the Ice Dragon King. With a roar, the massive projection of a giant ice dragon materialized right behind him, causing the temperature to plummet instantly. The explosion of raw power dealt massive damage, heavily slowing down his target in the process. A massive block of solid ice materialized out of nowhere, freezing Murong Sheng's lower body in place. Completely shocked, he recognized this as a powerful Dragon Tongue magic attack. Meanwhile, Lu Fan exhaled another cold breath in satisfaction. Can you still escape now? The ice crept up his enemy's body. but just as it almost completely covered him, Mo Rongsheng flashed a bizarre twisted smile. This attack is not enough to trap me. The frozen block instantly shattered under an astral current. Mo Rongsheng used his astral corridor once more, forcing a spatial teleportation to escape. But this was exactly what Lu Fan wanted. His dark killing intent grew even heavier as the massive chain suddenly tightened. You fell right into my trap. In a flash, Mo Rongsheng was tightly bound by those chains. He wondered when Lu Fan had even thrown them. As the chains tightened, Lu Fan violently yanked his opponent backward to force a close-quarters fight. His bone dragon fist shot forward, aiming to smash the enemy's chest. But then something strange happened. Mo Rongsheng's entire body dissolved into a shower of stars, leaving only a mocking smile behind. Lu Fan was utterly confused when his opponent vanished into the silent air. Fortunately, his system quickly revealed the secret. It was the astral state. This passive skill allowed the user to freely switch between their physical body and a state of pure astral energy. While in this starry state, physical strikes are completely useless. In exchange, all magic damage dealt by the stars is boosted by 100%. Though he cannot be targeted by standard physical strikes, while in this state he still has to take full damage from magical spells. Lu Fan clicked his tongue in pure annoyance as he watched his opponent slowly reform. To make matters worse, Mo Rongsheng created a black hole right before his chest, gathering massive cosmic energy for his astral annihilation light. The beams condensed into a single point, unleashing a devastating, unpredictable force that could pierce through any kind of defense. Lu Fan was stunned once again, realizing this was definitely another skill of the legendary Astral Dragon. A terrifying vortex of cosmic energy was about to crash directly onto him. His wyvern wings spread open instantly. Since defending was completely out of the question, his only option was to run. Choosing a flawless angle, he charged straight toward his enemy to strike. 3 sharp bones extending from his divine bone armor sliced Mo Rongsheng in half. But since it was a physical attack, it did absolutely nothing. Mo Rongsheng counterattacked instantly with a meteor shower. Not backing down, Lu Fan fired his armor's scythe chains to drag his opponent right back. The battle immediately turned incredibly fierce. Mo Rongsheng laughed maniacally as star energy coated his fists, while Lu Fan countered with a confident grin and heavy bone-shattering punches. Even though Mo Rongsheng struggled slightly in hand-to-hand combat, he possessed a much wider variety of skills. He conjured starry tornado barriers to deflect any incoming head-on attacks, constantly reforming them as soon as they broke. Lu Fan tested his power by launching his armor's scythe blade, dealing piercing damage, while reflecting 99% of all damage back at his attacker. The two clashed fiercely. Purple and blue eyes locked. Sparks flew everywhere as they entered a complete deadlock, showing no signs of stopping anytime soon. The epic duel between Lu Fan and Mo Rongsheng raged on across the vast plains of the Divine Ruins, whipping up massive gales that swept through the entire battlefield. Backing away in his astral form, Mo Rongsheng frowned slightly, fully believing that this fight was already over. But a shocking twist occurred when Lu Fan's fist suddenly smashed right into his supposedly intangible body. "I am deeply sorry to disappoint you," Lu Fan said coldly. He immediately activated the Divine Bone Descent skill, causing thick steam to billow wildly off his armor. Once he equipped this Divine Bone Gauntlet, it did not occupy any active equipment slots, yet boosted all of his core attributes by 300%. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, blasting Mo Rongsheng directly and causing his form to dissolve into fading starlight. As the spatial domain completely collapsed, Lu Fan found himself back in the real world. Even so, the echoing laughter of Mo Rongsheng could still be heard. "Ha-ha." Standing in a nearby corner with his signature shimmering glow, Mo Rongsheng gestured toward the final gateway and declared, "You earned this. The god-tempering fluid belongs to you now." Deactivating his gear, Lu Fan walked forward calmly with a slight grin. "No rush. First, why don't you give me some answers instead?" Mo Rongsheng understood the hint, yet politely offered his reply. "Some things just can't be discussed out in the open." With a swift wave of his arm, he sends the starry stream flowing in one direction. At that exact moment, the barrier trapping Li Qingfeng and Yuan Jinggang finally shatters as they escape the secret realm. Despite fulfilling the second condition, Mo Rongsheng keeps a cold, rigid expression, firmly reminding them that another serious conversation is absolutely necessary. Lu Fan pulls out a massive key to the secret realm and nods in silent approval. The lock opens smoothly. The Divine Ruins magic circle blazes to life, shattering the barrier to reveal the legendary Divine Tempering Fluid. Sitting right in the middle of the barren desert is an entire open pool of legendary plus quality, divine tempering fluid. This legendary liquid instantly boosts all attributes by 50% upon its very first use. Talk about overpowered. Lu Fan kneels by the pool and pulls out a small blue vial, luckily having prepared the perfect container to scoop up the liquid. Clutching the vial, he can't help but marvel at the insane 50% stat boost waiting for him inside. The system chimes confirming he now holds 160 drops of the liquid, showing exactly why third-tier nobles fought so bloodily for it. The moment the treasure is claimed, the sky flashes brilliantly with a system alert. The divine ruins are closing, and the exit portal opens in 10 seconds. Lu Fan gets to his feet, gesturing for the group to head back. Beams of golden star-like light shoot straight down to the earth, teleporting Lu Fan's entire squad safely out of the hidden realm. Back in safety, Li Qingfeng and Yuan Jinggang find no peace. Annoying family elders immediately crowd around them, demanding they clear the path for the young master. Lu Fan turns back with a calm reminder, telling them they can finally dissolve their master-servant contract. Completely losing their cool in pure joy, they frantically double-check if he's serious. Is this real? No tricks, right? Lu Fan narrows his eyes playfully, asking if they actually prefer staying as his loyal servants instead. Nearby, the mood between the other couple is incredibly tense. A heavily bandaged Luo Lixio desperately calls out to Ning Chang, begging for her attention. Meanwhile, Lu Fan thoroughly enjoys watching the pathetic display, secretly knowing that things are about to get a whole lot more entertaining. Overhearing the whispers behind his back about dissolving the contract as fast as possible, Luo Lixio, missing his glasses and too ashamed to make eye contact, desperately tries to save face by asking if Lu Fan laid a hand on her. A blazing glare and a sharp shout to get lost are the only responses from Ning Chang. Luo Lixu slinks away silently, while Ning Chang directs a scorching fire attribute glare at Lu Fan before bursting into flames and soaring away into the sky. With his flying mount gone, Luo Lixu has to chase her on foot, crying out for her to wait. Lu Fan watches them go with a mocking smirk, sighing at his rival's sheer ignorance. Just then, Murong Sheng steps up with an interesting offer. "Brother Lu, I have a proposal. How about coming over to the Murong estate for a little chat?" Knowing he might face some heavyweight figures there, Lu Fan tactfully declines, stating he must first let the Ye family know he is safe. "Why not tag along and visit the Ye family with me instead, Brother Murong?" Murong Shang readily agrees to set off, but Lu Fan has one last piece of business to settle first. Overhearing Li Qingfeng and Yuan Jinggang celebrating their freedom from that stinky guy, Lu Fan creeps up behind them, radiating a chilling aura. "After all the quality time we spent together, I really didn't expect you two to think so poorly of me." Scared absolutely witless, they shriek in terror only for Lu Fan to casually toss each of them 2 bottles of divine tempering fluid. Turns out that total of 160 meant 160 precious vials. Once they realize these are legendary stat boosters, they are overflowing with gratitude. Lu Fan waves it off, explaining that since they cooperated, this is simply their rightful share. Moved by his incredible generosity, the duo instantly flips their attitude, now viewing him as an honorable friend, worthy of deep respect. As Lu Fan walks away, they shout after him, warmly inviting him to their homes for drinks. Murong Sheng praises his boundless generosity. Lu Fan simply shrugs, keeping his eyes closed, knowing it is normal since they harbored no ill intent. And so they head out. Time flows peacefully, and soon enough, a quiet late afternoon settles over the Ye family courtyard. Yi Wuxian and 2 loyal bodyguards stand waiting by the entrance, clearly scanning the horizon for an expected guest. Moments later, Xianbei runs up, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she spots Lu Fan walking back at a leisurely pace. She throws her arms around him in a tight hug, giving him the warmest welcome back. Right behind them, Murong Shang is forced to eat dog food from this blatant display of affection. But being polite, Ye Xianbei quickly composes herself to welcome their guest. Once settled in the main hall with cups of steaming hot tea, Lu Fan begins to bring up the main topic. So 40 years ago, the Murong family came across a starry sky dragon nest. Sitting opposite him with a solemn look, Murong Sheng clasps his hands, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation as he recalls the past. He explained that back then the Murong clan was just a small, insignificant power. Their fate changed forever when they received a sudden omen from the star sky dragon, an incredibly powerful, but mortally wounded creature seeking refuge. That ancient dragon was simply searching for a peaceful sanctuary to escape the endless cycle of bloody conflicts. Meanwhile, the ambitious Murong clan desperately craved the ultimate power to climb the ranks of the elite nobility. This fateful encounter quickly led to a secret pact. The Star Sky Dragon would reside within their clan, allowing chosen descendants to borrow its massive power with the absolute best of each generation crowned as the Star Sky Envoy. Under this divine protection, they skyrocketed from a low-tier third-rate clan straight into a prestigious second-rate power. But that glorious era was fading fast as Murong Sheng realized he might be the very last Star Sky Envoy. Although his ancestors tried everything to save their guardian, their final hope now rested on a single ancient prophecy. The one holding the soul-tempering elixir from the Divine Ruins trial held the key to their survival. As a level 120 Star Sky Envoy of the western border, Murong Sheng looked desperately at Lu Fan, insisting that the only person left who could save the Star Sky Dragon was Lu Fan himself. Realizing he had lost his composure from sheer desperation, he quickly calmed himself down to explain further. Brother Lu Fan, if the Star Sky Dragon dies, we will no longer have any Star Sky envoys, and the Murong clan won't be able to hold on to its status as a second-rate power. He turned to Ye Wuxian, hoping for some empathy while emphasizing just how brutal it was to maintain noble status. And without Lu Fan's immediate help, the proud Murong clan faced the very real threat of total extinction. Seeing Senior Ye's awkward position, Lu Fan simply shook his head with absolute honesty. Brother Murong, it is not a question of whether I want to help but rather that I have no idea how. He scratched his head completely stumped. Even though his instincts as a dragon tamer drew him to the dragon, he honestly had no clue how to cure it. Murong Sheng sighed in defeat, admitting that even his father and ancestors only knew the dragon's origins, not how to extend its lifespan. Still, he desperately begged Lu Fan to visit the clan, hoping that seeing the giant dragon in person might spark a miracle. Knowing Murong Sheng was a powerful half-step fifth-turn expert acting in good faith, Lu Fan closed his eyes before holding up one finger. Fine, I will go with you, but I make absolutely no promises that I can actually solve this. This single promise filled Murong Sheng with overwhelming joy, clinging to it as his absolute last beacon of hope. He vowed that if Lu Fan succeeded, he would be their savior, and the entire clan would gladly serve under his command. Lu Fan quickly waved it off, feeling the vow was far too heavy, and suggested they set out in 2 days. Ye Wuxian questioned the sudden delay, but Lu Fan honestly explained that he wanted to let his companions know he was safe and gather everyone together before going far. He then asked a servant to arrange comfortable lodgings for Murong Sheng at the Ye estate for the next 2 days. The scene shifts to the imposing Shadow Fortress on Tianfu Island, boasting massive, majestic stone walls, flanked by spectacular giant artillery arrays. Qinchu, Xiao Tao, and Jian Ying stood frozen in absolute awe before the magnificent fortress, which had once been a pile of ruins. Xiao Tao gasped at the unbelievable transformation, while Qinchu and Jian Ying stared on in sheer speechless disbelief. Senior Ye stepped out of a glowing light pillar, realizing Lu Fan only delayed their trip so everyone could witness this masterpiece. Lu Fan followed right behind, satisfied that the fortress perfectly matched Morozov's original design blueprints, while Ye Wuxian playfully reminded him to invite Andre to the feast. Lu Fan smiled and agreed, knowing Andre was completely obsessed with his aunt's home-cooked meals. From afar, Morozov waved a warm welcome to Lu Fan, reporting that the structural build was finished with only the interior and magic shell assembly line left to complete within a month. Morozov then excitedly led the group inside for a tour. Xiao Tao was by far the most excited, rushing everyone along, because she simply couldn't wait. Leading them deeper inside, Morozov explained the layout of the corridors connecting to the master control room, promising to customize anything they needed. In the massive entertainment lounge, fully loaded with bookshelves, a bar, and a private cinema, Xiao Tao instantly claimed the coziest chair as her own, earning a playful scolding from Qin Chu about her selfishness. Entering the kitchen, Morozov revealed that since Andre had endlessly praised Aunt Han's cooking, he made sure to design this space with absolute care. Aunt Kay was deeply touched and could not wait to start cooking. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was already planning a grocery run, so his aunt could whip up their very first feast. Next was the residential wing, boasting 10 fully furnished bedrooms with private baths that everyone could customize to their liking. Jian Ying admired the cozy atmosphere, while Qin Chu secretly smiled, thinking about the chance of bumping into Lu Fan in the hallway. The crown jewel was the garden door rebuilt from the ancient palace ruins. Lu Fan eagerly threw it open, revealing a breathtaking courtyard complete with a life-restoring hot spring and a private pathway leading straight to the beach. Morozov points out that this entire area will completely lock down once the fortress activates its defense mode. Lu Fan takes a deep breath of fresh air, realizing this is the absolute perfect spot to relax. Xiao Tao leads the charge, bouncing around with endless energy, while Chin Chu just shakes his head and sighs behind her. Down on the beach, the girls are bummed they forgot their swimsuits, but Morozo instantly solves the problem by having perfectly sized outfits ready in the wardrobe. This level of preparation leaves Chin Chu and Xiao Tao utterly speechless. And when he proudly claims his eyes are the ultimate measuring tape for body sizes, Chin Chu instantly flushes bright red in pure embarrassment. After unwinding, they all gather in the lounge. Lu Fan pours a drink for Senior Ye, while Xiao Tao completely crushes Jian Ying in an intense video game match. Meanwhile, Morozo ends up with a massive handprint on his face, courtesy of Chin Chu punishing him for his thoughtless behavior. Even though she quickly apologizes, the mood shifts to the feast Aunt Kay prepared. Everyone is amazed, especially Xiao Tao, who vacuums up the delicious food like a machine. Once everyone changes into comfy beachwear, Lu Fan still cannot keep his eyes off the bottle containing the precious deity tempering elixir. He wonders what would happen if he used this legendary plus item, which boosts all stats by 50% to upgrade their hot spring instead. Right there at the island resort next to the beach and hot springs. Lu Fan glances back and calls out to his friend, Chin Chu, get over here, let me wash away all your impurities. Soaking in the water, Chin Chu sits up in shock at the sudden suggestion, asking, wait, are you seriously going to dump that into this hot spring? While tipping the bottle upside down over the water, our main character explains his brilliant idea in detail. Exactly. Since this deity tempering elixir only works once per person, pouring it all straight into the hot spring is the smartest move. This way, every single stat gets a 50% boost. Holding the small bottle, he keeps pouring more liquid to maximize the effects when combined with the Blessed Light Spring. Instantly, the Blessed Light Hot Spring upgrades into the Blessed Light Deity Tempering Hot Spring, jumping from Legendary to Legendary Plus rank. After a quick soak, the user's base stats will instantly increase by 31% up from the original 30% limit on their first try. And that number is only going to skyrocket because he is dumping in a whopping 160 bottles. Chin Chu watches Lu Fan's frantic but mind-blowing actions in total awe, while the rest of the group stops playing to see what is happening. Xiao Tao peeks over, asking what he is working on, but Chin Chu quickly shushes her, telling her not to disturb Lu Fan's focus. Once the very last drop falls, he brushes off his hands and lets out a sigh of relief. Woo, finally finished. Senior Ye is the first to walk over, her face painted with absolute disbelief. My goodness, you can actually stack the effects of the deity tempering elixir this much. Lu Fan smiles, thoroughly satisfied with his work. Exactly. Now this spring can boost all stats by up to 80%, which is way better than just using the deity tempering elixir the normal way. The group of 6 quickly hops into the water, and Xiao Tao squeals with excitement. Oh yeah, I can already feel my power doubling. Even with just a toe dip, Jian Ying feels the massive buff, realizing it far exceeds the original. Standing in the pool, Lu Fan urges everyone to get in quickly. This is a highly upgraded, superior version of the original Blessed Light Hot Spring. Leaning back to relax, he secretly thinks that burning through a massive stack of deity tempering elixir like this was a genius move. With everything set, he prepares to head to the Murong family to meet the ancient starry sky dragon. 2 days later, Lu Fan and Murong Sheng depart from the Yi family home. Along the way, Murong Sheng makes a suggestion. You could have brought her along, you know. The Murong family would definitely welcome her with open arms. Lu Fan quickly replies, explaining that she wants to rush her family's rank up to Tier 3, and since saving the Starry Sky Dragon is uncertain, he did not want to trouble her. Even though Murong Sheng seems like a decent guy, our main character remains highly cautious, keeping his guard up to ensure Senior Ye's safety. Arriving at the Qifeng Mountains, Lu Fan spots the Red Mist security system and immediately recognizes it as a territory defense barrier. Murong Sheng reassures him that the mist only serves to detect intruders without causing any real damage, before guiding him safely through the thick, glowing starry fog. The Grand Murong Manor appears looking like a brilliant ancient town in the western region, forcing Lu Fan to admit the atmosphere here is absolutely breathtaking. Landing safely, Murong Sheng introduces him to his father, family head Murong Bai, a level 115 Starry Sky envoy of this Tier 2 clan. Murong Bai welcomes him warmly, saying, "Young Lu Fan, this old man has been waiting for you for quite some time." Lu Fan notices the clan elites whispering among themselves, highly doubting whether a simple dragon tamer like him could truly be the savior mentioned in the prophecy. Seeing the growing pessimism, Murong Sheng tries to dismiss the crowd, but Lu Fan stops him, suggesting they just take him to see the Starry Sky Dragon first. The group heads deep into the Starry Sky Mausoleum inside the Qifeng Mountains. The Murong family head introduces this area as the home of the Starry Sky Dragon. At the restricted area, he bows respectfully, announcing to the two ancestors that he has brought the destined savior to meet them. Lu Fan stood frozen before the massive form of the level 120 astral dragon ancestor. Resting atop the dragon was Murong ancestor, currently trapped in a deep coma after exhausting his life force just to find him. A heartbroken clan leader Murong Bai explained that the astral ancestor's life force was fading fast and his physical body was slowly dissolving. Alongside Murong Sheng, he begged Lu Fan for help, promising they would pay absolutely any price. Lu Fan promised to do his absolute best, adding that if this failed, they would find another way. He quickly summoned Xiao Fei to cast powerful healing blessings, including the Source of Life and the Spring of Life. The crowd filled with hope at the sight of the legendary dragon. Yet despite Xiao Fei pushing her limits, the healing magic had zero effect. A tearful Xiao Fei slowly approached. Lu Fan gently comforted her, saying he knew she had tried her absolute best. Deep despair gripped the Murong family. But suddenly, a highly familiar voice echoed directly in Lu Fan's mind. The voice teased, asking if the brat was already giving up when she was just waiting to be asked for help. A purple spatial rift tore open, and Fi Long the Demon King stepped out in human form, scoffing at how helpless humans truly were. Deep inside the Murong clan's astral mausoleum, Murong Bai stumbled backward in pure shock. He immediately ordered his elite guards to arrest this intruder, who dared trespass on forbidden ground. However, Murong Sheng reacted instantly, demanding in a panicked rage to know if this intruder was human or monster to teleport there. Irritated by the noise, Fi Long unleashed her overwhelming bloodline pressure. Her freezing gaze instantly locked onto both of them, forcing them to realize she was a high-tier dragon far above their level. Fi Long casually waved her hand in boredom, coldly warning them that they weren't even worthy of being her opponents. Frightened completely out of their wits, they stood frozen in fear until Lu Fan rushed over to explain she was an ally who might save the old astral dragon. Ignoring everyone else, Fi Long stepped up to stand directly before the sleeping massive dragon. She estimated it had only 3 months to a year left, but confidently claimed she knew how to save it. Hearing this, Murong Sheng and Murong Bai instantly threw away their pride to beg her for assistance. Murong Bai promised to grant absolutely any demand to save their ancestor, though Lu Fan remained highly cautious, knowing everything comes with a heavy price. Fi Long suddenly teased, asking if they would let her devour the old dragon right after reviving it, leaving Murong Bai completely speechless. Following a haughty laugh, Fi Long admitted it was just a joke as she had zero interest in eating a dying old dragon. Annoyed, Lu Fan cut her off, demanding she focus on actually saving the dragon. Placing her hand on the massive dragon's body, she explained that its fading astral energy was its actual life source. The solution was simple. Another astral dragon had to transfer its energy to replenish the loss. While Murong Sheng grew highly skeptical of this simple solution, Murong Bai worriedly explained that the clan's previous attempts to gather scattered astral energy were practically useless. Lu Fan decided to try opening his summoning space while demanding Fi Long guarantee this was the only way. Fei Long confirmed it, though she warned this treatment wouldn't fix the underlying root issue. Each energy transfer would only extend its life by 3 to 5 years, capped at 30 years max. Faced with this heavy choice, Murong Bai fell silent, knowing this merely bought time instead of providing a true resurrection. However, Murong Sheng quickly urged his father not to hesitate, pointing out that absolutely nothing in this world is truly perfect. Ultimately, clan leader Murong Bai bowed his head and placed his trust in Lu Fan. Lu Fan instantly summoned Xing Chen, ordering him to shift into his astral form and cast the 17 million world-destroying thunders to concentrate massive power into a giant stellar core. Staring at Xing Chen, Murong Bai gasped in utter disbelief, realizing this dragon was even stronger than their own ancestor. Meanwhile, Murong Sheng felt entirely convinced that their ancient family prophecy had finally been fulfilled. Instead of attacking, Lu Fan carefully guided Xing Chen to condense the energy within the sphere without letting it detonate before channeling it directly into the dying dragon. As everyone watched with bated breath, the old dragon slowly absorbed the energy and opened its eyes, visibly stunned to feel its powers returning. Murong Bai and Murong Sheng burst with immense joy, weeping as they welcomed their ancestor back from his deep slumber. Looking up at Xing Chen hovering in the sky, the old dragon deeply thanked his fellow kin for sharing such vast energy. But the moment his eyes landed on Fei Long nearby, the newly awakened dragon shrieked in absolute terror, recognizing her terrifying reputation. Murong Sheng and Murong Bai quickly stepped forward to soothe and calm their terrified ancestor. They explained that Fi Long and Lu Fan were the very saviors who rescued him, reiterating their promise to support Lu Fan with all their power. Murong Sheng was secretly shaken to realize Fei Long was a dragon king feared even by their ancestor, feeling incredibly lucky that their clan was Lu Fan's ally rather than his enemy. By then, Xing Chen and Xiao Fei had returned to their human forms, standing quietly behind Lu Fan. Smiling, he prepared to leave so the family could talk, also hoping to prevent the old dragon from fainting out of sheer terror of Fi Long. But suddenly, the starry void dragon calls them back. He asks Lu Fan and his two dragon companions to stay behind for a critical matter, leaving all three of them completely baffled. Wearing a faint smile, the starry void ancestor straight up asks for a selfish favor. He wants them to help him resurrect. Murong Bai immediately questions if this is even possible, while the more practical Murong Sheng wonders why their ancestor didn't bring this up sooner. The starry void dragon blinks and explains that to protect the Murong family he needs to keep living. But this resurrection method, it demands an insane amount of power. Yet seeing the young Lu Fan's starry void dragon and jade dragon, he knows success is absolutely possible now. Lu Fan hesitates for a second, but curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks the old dragon to explain the details. Diving deep into ancient dragon lore, the old dragon explains that the Jade Dragon's domain is a unique skill that opens a gateway to the actual dragon realm. Within a 100-meter radius, all dragon allies and bloodline creatures get a massive 50% boost to all their stats. On the flip side, enemies lose 50% of their stats and are completely blocked from teleporting or summoning to escape. This skill bridges the dragon world and the real world. Once linked, the starry void dragon can use its void shuttle ability to tear through space, creating an unrestricted teleportation portal that bypasses all barriers to enter the dragon realm. Lu Fan catches on fast, but he still has one massive doubt. If his starry void dragon has never set foot in the actual dragon world, how can it tear open a rift there? The old dragon clarifies that while it is impossible now, once it reaches the Dragon King rank, it can tear open any space imaginable. Once inside, he will offer his core essence to the mother of all, the source of all life, so she can bring him back to life. Hearing the title of the Dragon King Mother of all, Lu Fan realizes this is the exact target he needs for his quest. So, she is hidden deep within the true dragon realm. Even the Dragon Devourer, standing nearby, looks incredibly intrigued by this news. After a tense silence, Murong Sheng and Murong Bai bow deeply, begging Lu Fan to help bring their ancient ancestor back to life. In return, they promise their family will do whatever it takes and fully back the Ye family from now on. Lu Fan scratches his head, confessing he is also searching for the Dragon King. But Xing Chen is only level 64, which is way too low to tear through space to the dragon world. To solve this, the Starry Void Dragon offers a deal. He will transfer his remaining power to Xing Chen, boosting at least one of its skills to Dragon King level. Even though doing this will plunge him into a deep slumber, the old dragon nods without hesitation. Murong Sheng vows to guard the tomb and protect their ancestor until Lu Fan returns. Seeing that ultimate trust, Lu Fan smiles and prepares Xing Chen to receive the power. Xing Chen flies forward, absorbing a massive torrent of cosmic energy flowing directly from the ancient dragon. Once the transfer is complete, Xing Chen's teleportation skill undergoes an absolute mind-blowing breakthrough. Drained of all strength, the starry void dragon collapses, throwing Murong Sheng into a panic, though the ancient beast is still barely conscious. He hands Lu Fan a condensed starry void dragon stone to prove his identity to the mother of all, urging him to set off immediately. Clenching his fist, Lu Fan, along with Xiao Fei and Xing Chen, accepts the quest to resurrect the ancient dragon, tempted by an epic reward, upgrading all his skills to Dragon King level. The Dragon Devourer stands quietly in the shadows, watching their every move. Meanwhile, Lu Fan feels a flash of worry about what she might be planning against the mother of all. Once outside the tomb, and with the crowd cleared out for safety, Xiao Fei takes to the sky and unleashes a brilliant dragon realm. Right after Xing Chen activates Cosmic Warp, tearing space apart inside the domain to form a massive teleportation rift. With everything ready, Lu Fan mounts his Dark Wyvern, calling out to Murong Sheng to wait for his good news. Stepping through the rift, the trio arrives at the Dragonhead Mountains, greeted by a massive sea of crimson lightning. Staring out at the massive, endless horizon stretching before him, Lu Fan gasps in absolute wonder. This is indeed the true dragon realm, an infinite world that feels like a completely different dimension. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei and Xing Chen keep their focus locked in, completely prepared for the dangerous journey ahead. As they push deep into the Dragon Pearl Mountains, the starry void dragon's voice suddenly echoes from the guiding crystal. He confirms they have successfully entered the dragon world and the Valley of Life, where the mother of all resides, is incredibly close. Hearing this, Lu Fan suggests skipping all rest stops and camping, deciding to push straight through to their destination. But suddenly the starry void dragon's core senses a strange, unnatural fluctuation and speaks up in a hurry. Something is wrong. This region used to be teeming with countless dragons, so why is it completely empty now? In this world, even the weakest dragons are at least level 150, with each tribe ruling over its own distinct territory. The core goes on to explain that though it has been gone for ages, it clearly remembers this land as the home of 11 mighty dragon kings. The territory of the dragon kings is completely sacred, and no living creature dares to step foot inside. Hearing this, Lu Fan froze, blurting out in pure shock. 11 of them. Excitement and heavy anxiety swirled deep within his chest. He fell into deep thought. All 11 dragon kings possessed levels far exceeding 150. If he could actually tame every single one of those dragons, it would be absolutely mind-blowing. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice the ancient void dragon's core slowing down calmly, announcing that they had finally arrived. Snapping out of his thoughts, he looked ahead and saw a massive towering gate completely blocking their path. Right before his eyes was the grand entrance leading into the Valley of Life within the dragon realm. He couldn't help but marvel at its pure majesty. At that moment, the void core chimed in again, reminding him that the broodmother's lair lay directly behind this giant gate. The three stopped flying and touched down. Approaching cautiously, he stared at the sealed doors and asked, "How exactly do we get inside?" The core shot up into the air, taking action as it explained, "Let me handle this. My very essence serves as the key. Once the gate senses my presence, it will open automatically." Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the center of the core. "But after this, I won't be able to contact you anymore." With those words, the gate began to slowly creak open. The void dragon's source energy was fully unleashed, releasing a massive wave of power that activated the magic circle and paved a path forward. The core's final parting words to him were, "The rest is up to you." As the energy faded completely, the dim crystal drifted gently down into his palm. He was finally about to meet the one he had been searching for. The Life Dragon King. He waited with high hopes as the gate parted, but the scene that greeted him was absolutely nothing like what he expected. All three stood frozen, completely overwhelmed by shock. He couldn't help but ask himself, how could things end up like this? The once vibrant Valley of Life was now choked by a thick, suffocating aura of death, looking entirely corroded and decayed. With absolutely no signs of life remaining, he had no choice but to lead Xiao Fei and Xing Chen into the dead zone. Was this really the right place? This horrific scene had absolutely nothing in common with a place supposedly called life. Just then, Xiao Fei spotted something purple shifting nearby. Fei sensing the danger, Lu Fan glanced back at his companion and immediately gave an order. "Keep your eyes peeled. We are pushing deeper inside." Sure enough, a massive pile of purple slime was blocking their path forward. Within a split second, it liquefied, sprouting razor-sharp tentacles that whipped forward to attack them. Caught off guard by the sudden strike, Lu Fan reacted instantly, summoning his weapons and heavy armor to brace himself. Retreating backward, Xing Chen and Xiao Fei quickly reverted to their dragon forms. The level 3 Void Dragon activated its Void state. The level 3 Jade Dragon triggered its Eternal Life state. Lu Fan barked out a warning. "Ambush, get ready to fight." As the enemy's attack slammed down, Xiao Fei leaped in front, casting the defensive barrier Eternal Guardian. A solid shield materialized to protect everyone. The total damage this barrier could absorb scaled directly with the user's health pool and the recovery rate of their Eternal Life state. With defense covered, the offensive was left entirely up to Xing Chen. Spreading its wings wide, it raised its hands high. Starlight rained down from above, transforming into countless glowing arrows locked onto the target. Meteors pelted the area under the influence of the galactic void state, sending down endless showers of stardust. While this active skill was running, other abilities could be chain cast to cancel out its effects. Until cancelled, the meteors would keep crashing down. Not satisfied with just long-range combat, Lu Fan also unleashed his own killing intent. He roared, releasing a wave of terror that forced weaker foes to retreat. The dragon's killing intent was unleashed, dealing widespread area damage that completely ignored the target's defenses while triggering a powerful knockback effect. The attack's damage depended entirely on the stat difference between him and his opponent. The wider the gap, the more devastating the blow. Under the relentless onslaught, the slime broke apart into smaller puddles. Xing Chen and Xiao Fei quickly retreated behind him, dropping their dragon forms and returning to human shape. He raised his fist, wondering, is it finally over? But those hopes were instantly dashed as the puddles began to writhe. How was this possible? Were these things seriously still alive? His expression darkened with immense concern. Could this highly corrosive substance originate from the ancient gods, or were they simply not living creatures to begin with? Even his identification skill returned only a completely unknown status. While his guard was briefly down, the writhing sludge completely surrounded the three of them. Fei Xiaofei glanced to one side, while Xing Chen guarded the other. But Lu Fan realized something much worse. These things simply couldn't be killed. Dragging this fight out was definitely not going to work. Merging from tiny puddles, the slime rose like a massive tidal wave, rushing straight toward him. Playing it safe, Lu Fan unfurled his dark wyvern wings and shouted at the top of his lungs. Watch out, move. Since all three possessed the ability to fly, the best option was to take to the air and dodge the oncoming wave. Just as planned, Lu Fan leads the group away from the danger zone, stopping the useless fight to head deeper and investigate. However, Lu Fan still silently prepares himself for an even worse scenario. If even the Dragon King's palace is ruined like this, could the Great King actually be dead? Sputter, suddenly, Xiao Fei shrieks in alarm. Lu Fan snaps his head back, asking Xiao Fei what happened. Right behind them, that creepy thing caught up. Are these creatures actually swarming together to hunt them down? In no time, it's breathing down their necks. He warns his companions. Hold on, we need to shake this thing. Both wait for his command while the bone dragon readies its fist. As the gap closes, this is their only option. His dragon aura shifts to black sword armor for speed. Grabbing his two confused allies, he surges ahead with the Shadow Dragon King aura. By channeling the Dark Dragon King's power, he triggers the Shadow Dragon King aura, boosting speed by 300% with extra stealth. On top of that, all of his attacks will now completely ignore 55% of the target's defenses. Now, cloaked in the Shadow Stealth state, the three of them fly onward. They can enter or exit invisibility instantly without being revealed by detection scans or even taking damage. After flying for a while, Lu Fan looks back, hoping that Bizarre Monster has finally lost their trail. But to his horror, those grotesque tentacles keep surging forward right behind them with absolutely no sign of stopping. Lu Fan can barely believe his eyes as a massive wave of dread washes over him. How is this possible? Can it really keep pace with their tripled speed? Suddenly, their surroundings begin to shift. Peering down, Lu Fan anxiously wonders if this unkillable monstrosity truly has no weakness and cannot be dealt with at all. Right ahead of them, a massive wall of fire erupts, blocking their path like a blazing portal. The intense flames explode outward, swirling around them like massive violent fire tornadoes, consuming everything in their path like dry wood catching fire. The sudden sea of fire sweeps in its scorching heat, instantly threatening the three as they fly forward. Fortunately, the Shadow Stealth still holds strong. Lu Fan remains dazed, his mind racing with questions about this sudden explosive firewall. What on earth is happening? This flame feels even more devastating than the cataclysm skill unleashed by Xiao Ye. And they aren't the only ones in danger. The creepy entity pursuing them seems to sense a far more terrifying threat. It hastily retracts its tentacles and curls up tightly, but the unchecked flames sweep through, instantly incinerating everything in their path. Once their pursuer vanishes without a trace, Lu Fan deactivates the Shadow Stealth, his mind swirling with utter confusion. It's absolutely mind-blowing that those flames could easily wipe out a bizarre unidentified creature like that. The blazing aura slowly recedes, and out of the fiery portal steps another dragon, immediately correcting Lu Fan's assumption. That sludge cannot be destroyed. It can only be temporarily held back. Sensing an even greater danger, Lu Fan's pupils shrink. A colossal member of the dragon race, far larger than Xiao Ye, now stands towering right before them. Snorting fire from its nostrils, it demands answers, shocked that a mere human dared enter the dragon realm with two hatchlings. Who are you? The system immediately identifies the beast, an unidentified giant flame dragon from the dragon domain. Realizing this is a native of the dragon realm, Lu Fan quickly pulls out the Starry Sky Core, presenting it clearly. I am a Dragon Knight, and I have two critical missions to deliver directly to the Life Dragon King. One of these tasks involves the survival of a dragon from another realm entirely. This legendary item, the Starry Sky Dragon Core, is the remnant of a Starry Sky giant dragon. It carries its consciousness, serving to identify and prove the dragon's true core. Staring closely at the core, the giant flame dragon quickly pieces things together. This familiar ancient energy definitely originates from a dragon native to the Valley of Life. Tell me, are you actually a dragon tamer? It is hard to believe that such an offensive class even exists in a world far beyond our reach. Growing anxious, Lu Fan immediately presses for more information. What happened here? Where can I find the Life Dragon King? As the portal remains open, the giant flame dragon turns back. No need to rush. This place is dangerous and earthquakes are common. Follow me first. For a brief moment, Lu Fan hesitates. However, they have no other choice but to head deeper inside. Xiao Fei peeks around cautiously as they travel. But as they venture deeper into the cave, the three suddenly freeze, a wave of dread washing over them. Staring at the massive skeletons piled ahead, the giant flame dragon finally speaks up. This area is a small pocket realm created by the Mother. The translucent Valley of Life is littered with colossal skeletons. At its heart sits a steady stream, and an ancient tree resembling a giant dragon. The giant flame dragon looks back solemnly, explaining that the Valley of Life has been corrupted by those vile creatures, rendering it completely uninhabitable. This is their final sanctuary, the only shelter left after that devastating catastrophe. No more flying now, they proceed on foot. The flame giant dragon leads Lu Fan deeper inside while he eagerly presses for answers to the burning questions still lingering in his mind. This secret territory is littered with dragon corpses. What on earth happened in this place? Before he can even get an answer, another massive dragon suddenly appears, completely blocking their path. Stop right there. Are you seriously bringing a human dragon tamer near the mother tree? You have finally lost your mind. The bronze giant dragon, unidentified, a beast from the dragon domain. Nearby, another dragon, with long sweeping hair, speaks up, accusing them of direct betrayal to the mother tree by revealing the secret coordinates of this hidden world to a mere outsider. The cloud wind giant dragon, unidentified from the dragon domain. Suddenly, a two-headed dragon joins the protest, swearing to protect the mother and slaughter the intruder. The two-headed giant dragon, unidentified from the dragon domain. Standing his ground, the flame dragon confronts the trio, declaring he has never once betrayed their mother. This dragon tamer was tasked by a dragon from another world to find the mother tree. He earned my trust, and we travel together. The cloud wind dragon tilts its massive ears, listening intently to the unexpected news. A dragon from another world. Is there actually a sibling out there who still remembers us in this godforsaken place? Without hesitation, Lu Fan holds up the glowing star stone for all of them to see. The dying starry sky dragon believed that the Life Dragon King would surely have a way to grant it a second chance at life. A legendary item, the Starry Sky Dragon Source Core. This remnant contains the dying dragon's very consciousness, serving as the ultimate proof of its cosmic identity. Right at that moment, the massive tree roots begin to stir. An ancient voice echoes, cutting through the heated argument and repeating, a second life. To achieve that, a seed of life is required. The three dragons watch in sheer awe as the Starry Sky Core begins to react. It floats directly toward the roots of the mother tree. She recognizes it as one of her lost children, just like the core held by the Silver Dragon Holy Knight. From this day forward, she declares him their trusted ally. As the core is accepted, the system immediately updates. The 5-star Life Dragon King, origin of all creation. The quest. Rebirth of the Starry Sky Dragon. Quest progress is 1 of 1 for obtaining the core. Next, deliver the core to the Life Dragon King, 0 of 1, to receive the Seed of Life. Inside Lu Fan's beast space, the devouring dragon bursts into a sinister laugh, celebrating that he has finally found the legendary Life Dragon King. Lurking in the shadows, the greedy devouring dragon Demon King monitors the scene through a shared screen, hungrily plotting to rush forward and steal her supreme power for himself. But there is one person who absolutely refuses to let him do that. Lu Fan firmly asks the beast if he actually intends to break their contract. He reminds the dragon that if he dies, their shared contract means they both go down together. Since the Life Dragon King is vital to the dragon race, Lu Fan refuses to let the beast touch her. Materializing a blazing flame sword, he points the deadly tip directly at the devouring dragon. He dares the beast to strike if they both must die. Knowing the odds are against him, the devouring dragon snorts in annoyance, complaining about his ruined fun. He promises not to touch her, but warns that this guarantee only lasts as long as their contract remains active. Once those last 2 summons are gone, control will slip away. But Lu Fan fires back, instantly swearing that by then he will easily have enough power to stop the beast. At last, the internal crisis is resolved. Hearing a soft whine, Xiao Fei anxiously calls out to Lu Fan, staring intently at her master. Nearby, the flame dragon curiously asks the dragon tamer what is wrong with him. Lu Fan softly reassures them, claiming he is just exhausted and slightly distracted lately. The two-headed dragon wonders why their mother has awakened, while Lu Yun anxiously warns that her starved roots cannot sustain this crumbling territory much longer without proper rest. The Life Dragon King gently reassures them, asking to speak with her new companion in private. She requests the dragon tamer to tell her how the abyssal dragon lived his life. Lu Fan shares everything, explaining how the respected beast dedicated 100 years to a great family, never forgetting them even on his deathbed. The bronze dragon scoffs, calling it ridiculous, since humans only covet their power and never show real respect. He points to Lu Fan's young dragons as proof of enslavement, but the Life Dragon King quickly cuts him off. No. She points out the deep worry visible in those young dragons' eyes when their master was distracted. Convinced of their love, she believes his words and promises to grant him the seed of life, though it will take some time. Lu Fan remains confused with the starry sky, dragon's life hanging by a thread. What on earth are they waiting for? He wondered if it was because those unknown corrosive creatures had taken over the rift outside. Shengling fell into a deep silence at that question, prompting Huoyan to speak up instead. As you have seen, the life rift, our very territory, has been eroded to a point where survival is simply impossible. Lu Fan gasped in shock, asking if that was truly the case. Shengling slowly replied, suggesting he see it with his own eyes, and asked him to touch one of its branches. Reaching out, Lu Fan touched the outstretched trunk and was instantly pulled into a vision of the past. Could this be the memories of Shengling, the Dragon King up in the sky? That terrifying corrosive slime materialized, violently exploding and splashing onto the giant dragons flying nearby. The giant dragons roared in pure agony. Right before Shengling's eyes, its precious children were being ambushed. At that very moment, it looked up toward the sky as lightning began to crackle. One of the giant dragons was pulled high into the air, immediately targeted by the corrosive slime. Shengling's eyes flashed with a brilliant green light. Lu Fan snapped out of the vision and opened his eyes. Horrified, he muttered that it was a brutal massacre, with power resembling the ancient gods. It immediately asked if he recognized that power, wondering if those entities had also awakened outside the dragon domain. Lu Fan confirmed that was correct. They are known as ancient gods, possessing devastating power and driven to erase every living thing. Shengling revealed that if it had not been for the Crystal Dragon King protecting them, they likely would have perished long ago. Huoyan added that this secret realm is actually a massive fortress formed from the body of the Crystal Dragon King, shielding them inside and completely isolating them from the deadly life rift. He silently thought about the Crystal Dragon King. It turned out the magnificent dragon he saw in Shengling's memories had sacrificed itself to save everyone and no longer existed. Huoyan went on explaining that while Mother had no combat power, she could drive her roots deep into the ground, transforming the environment into a proper dragon sanctuary. Therefore, this secret realm relied on Mother to survive, constantly channeling life force to keep itself alive. Looking at it now, the situation outside the dragon domain was far from optimistic. Lu Yun said anxiously that they had been waiting for rescue, but the corruption kept expanding and now threatened this very realm. Song Tu added that every dragon who left to seek help has died. Not a single one returned alive. They had to retrieve the nearby corpses or the corruption would have taken over their bodies. Only then did Lu Fan understand. So that was how it was. They no longer possessed the strength to escape on their own. Qing Tong said dejectedly that the Liu dragon had faded, leaving only the four of them as the last Yi Zhen dragons. With nowhere left to draw life force from, Mother was running dry, and this secret realm was on the verge of collapsing. He realized they had absolutely no strength left to resist the corruption of the ancient gods. If he did nothing, Shengling the Dragon King would surely die here. Resting in Lu Fan's palm was the Fire Seed badge of the Dragon Country, a legendary tier accessory that boosts all of the wearer's attributes by 25%. He knew that eventually the entire dragon domain would fall to the ancient gods. Lu Fan asked if they truly accepted him as an ally. Huoyan confirmed it was true, wondering why he would suddenly ask such a thing. He continued, promising to help them escape from this deadly corruption. Shengling was startled, questioning if he wanted to take them away, and if he feared the ancient gods encroaching on the human world once they took the dragon domain. He spoke plainly. Even if you stay, you cannot hold out for much longer. This place will eventually be consumed. But if you come with me, you will actually live. Lu Fan raised his armored hand, adding that he had already slain an ancient god and his country trusted his strength. The display screen showed Divine Bone Dragon King Fallen Mountain Armor 1-star tier. The three giant dragons gasped in shock as the Dragon King's presence enveloped him. No, wait, this Dragon King's aura was incredibly bizarre, carrying the scent of dragons, yet smelling of corruption, a power both familiar and alien. He candidly explained that this was a Dragon King, merged with the source of an ancient god. Once defeated, their power became his to use. He declared that even if the dragon domain fell entirely to corruption, once the ancient god awakened, he would show no mercy. He assured them he owned an island territory where they could rest peacefully in absolute safety. Shengling finally understood, noting that since he cared so deeply for them, it was no wonder the young dragon adored him. Huoyan guessed its thoughts eagerly, asking if this meant they could finally leave together with this dragon tamer. It continued, admitting that although parting was hard, nothing remained to hold on to now that the life rift was fully corrupted. This is our last chance to survive, so we must rely on you now. With their agreement secured, Lu Fan prepared to move. He focused his mental energy, preparing to launch the Starry Sky shuttle. The status notification popped up. The Starry Sky Dragon wave shifted brilliantly as the Starry Sky shuttle tore through space, opening a portal that connected directly to their target destination. The Dimensional Rift portal would remain open for 60 seconds, completely bypassing any barriers, magic arrays, restrictions, or secret realm boundaries. Lu Fan roared out. The portal's destination is set to the domain's teleportation point. The system confirms the link to the teleportation territory. Here, the Lord can open or close the gate at any time. However, only one active territory portal can exist at once. Lu Fan urges everyone to hurry up since they only have 60 seconds. Over at Shadow Citadel on Tianfu Island, a huge feast is already waiting. Han Ke is waiting, hoping this food is enough. It is all Lu Fan's favorite. As she waits, the space suddenly trembles. Outside, the Life Dragon King breathes in the fresh air, reminiscent of her homeland, before corruption ruined it, and whispers her gratitude to her friend. The other giant dragons are amazed, noting how beautiful it is, though they must adapt to water. Lu Fan proudly welcomes them, introducing this very territory as their brand new homeland. Han Ke walks out and spots him calling his name, but her eyes widen at the giant beasts, wondering if they are his new dragon pets. Offended, the giant dragons roar in anger, calling her a lowly human and threatening to eat her for insulting them. Lu Fan quickly steps in to stop them, explaining she is his aunt family and definitely not an enemy. Han Ke is shocked they can speak, but Lu Fan warns her to be careful, explaining they are friends he rescued, not pets. Han Ke sighs with a smile, teasing Lu Fan that his guest list is getting crazier by the day. He laughs it off, but warns her that since they have never met humans, she needs to prepare herself. Qing Tong speaks up, pointing out that everything here is bursting with life, and his exhaustion from the previous battles is already fading away. The Life Dragon King agrees, realizing she can quickly absorb energy here to nurture a seed of life and reincarnate the Abyssal Dragon. Then she gets straight to the point, asking the Dragon Tamer if he brought them to this rich land for a favor. He admits his hope that they will stay and guard his territory, and she nods in understanding. She promises to protect it while she recovers, though Lu Fan knows they might not stay forever. He realizes a single astral dragon can build a century-long dynasty, so 5 legendary dragons like them would never be willing to stay here forever. But what if he shows them something special? Will handing this over change their minds? The screen displays the blood-soaked seed of the divine wyvern wood. It is a quest item from slaying the demon-devouring Dragon King, serving as proof for the abyss entrance meant for the tree's original owner. This seed is sure to please the Life Dragon King, the root of all things, completing the quest. The quest progress updates, showing the blood-soaked seed, is ready to be delivered to the shocked Life Dragon King. She gasps in shock, asking if he truly killed her. The 2 dragons behind her realize he completed their mother's hidden quest, recognizing the enemy's blood on the seed. Lu Fan explains that after the brutal 3-way dragon war, the weakened demon-devouring Dragon King fled to Dragonfall Valley, where he found and finished her off. Internally, he sighs in relief, glad he silenced his captive. He cannot let the Life Dragon King find out that the demon-devouring Dragon King is actually still alive. The system screen flashes, showing the final step completed as he hands the blood-soaked seed over to the Life Dragon King. Touched, the Life Dragon King admits she had lost all hope of anyone ever defeating her enemy. She thanks the Dragon Tamer for delivering justice for her children who perished at the Divine Wyvern Wood. He did not just save the Abyssal Dragon, but also fulfilled her deep revenge, so she asks what he desires. Hua Yan and Qing Tong eagerly agree, offering anything in their power as a well-deserved reward for lifting the heavy burden from their mother's heart. Yet Lu Fan simply requests for them to stay and live within his territory. This humble demand surprises the Life Dragon King, who calls him both incredibly interesting and remarkably clever. He smiles, reminding her that as a dragon tamer, his true calling is to walk alongside dragons. While humans usually crave a dragon's power through forced taming or direct theft, he believes that building genuine bonds as true companions is what truly grants him their ultimate strength. Moved by his words, the Dragon King admits they have no reason to refuse him now. As she takes root in the soil, the system announces the successful completion of the quest. The Life Dragon King and Root of Life Dragon join the domain. Her massive roots dig deep into the earth to anchor her. She enters a deep slumber, unable to move, while automatically absorbing life energy to replenish her massive life force reserves over time. Shengling happily announces that they should all live together in harmony from now on. As the life root starts absorbing energy, Lu Fan cannot help but celebrate silently. Without even needing a contract, he successfully wins over Shengling and the 4 great dragons. Who would have thought that the hidden quest Xiao Fei accepted back then would bring him 5 dragons at once? Lu Yun explains that after taking root, their mother will fall into a deep sleep. She will continuously absorb energy, while releasing a powerful aura of life. This life energy has many incredible effects, from healing wounds to granting experience points. Stunned, Lu Fan blinks and asks, "Did you just say experience points? Do you mean that simply staying near Shengling is enough to level up?" Qing Tong nods, confirming his suspicion. "Yes, but our mother's life force is weak right now, so a month might only grant 7 or 8 levels. Hearing this, Lu Fan falls into deep thought. That is still insanely powerful though. After all, it is basically getting free levels while doing absolutely nothing. He quickly does the math. Ordinary people can just chill on the beach, soak in the hot springs, and watch the waves while leveling up effortlessly. A perk like this is truly something that countless people could only dream of having. Shuang Tu chimes in, explaining that while it is slow for class holders, it is much faster for the wild beasts on the island. Since they are already above level 90, their mother can easily help them reach level 100. Even the wild beasts can level up at such a crazy speed. Right then, he suddenly hears Lu Yun's voice echoing from the direction of the hot springs. "Hey, I found out this spring water is not simple. It actually boosts my stats." Lu Fan's face immediately darkens as he yells, "What on earth are you doing? Get out of there right now. Aren't you supposed to hate getting wet? You almost boiled my entire hot spring away." Lu Yun huffs in annoyance, calling him petty since they are supposed to be partners. Right after that, a strange movement occurs on Shengling behind them. He notices a fruit growing on her branch, which is the seed of life needed to save the Star Dragon. The seed of life, in its first stage, is of legendary quality. It is a consumable item formed from the Dragon King's life essence that can grant a complete rebirth when used. Lu Fan immediately flies closer to the glowing life fruit. The Dragon King said it would take time, so it turns out she had to absorb energy first to bear fruit. Seeing this, Qing Tong quickly stops him. "Dragon Tamer, wait a moment. Our mother trusts you, and so do we, but regarding the seed of life, we must set some ground rules on her behalf first." Lu Fan pauses and asks, "What do you mean by setting rules?" Lu Yun explains that the seed of life is their mother's own flesh and blood, producing only 1 per year. The freshly grown first-stage seed can grant rebirth, allowing a soul to live a second life. He is thoroughly astonished and asks, "You mean there is a second stage as well?" Huo Yan chimes in to explain. "Exactly. If the seed of life continues to grow into its second stage, it can hatch new brothers and sisters, allowing them to break out of their shells. Only now does he realize, so you guys were all born from these seeds." Lu Yun reveals the sad truth. Before the dragon domain was corrupted, their mother had 237 children, but now only the 4 of them remain. The corruption stopped her from absorbing energy, preventing any new dragons from hatching. It suddenly clicks for him. This seed of life is basically a dragon egg born from the sacred Dragon King. It is absolutely unbelievable that his own territory can produce a new dragon egg every single year. At this rate, won't he end up commanding an entire army of giant dragons one day? Qing Tong makes a request. "We won't stop you from harvesting the seed of life, but you must leave one every 10 years to let a new dragon hatch." He immediately agrees, promising to protect their future. He wants the dragon clan to thrive too, so unless it is an absolute emergency, he will not harvest them. Qing Tong smiles warmly, telling him he can take this fruit to feed the waiting Rift Dragon. The life fruit falls into Lu Fan's hands. Right on cue, a system notification announces that he has obtained the seed of life. With the first stage seed of life safely in his possession, his grand quest to rescue the legendary Star Dragon is finally ready to be completed. Lu Yun urgently urges him on. You better hurry up. Since Mother's life force is so weak, this seed will wither away in less than 3 days. Meanwhile, Huo Yan steps into the spring and calls out saying the water is amazing and everyone should taste it. Lu Fan snaps in frustration. Why on earth did you drink it? Go drink from the ocean, instead stay away from my hot springs. Suddenly a loud, sinister laugh echoes from behind them. The voice asks Lu Fan if he still remembers him. He stole Sakura Nation's dragons and slaughtered Yamada no Orochi, never expecting this day right. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will track you down. Frowning, Lu Fan turns around to face this uninvited guest. It is Yin Mazi, a level 119 master and the 4th disciple of Tianyan Palace. He sneers that with his master and 4 great branch lords backing him up, Lu Fan is dead meat. What is wrong? Scared, as the giant dragons simultaneously glare at the intruder, Yin Mazi arrogantly assumes that Lu Fan is simply too terrified to respond. Lu Fan scoffed in boredom, mocking that his projection skill was completely useless since it only sent audio without any video. Yin Mazi snapped back. Voice is more than enough. I have absolutely no desire to look at your disgusting face anyway. Lu Fan coolly reminded him. So, you came for revenge. If not, stop wasting my precious time with your pointless chatter. Falling right into the trap, Yin Mazi barked, still as arrogant as ever. Fine, let us get straight to the point. You killed Godslayer and stole my dragon. Now my master Yin Tianzi and his 4 great lords are coming to settle the score. We will hunt you down in 3 days. Do not run if you actually have the guts. Of course you can't hide from us anyway. Lu Fan shrugged it off, completely unimpressed, asking if that was really all. You got lucky running away last time. This time, bring your master and those fancy lords. Let them all come at me. Yin Mazi screamed out threats, bragging that his master and the 4 lords were all tier 5 experts. Surrender your dragon pet if you want to live. Lu Fan clenched his fist. Not a chance. Yin Mazi warned him. He had only 3 days to prepare for his doom. Entirely unfazed, Lu Fan calmly replied, I will be waiting. Over in Yinghua Nation inside the Heavenly Yin Palace, Yin Mazi lost his mind with rage. How dare he hang up on me like that? Lu Fan, I will tear you to pieces. Suddenly, Yin Tianzi stepped forward, snapping, enough, you absolute disgrace. Yin Mazi immediately bowed in terror. Master Yin Tianzi sneered coldly, remarking that when youngsters gain power beyond their limits, they inevitably grow arrogant and stupid. I have seen many fools like him. Once our tier 5 squad stands before his face, he will quickly learn some humility. Yin Mazi eagerly agreed, licking his boots. Exactly. Once master and those 4 tier 5 lords show up on his island, that dragon pet will finally belong to you. Yin Tianzi snorted, warning his disciple to watch his manners in front of the lords. Taking the 4 great lords along was actually a strategic move to scout out the situation in Taiki Nation. If the powerful 2 family backing them failed to react in time, they would conquer Taichi Nation in one fell swoop. Taking revenge for him was just a minor side quest. What everyone truly cares about is how we divide that divine dragon pet in the end. Do not ever think you are important enough to boss around our palace and lords. Yin Mazi quickly nodded. I understand completely, master. Before departing, his teacher warned him that this operation was top secret, and even their own sovereign remained completely in the dark. Keep your mouth shut. As Yin Mazi watched his master leave, a sinister, greedy smile crept across his face. He calculated silently, knowing his master held far more authority than the king. This time we will kill Lu Fan, steal his dragons, and conquer the entire Taiki Nation to expand our territory. Simply genius. Back with Lu Fan, the dragons, Twin Head and Flame, were discussing the situation. Sounds like an idiot. Let us rip him apart. Did you say kill? I miss the taste of human flesh. Since your enemies are coming, we can lend you a hand. Flame called out to him. Dragon Tamer, take this token. We are partners now, and we will answer your call whenever you need us. A notification flashed. Flame Dragon Scale. A legendary tier item representing the ultimate trust of the Flame Dragon. The bearer of this scale is recognized as an ally of the winged root dragons. The Flame Dragon will grant assistance to whoever holds this token. Lu Fan blinked in complete surprise, asking, summon you when needed. Wait, are you guys still planning on leaving this place? Next up, the legendary Flowing Cloud Dragon Scale, another proof of trust. Anyone holding this token is officially recognized as an eternal companion of the mighty winged root dragons. This dragon would descend to offer assistance to the bearer during times of extreme danger. The dragon replied that they must search for other lost dragons scattered across the world, gathering forces to fight against the corruption invading the dragon domain. Bronze chimed in, explaining that they could not hide on this island forever. However, the moment he called, they would instantly teleport straight to his side to fight. Lu Fan then received the bronze dragon scale as well. This legendary item serves as undeniable proof of the bronze dragon's trust, granting the holder the status of a trusted ally to the winged root dragons. The bronze dragon will come to their aid when summoned. Twinhead also pulled out his own scale saying, "Take mine too. We will back you up in 3 days. Whether we win or lose, I am definitely eating those fools." The legendary twin-headed dragon scale, yet another profound symbol of trust granted by the twin-headed beast. Its holder gains the status of a partner to the winged root dragon, summoning the fearsome twin-headed beast to their aid whenever required. Accepting the tokens, Lu Fan smiled. "All right, then I will gladly accept your kind offer." Immediately, a barrage of system alerts began to flash. System notifications flooded in. You have obtained the Flame Dragon Scale, the Bronze Dragon Scale, the Flowing Cloud Dragon Scale, and the Twin-Headed Dragon Scale. Lu Fan was thrilled. These legendary items meant he could now summon 4 massive dragons. While they were not as powerful as the demon-devouring Dragon King, at least he never had to worry about them turning their backs on him. Those death messages are definitely interesting, but first he needs to return to the West region to finish the Starry Dragon's quest. The next morning at the Yi Mansion in the West region, Wu Xian is absolutely thrilled to hear the news. That is seriously impressive. He originally went to help the Murong family, but now he has the Dragon Mother and 4 giant dragons. His territory is literally turning into a dragon breeding base. He humbly replies that it is not that exaggerated, as those seeds of life take forever to hatch into dragons. By the way, during his absence, did the Ning and Luo families come looking for trouble? She almost forgot to mention the Ning family. Apparently after the Shenshu ruins, Ning Shuang kept coming by constantly looking for him. Lu Fan groans in annoyance, calling her a total stalker. But what about the Murong family? They could not have ignored her, right? Wu Xian explains they cannot really blame the Murong family for not stepping in. It is mainly because Ning Shuang always comes alone just to find him. When she cannot, she leaves. It does not look like revenge at all. She didn't even tell Murong Shang. Suddenly, a voice echoes from outside, demanding that Lu Fan come out and face her. Wu Xian sighs, noting that speaking of the devil Ning Shuang has indeed showed up yet again. Standing outside, she yells that she knows he is back, demanding he face her, or she will never leave. He steps outside, stunned to see Ning Shuang, dressed up so glamorously. She tells him not to play dumb, glad he finally came out. Lu Fan is left speechless. Dressing like that for revenge, anyone would think she was showing up to marry him. She instantly confirms it, declaring she is indeed there to marry him. Hearing that, he snaps, asking if she is crazy or just a scammer. Ning Shuang blames him entirely, crying that because of him, she lost the trust of both families, so he must take responsibility. Wu Xian chimes in, noting that while forced marriages happen, using a death threat right at their doorstep is a first. He quickly clarifies that he did nothing wrong, while Ning Shuang secretly hides something behind her back. Not related, he ruined everything and now he acts like nothing happened. She threatens him to either take responsibility or just kill her. Wu Xian sighs, feeling foolish for thinking he was working hard. Lu Fan groans, insisting there is absolutely nothing between them. Ning Shuang stubbornly continues to threaten him. If she dies here, how will the Ye family explain it to her clan? He coldly tells her to get lost and die elsewhere. Wu Xian remains highly skeptical. Since the proud Ning heiress threw away her dignity for him, how could she possibly believe his denial? He decides to temporarily escape the situation, knowing he cannot explain everything clearly right now. Things are getting messy, and with the Murong family's quest still waiting, he must prioritize actual business first. She indifferently replies whatever. Lu Fan steps past Ning Shuang, spreading his wings to fly away, silently groaning over what a crazy mess this is. He figures she needs to calm down first, but Ning Shuang immediately flies right after him, shouting that he cannot escape. He soon arrives at the Murong mansion in the Chifang Mountains. Murong Bai comes out to greet him, relieved that he has finally returned. He asks if everything went well in the Dragon Realm. After he briefly confirms everything is settled, Murong Bai quickly ushers him inside to meet the waiting ancestor. This is a restricted area of the Murong family, yet standing right outside is none other than Ning Shuang. She shamelessly claims she is Lu Fan's wife, traveling here with him. The hero who fought bravely in the ruins is now totally helpless, insisting she is definitely not his wife. Bai immediately orders the gates closed, making her scream in pure fury. She yells that he can keep dreaming, leaving him to merely facepalm and sigh in defeat. Lu Fan enters the sacred grounds to stand before Xing Kong. Sheng respectfully announces his safe return with the required item. He presents the glowing orb, asking if this is indeed the seed of life that was requested. Xing Kong is shocked, sensing the incredibly weak life force, wondering if something happened to his mother. Lu Fan solemnly explains that the rift of life no longer exists, leaving Bai completely devastated by the news. Even Sheng stands frozen, while Xing Kong gasps in shock, asking what he just said. When he arrived, the rift was already a dead zone. Only the Life Dragon King and 4 survivors were trapped. Outside, the realm immortal monsters regenerated endlessly, while the giant dragons who fought and died were left rotting away. The source of all this destruction might be the awakening of some ancient god. Xing Kong fell silent after hearing the story, swearing that this ancient god would pay for their blood debt in blood. At the Murong mansion in the Western Territory, Bai and Sheng anxiously asked if that seed could truly grant him a second life. Xing Kong replied that although his vital energy was gone, it was enough to trigger a rebirth, though he would only recover 80% of his stats, needing 10 years of self-healing for the rest. Bai sighed in relief, believing that as long as a second life was guaranteed, nothing else really mattered. Swallowing the life fruit, a massive surge of pure energy immediately flooded through Xing Kong and blinding light erupted from his giant body as his power was completely remade. Judging by his current appearance, Xing Kong looked much better than before. Approaching, he said, "Dragon Tamer, go ahead and summon your starry sky dragon out right now." Lu Fan opened the summon portal following the dragon's instructions. Xing Kong stepped up behind him and offered a special reward. This was their agreed reward. The system screen displayed the astral form boosting power by 500 to 1000%, with the Shattered Star avatar lasting 60 seconds. Shattered Star generates a single star, and crushing it unleashes devastating area of effect damage. Its devastating force depends on 13 million world-destroying stars. Gathering 39 million celestial stars summons a stellar core where planets continuously split, upgrading the power until the starry sky dragon detonates it for world-ending damage. Starting with 39 million planets, Lu Fan was completely blown away, realizing this was truly worthy of a legendary Dragon King tier skill. A system notification popped up confirming the Starry Sky Giant Dragon's quest was complete. The reward granted his dragon pet the raw strength of the giant dragon, upgrading every single one of its skills directly to Dragon King level effects. Sheng silently observed this incredible scene unfolding right in front of him. Xing Kong spoke up again, asking his savior for one final favor. He wished to travel to Lu Fan's territory to pay respects to his mother, the Dragon King Shangling. Surprised, our main character asked if he really planned to leave. Lu Fan decided to share the urgent news about Sakura Nation's planned attack on Tianfu Island in 3 days with the giant dragon and the Murong family. Though the Murong family offered their assistance, he politely declined, knowing it was best not to drag too many people into this upcoming war. Before departing, he promised them that he would safely return the Starry Sky Giant Dragon right after meeting the Dragon King Shengling. With everything settled, he began studying the mysterious adventurer's journal recovered from the Shengshu ruins, while patiently waiting for his enemies to walk right to his doorstep. Back at the Shadow City resting area on Tianfu Island, Xiao Man came rushing in with urgent news. Calling out to Lu Fan, she screamed about some breaking news, prompting him to check his phone immediately. The 4 great guilds of Sakura Nation had mobilized, led by peak 5th Awakening Masters whose strength rivaled the Dragon Nation's best. It was clear they were targeting the Dragon Tamer of Dragon Nation. Analyzing the massive lineup, Lu Fan figured they weren't just targeting him. They wanted to intimidate neighboring countries, aiming for an easy victory to completely take over the Tai Chi Nation. But since they decided to come after him, he would make sure to give them an unforgettable lesson. Night fell over Sector 3 of the Black Sand Sea. A day later, a massive battleship floated silently on the dark waters. On board was Tian Gangshen, a level 120 Xuanwu Guild Guardian, alongside the powerful Lei Che Zhenyi, a level 120 Thunder Grand Archmage from the Underworld Guild. Feng Jian Ganja, a level 120 Shadow Moon Ranger of the Longyu Guild, and Lu Sheng Zongyan, a level 120 Sword Saint. Leading them was Yin Tianzi, a level 130 Onmyuji, along with his disciple, a level 119 Onmyuji, named Yin Mazi. Pointing into the distance, Yin Mazi informed his master that Yamata no Orochi's resentment path ended right ahead, where Lu Fan was likely waiting. Yin Tianzi smugly thought that with the trail ending, the dragon tamer had no escape, and the giant dragon would finally be his. Meanwhile, their movements were already being captured live on screen. Smirking, Lu Fan noted that his special guests had finally arrived. System info displayed Level 2 Tianfu Island territory, measuring 43,800 square kilometers, located in Sector 3 of the Black Sand Sea. Defense status: thunderstorm clouds activated, toxic mist disabled, and automatic celestial lightning strike mode turned on. As a massive sigil materialized in the dark sky, violent lightning strikes repeatedly hammered down on the enemy's ship. Men panicked, screaming to lock down the ship hatches as the sea grew incredibly wild. Orders echoed across the radio to activate the battleship shields at maximum power capacity, repeating absolute maximum power. Xiaoman sighed in disappointment, asking if they actually managed to block it, but he smirked, telling her not to worry since this was just the appetizer. Despite the storm, Yin Tianzi's force finally made landfall. Yin Mazi reported 40 casualties from the lightning strikes, mostly below the third transition, assuring him that their core combat forces remained entirely unharmed. Coldly, he remarked that anyone who could claim such a treacherous land must possess at least some level of talent. Ordering his men to march forward, he had no idea Lu Fan was already orchestrating their doom on his screen. Tianfu Island, a Level 2 territory stretching over 43,800 square kilometers. Nestled in Sector 3 of the Heisha Sea, its storm defense system is currently active, while the deadly toxic fog continuously sweeps across the area. The Sky Thunder barrier triggers automatically. Lightning strikes violently from the dark clouds above, dragging down a thick, ominous black mist. One soldier warns that this fog is highly unusual, suggesting they play it safe first. Yin Tianzi casually tells them to test the waters and show off their skills. After all, the more extraordinary this place is, the higher its value when it finally belongs to him. Suddenly, his soldiers collapse one by one, vomiting uncontrollably. As the men cry out that the toxic mist is draining their life force, Yin Tianzi sneers and casts his purification healing spell. Calling them useless weaklings, he activates life resonance. The system screen reveals this skill centers directly on the caster. It immediately unleashes 3 expanding healing waves within an 8-meter radius. Each healing ripple restores 15% of an ally's max health on contact, while also granting them a continuous natural healing buff to recover over time. Right then, an unseen force slices a soldier's throat. The group panics, screaming that they are under attack but cannot see the enemy anywhere. Another soldier mutters that this is certainly one incredibly interesting welcoming ceremony. They are just waiting for us to panic, right? The system shows the secret skill. Hazy Moon weaves the caster's mental strength into an invisible sensory net, covering a spherical area with a 500-meter radius. Inside this sensory net, every living being, energy source, and trap is marked with distinct colored dots. This instantly feeds critical data like distance, power, movement paths, and real-time stats directly into the caster's mind. The soldier quickly realizes that the mist eating away at their energy is artificial and definitely not a natural phenomenon. Suddenly, a level 80 shadow swordsman emerges from the pitch-black darkness. Yin Tianzi swiftly casts an illumination spell to dispel it while his system displays his bone ring. With Yellow Spring's guide, if any hostility, target lock, or space distortion occurs within 3 meters of the wearer, the bone ring automatically triggers without needing visual confirmation, instantly pinpointing the attacker's true location as an underworld ice arrow condenses at his fingertip. This ice arrow automatically tracks and pierces through space, bypassing all mid-tier stealth illusions and teleportation skills. One soldier blows away the thick black mist, shouting for the dragon tamer to stop hiding behind cheap tricks and face them. The illumination spell generates an intense blinding burst of light, which instantly dispels and suppresses all mid-tier and lower illusion stealth or concealment effects in the area. Lu Fan remains completely unfazed, telling his targets they are about to witness one incredibly special show. On Shadow Island, right outside the ruined city walls, a furious warrior unleashes his ultimate move, roaring for the coward to stop hiding and get out there. Eye of Thunder triggers. This skill summons a lightning eye in a designated zone for 3 seconds, constantly discharging electric pulses that shock hidden shadow creatures, inflicting continuous damage and forcing them to reveal themselves. One after another, the invaders unleash their powerful abilities. Single point draw. Drawing the blade at extreme speed for a horizontal slash, this attack completely ignores physical defense for all targets within a cone area. With Earth Shatter, he slams his heavy greatsword into the ground, unleashing a forward shockwave that damages and temporarily knocks back any enemies in its path. Heart-piercing shadow arrow unleashes a projectile infused with dark shadow energy, dealing massive physical damage to a single target, along with bonus damage specifically against shadow creatures. One arrogant soldier sneers, asking if they love playing hide-and-seek. Too bad he always knows exactly where the ghosts are hiding, as the squad tightly circles to protect Yin Tianzi. Lu Fan calmly watches everything on his screen, noting a mage casting the illumination spell, which produces a blinding burst of light. It successfully dispels and suppresses all mid-tier and lower illusion, stealth, and camouflage effects within the area. Centered on the caster, the spell releases 3 expanding healing ripples across an 8-meter radius. Each healing ripple restores 15% of an ally's max health on contact, while also granting them a continuous natural healing buff to recover over time. Yin Tianzi shouts that they cannot linger here, ordering the entire army to push toward the ancient city for a swift victory. Looking at his visibly exhausted soldiers, the entire army finally catches sight of the massive fortress towering in the distance. Yin Tianzi sneers, muttering that hiding well won't change the fact that their target is just a fish in a bowl. Lu Fan has been waiting for this prey for ages. They arrived even slower than expected. Welcome to his personal hunting ground. From deep underground, giant hands slowly rise as an entire army of death shadows lines up to cover the battlefield. System notifications flood the screen, revealing a terrifying army level 95 Shadow Dirge Singers, level 90 Shadow Burrowers, and level 85 Shadow Soul Snatchers waiting for command. The soldiers are instantly ambushed, dropping one by one, as a sudden shockwave of sound waves inflicts agonizing pain on them. He is fully prepared to drag every single one of those insects out and crush them to dust. Qing Yu immediately activates the Heavenly Thunder domain. The status window flashes, and inside the Heavenly Lightning domain, a 100-meter spherical airspace is instantly woven into a 3-dimensional spatial web of highly concentrated electricity. This skill deals lightning magic damage equal to 200% per second to all flying units, spiritual entities, and shadow creatures caught within its massive range. The level 95 Shadow Dragon Generals finally appear, prompting Qing Yi to unleash a barrage of fierce lightning directly at them. Just cheap tricks, Lu Fan mutters with amusement. A 5th transition expert is personally clearing weak mobs, meaning the Sakura Nation played their ultimate trump card way too early. Sliding his fingertips across the control screen, he locks onto his targets, arranging the magic crystal cannons in perfect firing order. The magic crystal cannons are fully charged at 100%. They fire in rapid succession, blowing the enemy troops to pieces and scattering them across the sky. Comparing the power, Yin Tianzi realizes this devastating force is easily on par with epic grade. Qing Yi is utterly shocked, wondering how Lu Fan managed to acquire military-grade gear from the Snow Nation. He hurls a massive lightning orb, but the sudden overload forces Qing Yi to cough up blood, while the dragon generals remain completely unharmed. Helpless, he can only watch as a blazing fireball flies right at him. Yin Tianzi barks out orders to activate the Fearless Shield and pull back their formation. A notification pops up, stating the Fearless Shield is fully unleashed. Using the Divine Great Shield as its core, the Fearless Shield expands into a massive hemispherical barrier, stretching 50 meters in radius. As long as this domain is active, every single ally within its range will share one absolute impenetrable shield. This unique shield comes with an independent durability of 10,000. While the shield stands, any damage directed at allies is automatically redirected to the shield. Its durability is currently at 10,000 out of 10,000, quickly dropping to 8,800, 21 out of 10,000. Pressing a control button, he triggers the level 2 Sky Lightning Burst of the Heavenly Fortune Island territory. Covering 43,800 square kilometers, located in Sector 3 of the Black Snake Sea. Tempest Thundercloud Defense is active, Toxic Fog is on, and the Sky Lightning Burst triggers. The Fearless Shield's durability plummets to 635 out of 10,000. Hold the shield and block for me, he yells, as fireballs relentlessly bombard the sphere. System alerts, constantly updating. Shield durability drops to 4,135, then plunges further to 2,135, before hitting 0 out of 10,000. With their defense shattered, everyone trapped inside is ruthlessly and utterly burned alive by raging flames and lightning. Terrified, the shield user desperately turns and runs. Realizing he cannot hold out, he must retreat to the flagship and initiate a teleportation. But as lightning strikes him, he cries out in utter despair, "Master, your disciple has failed you." Soon, only charred white bones remain on the ground. Yin Mazi mutters, "They are all dead." Master, everyone from the four great liaos is gone. Another chimed in, realizing they had all just been actors playing in his script. Impressive tactics, and from a mere level 70 Dragon Knight no less. Yin Tianzi is deeply shocked, realizing these treacherous schemes have buried centuries of their Sakura nation's legacy. This brutal blood feud must be repaid with blood. He declares full offensive press forward immediately. We must secure this victory. Pulling out a puppet covered in talismans, Yin Tianzi activates the underworld god-slaying substitute to escape the devastating lightning zone. When taking fatal damage facing a life-threatening crisis, or when an incoming attack is locked and completely unavoidable, the underworld substitute will automatically trigger, consuming a massive amount of yin energy and a fraction of the caster's life force. It creates an underworld puppet directly linked to their life essence. This puppet will then forcibly absorb all damage from a single attack. The night parade of 100 ghosts instantly dissolves the body and yin energy, splitting into 12 separate clones that contain 20% of the caster's life force. Each clone carries a residual yin energy afterimage, while scattering rapidly in different directions. Infinite Shield Prison transitions directly into the Clear Sword Heart state. In this state, the caster's perception and reaction speed soar by 500%, allowing them to foresee and easily dodge incoming attacks before they even land. In under a second, Shadow Moon Ghost Path fires a custom shadow arrow capable of altering its trajectory mid-flight. This arrow is not meant for direct attacks, instead exploding at a specific coordinate to create a shadow singularity zone lasting 2 seconds. Inside this zone, a massive gravitational pull completely deflects any passing energy attacks. Staring intently toward the distant castle, Jun Feng realizes that is the exact cannon. It blew my second brother to pieces, Dragon Knight. I will rip out your soul and refine your spirit to avenge the fallen heroes of our Sakura nation. As the waves of healing energy wash over him, Yin Tianzi is stunned, noticing his wounds are closing up and even his shadow-corroded meridians are rapidly recovering. He adds, "This is unbelievable. It is not just standard healing magic, but rather a direct blessing from the source of life itself." Right over there, some mysterious creature is channeling the core source of that healing light. Qin Yi thinks to himself, if he can seize this divine object and claim its power, there would absolutely be no reason to ever submit to anyone else. What does Yin Tianzi even amount to compared to this power? Lu Fan watches closely, noting the greedy gaze of these invaders shines brighter than his own magic cannons. Driven by absolute greed, Yin Tianzi declares that both this divine tree and the entire island must belong to him. He sneered at those self-righteous hunters who foolishly believed that rare and precious treasures were theirs for the taking. Then he personally crushed their foolish dreams to pieces. Now this is where the real show begins. As his hands formed, the seals a surge of power erupted and system notifications popped up everywhere. God-slaying summoning art Oni God consumes a massive amount of yin energy and a 100-year-old skeleton. The consumed items summon the Oni God to the battlefield. Using the bones as its body, it unleashes a domain-suppressing pressure across the entire field. God-slaying summoning art Guhuo's broken feather. It consumes medium yin energy and crimson bones to summon the Guhuo bird to the battlefield, using her umbrella like a sharp blade to launch wind-swift slashes. God-slaying summoning art Tengu's wind boundary. Consuming medium yin energy and a single black Tengu feather to summon the great U Tengu to the battlefield. Using wild gales as wings, it dominates the skies and tears the enemy formation apart. Yin Mazi reports, "Master, something is wrong." He seems way too calm. He is either bluffing to scare us off, or he actually has some insane trump card up his sleeve. Qin Yi sneers, "Today we must reclaim the honor of our Liu Sheng clan." Jun Feng draws his bow. What a fine stage. Being buried here is almost too honorable for him. Lu Fan mocks. Over 1,000 men reduced to just 4, yet you still talk big. Yin Tianzi roars his command. Attack. Immediately they all charge straight at Lu Fan with everything they have. From the heavens, a sudden wave of fire pours down as Qing Tong swoops in, snatching the guy with his massive claws. Yin Tianzi panics in absolute shock. I have never seen such a colossal dragon. Qin Yi freezes in disbelief. No way. Jun Feng feels terror gripping his soul under this immense pressure. Yin Mazi gasps, "Master, its level. It seems even higher than yours." The distant ground explodes and shatters into pieces. Qing Tong grabs an enemy by the neck, lifting him high and unleashing an earth-shaking roar. His massive claws tighten, crushing the helpless foe in his grip. Qing Tong calls out, "Come on out, Huo Yan. This spicy snack is delicious." Qin Chu watches in utter bewilderment. So giant dragons actually like this kind of spicy food. Han Ke asks anxiously, is Lu Fan going to be okay? A fiery vortex tears open in midair, and Huo Yan steps through grumbling. You actually call this garbage food? Roasting it at high heat might bring out some real flavor. I'm just worried this weakling can't handle my ultimate extreme flames. Yin Mazi turns to flee panicking. This is bad. Where did this massive dragon even come from? Huo Yan casts a cold glare right at him. He whips his massive tail straight at Yin Mazi. Amidst the raging sea of fire, the man's agonizing screams echo endlessly. Seeing this, Yin Tianzi is completely terrified. The moment Huo Yan turns his head to look, Yin Tianzi is already scrambling to escape. From behind, Lu Fan shouts, "Hey guys, they are escaping." Qing Tong reassures him, "Don't worry. Once Lu Yun spreads his wings, absolutely no one gets away." With every single flap of his wings, violent tornadoes whip up, sweeping the entire group of runners straight into the sky. One of them roars in pure anger. "Curse you, Lu!" Yun snaps. "You two useless fools. You couldn't even keep an eye on these mere ants." Huo Yan mutters, "We just found some tasty snacks, so." Li Yun snaps back, "Get the heck away from me." Qing Tong tries to explain eating is not for pure entertainment, you know. It's a necessary activity to sustain life. Shuang Tu has already joined this grand feast, eating with a surprisingly polite and elegant manner. Looks like they find us annoying, and don't plan on leaving even a single scrap. I told you two to clean up, yet here you are sneaking bites behind my back. Lu Fan flies over to them. They arrived just in time. These guys weren't really major threats anyway. Lu Yun awaits orders. "How should we deal with them, master?" He replies, "Our defensive check is complete. Absolutely nothing about this island can be leaked to the outside world." Hearing this, Shuang Tu immediately catches on and takes action. Understood. Trapped inside the howling tornado, Yin Tianzi begs, "Wait, mercy, spare my life. I can serve you. I only came here to help that foolish disciple of mine. Since he is already dead, there is no need to drag me down too." Lu Fan asks with interest, "And what exactly can you offer in exchange for your life?" The old man pulls down his hood, begging, "Just let me go. I can introduce you to the high society of the Sakura Kingdom. What do you think? Alive, I can help you secure all the resources of the Sakura Kingdom, effectively controlling this entire nation. I swear my absolute loyalty to you. You will be the true ruler behind the scenes of the Sakura Kingdom." His two disciples gasp, "Master, is this truly your so-called resolve? As the lord of the Tianyin Palace, you actually wag your tail for the enemy and sell out our nation. This is truly a spectacle. We always knew you were ruthless, but to think you would throw away your last shred of samurai spirit, no, even the most basic human dignity, so completely like this." He barks, "Shut up. What do you know? Only by staying alive is there a future. Once you are dead, nothing else matters. Qin Yi Junfeng, can your so-called honor and dignity block the devastating breath of a giant dragon?" Qin Yi spits back. "To be associated with a despicable coward like you is the ultimate shame of my entire life." As Liu Sheng Zongyin, Junfeng sneered, "Lord Yin Tianzi, with a pathetic appearance like yours, even trying to act as a loyal dog would be an absolute eyesore." Furious, he roared, "You stubborn fools, I sacrificed everything to stand at the absolute peak of the Sakura nation, not afraid of death, then die already." Lu Fan thought to himself, so this is what a fifth-rank transformation looks like. Could it be that power closer to the gods is inherently more dangerous? Yin Tianzi pleaded desperately, "Noble lord, you heard them. They are stubborn fools, but I am different. I only want to survive. Please spare my life. The entire Sakura nation is just a stepping stone for you. You are the true undisputed ruler here." Lu Fan replied, "You actually make a fair point." Instantly, a glimmer of hope flared up in the traitor's desperate heart. Lu Fan then reminded him, "But do you know what I hate the most?" Yin Tianzi stammered nervously. "What is it?" Lu Fan answered coldly, "You remind me of an old acquaintance, Chen Tianzi." Yin Tianzi wept, begging, "I was wrong before. Please spare my life. I beg you." He was a true traitor who sold out his dignity to serve foreigners for self-interest. "Let the giant dragon send them on their way." Qin Yi said proudly, "A loss is a loss. At the very least, I gave this battle absolutely everything I had." Junfeng added, "We are just the vanguard. The future generation of Sakura Nation will eventually capture the giant dragon." Meanwhile, Yin Tianzi panicked wildly, crying, "No, I do not want to die." The twin-headed dragon unleashed ice-fire purgatory. Its two dragon heads gathered absolute zero cold and scorching elemental heat. Launching a devastating combined strike on the target area, a savage storm of frost and flame began to slaughter everything inside. During that time, every enemy unit suffered continuous mixed damage as their bodies were completely engulfed. And honestly, you and I can see the twin-headed dragon single-handedly wiping out the entire battlefield. Ahead of them lay a split landscape, half frozen ice, half raging fire. Lu Fan pondered silently. Last time Sword Saint Han used a fake death skill to escape. Would they do it again? He asked. Are they truly dead this time? Is it possible they still have some secret trick to resurrect? The twin-headed dragon replied confidently. Our strength is equivalent to a human 6th-rank professional. If they had used any resurrection skills, they could never have escaped our sensory perception. No more talk then. Crush them, burn them, and make sure not even a single speck of their ashes remains. Hearing this, Lu Fan finally felt at ease. That is good then. Just then, Han Ke and the others rushed over, shouting, Xiao Fan, are you all right? Are you hurt? The commotion earlier was massive. Lu Fan reassured them, I am fine. The trouble has already been completely taken care of. Looking at the absolute destruction ahead, Jian Ying noted that the battle was indeed over. Lu Fan then smiled and asked, since you are here, could you help sweep the battlefield? There should be plenty of loot. Xiaoman began collecting the loot, gasping. Are there really this many good things here? Lu Fan cast his gaze out toward the sea, where 12 warships remained. He secretly calculated that if he could upgrade them into Andrea's Sea Emperor-class magic battleships to form a fleet, it would be incredible. Unfortunately, both the Yi and Murong families were stationed in the mountainous western border, meaning they had absolutely no use for these warships. Besides, Morozo would only be able to modify one ship for him. Keeping the rest would just bring unnecessary trouble. Lu Fan pulled out his phone, deciding it was best to contact a certain someone. He already had the perfect recipient in mind to receive a massive gift. Inside the far north barracks, Tu Jing slammed his desk in sheer shock, shouting, What? You wiped out the entire Sakura Nation strike force and seized 12 of their battleships. Lu Fan confirmed, Exactly. I will transfer 11 battleships to you and keep the remaining one to upgrade myself. How does that sound? Tu Jing replied excitedly. Excellent. Outstanding. I will send a team to Longdu Academy tomorrow to handle the transfer. The following day, you and I watch as a massive spatial portal tiers open in the sky above Longdu Academy, drawing the eyes of everyone below. Descending from the portal was a squad of soldiers riding flying beasts. Leading them was Zheng Gong, the enigmatic Golden Wing commander of the Lion Legion. As he and his subordinates landed on the ground, Lu Fan stepped forward to welcome them. Did Senior Tu Jing send you here? I have been waiting for quite some time. The flying beasts finally touched down at the academy. Dismounting his beast, Zheng Gong greeted him. Hello, Lu Fan. I am Zheng Gong, a gold badge commander of the Lion Legion sent by the Marquis of Zhenbei to collect the battleships. Lu Fan immediately recognized him as the same gold badge commander who had personally dealt with the heretic raid back in the Taichi Kingdom. Handing him a storage ring, Lu Fan said politely, Commander Zheng, thank you for making the long trip here. All 11 standard magic battleships of the Sakura Nation are stored inside. Feel free to inspect them. An information prompt from the storage ring appeared detailing its independent dimensional pocket. Zheng Gong stared at the ring in his palm. The interface displayed a Firmament-class magic battleship, heavily armed with 36 holy magic cannons, and an all-around shield system. Once fully charged, the main Starfall Judgment Cannon can easily vaporize an entire mountain range. It even features an automated tactical center that allows a single pilot to operate the ship in combat. His face filled with delight. The fire control module, defensive arrays, and core power engine are all top tier. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Comrade Lu Fan, after checking all 11 battleships are in flawless condition with top-tier facilities. This will be a massive help for our country when it comes to researching foreign military vessels. For this outstanding contribution, you deserve an equivalent military merit. Please let me borrow your current medal for a moment. Lu Fan hands it over with a smile. This is the Gold Military Merit Medal accessory of the Lion Legion legendary quality. Handing him a sleek box, the officer explains that the gold medal is already at the highest level, meaning it cannot be upgraded further. Because of that, the Lion Legion has prepared a completely unique one-of-a-kind medal just for him. Every single one of his contributions is recorded inside this special military merit medal of the Lion Legion, a legendary accessory. Lu Fan accepts the special medal and proudly pins it onto his chest. Deep down, he knows this ceremony is just a formality. To him, serving his country is far more valuable than any medal. Zheng Gong clasps his hands in respect, announcing the handover is complete. He requests permission to return to the Legion to report, but our main character quickly calls out, asking Officer Zheng to wait before whispering in his ear. Besides the warships, he has a much bigger idea. It is a bit terrifying and incredibly critical, to the point that even the Legion commander might not have the authority to decide on it alone. Zhang Gong is completely shocked. If even the Legion commander cannot make the call, who does Lu Fan want? He quietly requests a direct meeting with the 3 elders of the Dragon Empire, asking Officer Zheng to pull some strings. The officer agrees immediately, noting that the commander ordered him to take whatever Lu Fan says very seriously. He promises to notify the commander right away and asks Lu Fan to follow him. 2 hours later, at the high-level government district of Longdo, Zheng Gong guides our hero to a secure office. He announces their arrival at the door. Inside sits Han Feibai, a top official of Longdo and one of the country's legendary 3 elders, calmly sipping tea. The elder greets him warmly, noting it has been a while, and mentions the massive gift given to the Lion Legion, before asking about this terrifying new proposal. Lu Fan bows respectfully to greet Elder Han. A brief moment passes as they finish their tea in silence. Laying out the details, Lu Fan finishes explaining his plan, prompting Han Feibai to take one last sip and set his cup down. Telling him to follow, the elder walks past the heavily armed guards standing outside, ordering them to keep the perimeter completely clear and let absolutely no one near. Lu Fan is secretly amazed. Even the elite 4 ultimate sword guards are told to wait outside. It is clear that the elder is taking his proposal very seriously. Once the heavy doors shut, the elder gestures toward the empty chair in front of his desk, telling him to sit. He admits they have considered this idea before, but they always lacked the perfect opportunity to make a solid stand. Lu Fan replies that since his territory was recently invaded by warships from Tianyin Palace and his own life was threatened, this is the perfect excuse they need. Han Feibai nods, slowly agreeing. It is a prime opportunity. But if they do this, it must be clean. Behind Yinghua Nation is not just Tianyin Palace. There are deep hidden threats that must be completely rooted out. Following the fall of Taizé Nation, Lu Fan is the only one who can pull this off. Naturally, they will not let him do this for nothing. Once they succeed, Yinghua Nation will officially be integrated into the Dragon Empire. As long as it does not compromise the nation, the elder promises to do whatever it takes to grant any request Lu Fan makes. Hearing this, Lu Fan is absolutely thrilled, asking Elder Han if he can truly demand anything he wants. The elder gives a firm yes. If our main character can secure the eastern border of the Dragon Empire and end this threat once and for all, his personal desires will become national priorities. Our hero wastes no time. He demands massive amounts of materials rich in pure life energy. The higher the quality, the better, with absolutely no limits on the variety. Inside his head, he calculates that if the Life Dragon King wants to spawn life seeds, energy is key. Right now, he is forced to rely on the Spring of Blessed Light and high-level enemy corpses yielding only 1 seed a year. But having access to raw, concentrated materials packed with life essence would completely change the game. The elder agrees, instantly promising to mobilize resources from noble families all across the nation's vast stockpiles. Everything will be fully supplied. They will deliver as much as he needs until he is completely satisfied. Lu Fan extends his hand, saying it is a pleasure to work with him. Shaking his hand, the elder agrees, noting they should start drafting their detailed plan immediately. Pulling up a chair, the elder prepares to map out step 1, promising to hand over the names and locations of these hidden rats. Seeing this handshake mark a new beginning, our hero knows that his destiny has officially shifted forever. The two of them spend hours plotting behind closed doors. Unbeknownst to the world, a massive storm is quietly brewing in the east from this single meeting. Before walking out, our main character secures the top-secret intelligence files from the elder. It turns out, Yinghua Nation hides several hidden masters beyond Tianyin Palace. There is no time to waste. He needs to strike immediately. At the food court on Tianfu Island inside Shadow City, Xiao Han is coaxing her sister at the dining table. Eat some more, Sister Han. You must be exhausted from clearing the battlefield and then cooking for everyone. She then asks where Xiao Fan went, noting he disappeared right after returning. Qin Qiu replies that he saw him heading out. Outside, Twin Head is having a conversation with him. Eliminate everyone in the Sakura Nation. Do you want to use us to wage your war? Our mother and we accept you, but that does not mean you can do whatever you want. As expected, humans are greedy creatures who always want more. Lu Fan calmly explains that this is not reckless behavior but a strategic arrangement. After careful discussion, once it is done, the entire nation's life energy resources will continuously supply the Dragon King. Lu Yun asks in surprise if this is true, and he replies, "Could the three elders of the Dragon Country lie?" Elder Han guaranteed that once the mission is finished, the resources will be transferred here within 3 days. After a moment of thought, Twinhead speaks up. "If it is for Mother, I will accept this task. But if you break your promise, I will utterly destroy your territory." Lu Fan pulls out a map, promising he will never break his word. This confidential document details the targets they need to keep an eye on, specifically the locations of 13 top experts in the Sakura Nation who are eyeing the Dragon Country must be eliminated in one sweep. The Dragon Country needs peace, and the Dragon Clan needs survival. It is a win-win. Lu Yun also expresses his stance, stating he will do anything that benefits their mother's recovery. Lu Fan continues giving instructions, asking if 2 days is enough since the routes and targets are already marked. Bronze says with confidence that it is more than enough. They fly off to start the hunt and eliminate everyone. Lu Fan knows that the next 2 days in the Sakura Nation will be chaotic. 2 days later, right on the day of the Sakura Festival. In Chiyoda, the capital of the Sakura Nation, the shopping streets are exceptionally crowded. Inside the Imperial Palace, the ruler of the Sakura Nation, Gen Sonnen, is discussing in the council hall. He wonders where the 4 great lords are disappearing right when the country is celebrating their 5th awakening. A subordinate reports that Yin Tianzi took them away, claiming it was for the ruler's great vision to expand their territory into the Dragon Country. The ruler has no idea of the actual truth yet hoping for their return. Just then, a shadow of a dragon flashes outside the window, sending Sonnen rushing over to look. A dragon. It is a dragon. At that moment, Twinhead swoops down, breathing fire everywhere. The defense force of the capital is panicking, asking their captain if they can really stop such a beast. The captain firmly declares they must stop it no matter what. Twinhead slams down from the sky, violently destroying everything. At the shrine, the priest and the crowd cry out, urging everyone to focus, as this is their last hope. Flame sweeps its massive tail down, instantly crushing countless enemies to death. Inside, an official reports to the ruler that areas are falling one by one under the giant dragon's attack, urging him to retreat. Sonnen punches the wall in fury. Why is a dragon attacking the Sakura Nation? Who else is left to stop it? He curses the 4 great lords for vanishing right when they are needed most. A subordinate rushes in to report that the 4 great lords and the Tianyin Palace are completely leaderless. Everything is in utter chaos, but there are still hidden masters among the citizens, leaving a glimmer of hope. At that very moment, in a peaceful garden level 120, Divine Shinobi Nakamura, Tsukyuki, and Great Daimyo Nakamura are sitting together discussing the situation. 2 subordinates bow deeply to report. The ruler has sent word, demanding their urgent return to the capital. They scoff, asking why they are remembered now, when the ruler usually relies on the 4 lords and Tianyin Palace. Bronze has already flown in, announcing its target is found as its massive body collapses a house. Koji stands up in a rage, demanding to know who dares cause trouble at the Nakamura estate. Upon seeing it, he is struck with terror. A dragon. Why is there a massive dragon here? Bronze glares at him, recognizing him as a 5th awakening class holder and their target. With a crushing swipe of its claw, the 3rd target is down. Elsewhere, devastating news pours in. The heads of the Nakamura Akata and Soramachi families have all been completely wiped out by the giant dragons. Sonnen laughs in absolute despair, realizing the Sakura Nation is utterly finished. His subordinates quickly support him to make an escape. Assuring him it is no longer safe, they urge him to leave, while Lu Yun arrives at the next target location. Confirming the target, it flaps its wings and activates Void Wind Space Lock. The singularity wind pressure causes the target structure to explode, decomposing everything into wind elemental particles. Target eliminated. A massive violent tornado completely swallows the entire mansion. Meanwhile, Flame has also burned down everything. With their task finished and the hit list completed, all targets have been successfully cleared. Twinhead seems unsatisfied, complaining that they died too quickly and that it has not had enough fun yet. The other head immediately snaps back, telling it to shut up and head home. The following day, inside the palace meeting hall of the Taste Nation, the session is chaired by Danjun, a level 128 god controller and crown prince of Daewongun. He speaks, reporting that giant dragons attacked the Sakura Nation, resulting in the ruler's death, while Yin Tianzi has taken the 4 lords away. With Yinghua country decapitated and thrown into absolute chaos, Dangun realized this was their golden opportunity to seize control. As he continued his analysis, he noted that everyone had surely noticed the arrogant descent of Yin Tianzi. Without a doubt, that monster's ultimate target was their very own Taijie country. An Pyonghyun agreed, pointing out that Yinghua country had constantly opposed them economically, militarily, and across every other sector for years. They had even secretly collaborated with hostile multinational corporations plotting to overthrow Taijie, a critical point that Dangun fully agreed with and nodded. As long as those conspirators remained standing, they would always pose a massive looming strategic threat to Taijie's survival. Since Yinghua's hostile ambitions had never truly faded, he declared that this chaotic moment was the absolute best time for them to strike. Besides, the devastating attack from the giant dragon had already wiped out a huge chunk of Yinghua's strongest hidden masters. In response, the entire room cheered in unison, swearing to follow Dangun's every command. He immediately ordered 72 hours of preparation, eagerly waiting for the clock to run out, so they could swallow up Yinghua country entirely. He announced that if anyone among them performed exceptionally well during this upcoming conquest, he would personally appoint them as the new master of Yinghua country to rule it in his stead. An Pyonghyun, a level 117 spell grandmaster, immediately declared that the top position would absolutely belong to him. Right then, a sudden flash of light erupted above Dangun's head, and a massive bird materialized before him, shocking the others so badly they jumped out of their seats. Staring in disbelief, Dangun analyzed the three-legged golden crow, completely stunned as the giant bird's body began to slowly morph into a human shape. Elder Xu Ming, a high-ranking official of the Dragon Capital and one of the Dragon Nation's three great elders, greeted Dangun after a long time. Dangun warily probed, asking if Elder Xu had come to visit with any specific guidance for him. Internally, he was cursing up a storm, desperately wondering how on earth this powerful old man had managed to appear here. Dangun quietly pressed a button on the controller hidden behind his back, quickly activating his personal energy shield for protection. Seeing right through the little trick, Xu Ming scoffed, asking Dangun if he honestly believed that flimsy shield could actually block any of his attacks. He then brought up Dangun's plan, pointing out that he had heard him clearly talking about taking these men to invade and rule Yinghua. Dangun was completely shaken. He realized with horror that everything from the top-secret contents of their meeting to his stealthy movement to activate the shield behind his back had been fully observed under the old man's absolute control. He wondered how much of this city actually belonged to them anymore, before finally speaking up to defend his plans. He argued that Yinghua's four great family heads, led by the arrogant Yin Tianzi, had previously aimed to fully take over Taijie country first. Now that Yinghua's leadership was entirely wiped out, it was clearly an incredibly rare strategic opportunity they couldn't ignore. Xu Ming chilled the room with a smirk, offering to share three crucial facts. Instead, as a tiny orb of energy began to condense on his fingertip. For his first point, the elder stated that the entire situation in Yinghua country was already fully controlled by the Dragon Nation. Pyonghyun was utterly shocked to learn that the Dragon Nation was behind Yinghua's chaos as the elder slowly raised a second finger. He revealed that Yin Tianzi and the four great demons had been completely eradicated, leaving Dangun in absolute stuttering disbelief over their deaths. Raising his third finger, Xu Ming delivered a chilling warning, telling them to abandon their plans because Yinghua would be annexed by the Dragon Nation, leaving absolutely nothing for them. Unwilling to back down, Dangun immediately questioned him. He demanded to know how he could verify those claims, arguing that the Dragon Nation might just be fabricating lies to hoard Yinghua's resources, expecting Taijie to abandon such a massive opportunity based on nothing but one-sided words. Xu Ming calmly smirked, asking if they didn't believe him. Raising the burning sphere of energy higher, he challenged them to go ahead and try. He warned that if they dared to deploy troops as his holographic projection began to fade, the giant dragon might just decide to march right through Taijie by tomorrow. He urged them to think carefully about whether a fragile Taijie currently exhausted from a recent leadership transition could ever hope to survive another catastrophic display of the Dragon Nation's pure wrath. One of the men panicked, wiping cold sweat from his face, as he realized the elder could easily teleport directly into the secure Dan family estate. Dangun was left deep in thought. He shuddered, realizing this was the Dragon Nation's true terrifying power. He was incredibly relieved he had kept his cool, otherwise their entire territory would already be a pile of ashes. Moon Sok, a level 112 holy oracle, frantically begged Dangun to call off the attack, warning that Taijie could never survive the Dragon Nation's horrific retaliation. Ultimately, he had no choice but to back down. He immediately ordered all military operations cancelled strictly, warning everyone that not a single word about this encounter could ever leave the room. A week later, inside the imperial palace of Yinghua's capital Zhou, a senior diplomat and special envoy of the Dragon Nation calmly slid an official agreement across the conference table. This crucial document finalized Yinghua's official acceptance of both extensive economic aid and a new comprehensive security cooperation framework established by the Dragon Nation. Takahisa, the temporary leader of Yinghua country, picked up the document to carefully read over the terms. When he saw the clause demanding the permanent dissolution of the 4 great bureaus and Tianyan Palace, his face instantly fell. Over at the imperial residence's meeting hall, in the capital of Sakura country, Zhenghua made sure to remind everyone that this cooperation was their only guarantee for the future. Simply sign the paper, and you will become the top leader of the Sakura sector, under Long Nation. Only then can we immediately begin rescue efforts and start rebuilding. Zhenghua watched calmly as Qiao Jun said. From this moment on, Sakura country is officially annexed into Long Nation as the Sakura sector, working hand in hand toward a shared future. Word spread like wildfire. There was absolutely zero conflict, only total cooperation across the board. The transfer of power in the Sakura sector and the setup of the provisional government went incredibly smoothly, without a single hitch. Soon after, the Sakura sector stabilized and social order was fully restored. As for the old Sakura country, it was now officially a thing of the past. Thanks to this, the borders of Long Nation expanded on a massive scale. Since annexing Sakura country was such a massive deal, Lu Fan decided to temporarily stay on Tianfu Island to keep an eye on things. He planned to wait until everything completely settled down before heading to the far north to search for another colossal dragon like the Ice Dragon King. Elder Han kept his word, sending massive shipments of life energy-infused materials to Tianfu Island almost every single day of the week. With that mountain of resources, the Dragon King's soul recovered significantly, supercharging the growth rate of the life seed and making it ripen at light speed. Within just one short month, the seeds that normally required a whole year to fully mature had already begun showing advanced signs of growth, reaching various stages of development. At this rate, the life seed would likely reach full maturity in just 3 more months. And in 6 months, a brand new baby dragon would finally hatch. This endless flow of resources didn't just speed up the condensing of the life seed. It also triggered a massive wave of level-up notifications. The blue dragon hit level 68. Now, with a single flap of its wings, the world-burning Calamity Dragon could unleash 4 fiery fire tornadoes, dealing devastating damage to anyone in its path. Meanwhile, the black dragon reached level 70. Its skill, Thunderous Roar, blasts the target area, calling down a massive lightning strike that creates a raging electric storm. This deals heavy elemental damage and completely paralyzes any unfortunate enemies caught inside the blast zone. Even the experience gathering rate on Tianfu Island skyrocketed, multiplying several times over compared to before. His Karma Burst skill converted his damage to fire element. Every time he took a life, his Hellfire attack permanently increased by 0.1%, currently sitting at a 14.6% boost. To keep pushing their strength limits, Jian Ying finally reached level 50. Qin Chu hit level 52. Her Starlight Annihilation skill summons Holy Light to deal massive magic damage to all nearby enemies, while also applying a Burning Holy Light effect. Burn targets take continuous light attribute damage every second, while their magic resistance is reduced by 20 points. The effect lasts for 6 seconds. To capitalize on this, everyone actively hunted down shadow beasts on the island daily. The Emerald Dragon reached level 70, while Lu Fan himself surged to level 74. The Steel Dragon hit level 63, and the Poison Dragon reached level 68. In just one incredibly short month, the Astral Dragon climbed up to level 69, while Han Ke and Tao Xiaoman both managed to hit level 15. Everyone's overall strength was growing at an absolutely terrifying pace. A month flew by in the blink of an eye, and with the Sakura sector fully stabilized, Lu Fan decided it was time to depart for the far north. By the next day, he was hovering in the sky above the new Griffin Legion camp in the far north, taking in the scene below. Stepping into this frozen domain, he could clearly feel the thrumming pulse of the Blood Moon's true body. Every single vibration grew more violent by the second, just like a slumbering beast slowly opening its eyes. Just as Senior 2 had warned the Blood Moons, rising activity had forced the Griffin Legion to abandon their original camp and pull back their defensive line. Below, guards drew their bows in unison, ready to shoot down any intruder. Lu Fan quickly pulled out his emblem, telling them not to panic since he was an ally. The soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted, apologizing for their rudeness and greeting the Gold Wing officer. Landing on the ground, he said, "I'm here to see Senior Tujing, and I even brought some fine wine for him." In this very place, he bumped into some familiar faces. Cheng Kong called out in pure delight, "Lu Fan, you actually came." Standing before him were Cheng Kong, a level 76 Divine Shield Knight, and a great member of the 78th Squad, along with Lu Fei, a level 82 Retribution Knight, and the captain of the 78th Squad. Stunned to see the customized gold wing medal on Lu Fan's chest, Lu Fei quickly saluted him. "Pardon my rudeness, officer." Lu Fan smiled warmly. "Captain Lu, don't be so formal with me. Even if I have a gold wing, wasn't I still a rookie under your wing?" Lu Fei laughed. "Our squad just finished a tough mission and returned to rest yesterday, and here you are arriving today." Cheng Kong chimed in. "Yeah, exactly. After all, we are all one big family here." Lawrence laughs, amazed at how quickly Lucius climbed the ranks. It seems like their fates are truly bound together, a connection they just cannot escape. Suddenly remembering something, Lucius asks Captain Lawrence why their senior comrade Samantha is not with them. Tristan's expression darkens instantly as he delivers the tragic news that Samantha sacrificed herself 3 months ago. Lucius is completely stunned, demanding to know what could have possibly happened. Lawrence slowly explains that during a routine patrol, the Blood Moon's actual physical body suddenly mutated, unleashing massive waves of dark, corrupted energy everywhere. The darkness invaded Samantha's body, spreading her wounds instantly. In a panic, Lawrence screamed for Tristan to get her back to camp for medical treatment. Samantha weakly whispered that it was already too late. Before losing consciousness, she begged Lawrence to end her life, screaming that the zombie infection was about to consume her soul and she needed to die. She begged him to do it before she turned into a mindless thrall, wanting only to reunite with Leo. Torn by her agonizing plea, Lawrence grit his teeth, raised his blade, and begged for her forgiveness before striking. Lawrence is consumed by guilt, lamenting that even if others claim she would not blame him, he still took her life. Tristan pats his shoulder, reminding him of their sacred oath to never let a fellow comrade suffer the fate of becoming a zombie thrall. Deeply moved, Lucius requests to visit her grave, asking them to lead the way. The next afternoon, Tristan leads him to Route 78 in the far north, where Leo and Samantha lie buried side by side. Lawrence whispers to Samantha that they have a visitor before stepping back to give Lucius some privacy. He tells Lucius to take his time while they wait nearby. Lucius slowly sits down in front of her final resting place. Lucius sighs, visiting Samantha and Leo, realizing with a heavy heart that their last goodbye was indeed their final farewell. If not for the primal god, so many brave soldiers would still be alive, and Samantha would never have suffered this terrible fate. Desperate to end this nightmare before the beast can fully awaken, Lucius asks his dragon companion if they still stand a chance of slaying the monstrosity while it remains asleep. He demands an answer, but Phasma, the demon dragon king, immediately crushes his hopes. She scoffs at his dream of assassination, telling him to stop fantasizing about killing a sleeping primal god. But Lucius remains confident, arguing that since they teamed up to slay the bone primal god before, they can do it again. Phasma explains that these deities have 2 states, slumber and awakening, and while asleep they are completely invincible to all attacks. Even though they cannot move or attack during their slumber, their bodies remain completely immune to any form of damage. She reveals that they only managed to slay the previous bone god because it awakened prematurely. Frustrated, Lucius asks if they must wait for it. Phasma warns him that once awakened, it will be infinitely more terrifying than before. Its power is already fully gathered, meaning only a dragon at the legendary Dragon King rank would stand a chance at matching it in combat. Lucius refuses to give up hope, desperately asking if there is absolutely no other option. Phasma calmly suggests that, while they cannot touch the god, they might be able to destroy its mount instead. Confused, Lucius spins around and asks what mount she means. She points directly at the sky, revealing that it is the very blood moon humanity speaks of. She plans to eliminate the mount while the master still sleeps. If successful, the awakening primal god will suffer a massive permanent reduction to its overall power. Hearing this, Lucius immediately begs her to take action and slay the primal god's mount slumbering beneath the blood moon. Phasma quickly warns him not to assume things will be that incredibly simple. The beast is no ordinary creature, and once awakened, even his 4 domain dragons fighting together might not stand a chance against its wrath. Stunned by its terrifying power, Lucius wonders if it is really that fierce. She scoffs, noting that only a monster of that caliber could serve as a god's mount. Slaying such a beast requires a dragon that has fully reached the legendary Dragon King rank. While she possesses the raw power to destroy it, her strength is far from fully restored, and waking the beast now would likely result in a disastrous defeat for them. Still confused, Lucius asks how they are supposed to solve this crisis. Judging by the state of the blood moon, both it and the primal god will likely awaken together soon, making them absolutely impossible to stop once they do. Phasma calmly assures him that she can indeed slay the beast. But first, she must fully recover her power, and the legendary seed of life must be completely ripe. If he can obtain just one seed, her injuries will instantly heal, giving her more than enough strength to easily crush the primal god's mount. Lucius immediately grows suspicious, wondering what she is scheming. Sensing his doubt, Phasma mockingly asks what is wrong. She asks if he is unwilling, mocking him for hesitating to offer a single seed of life when she is willing to fight a god for him. Lucius remains silent. You and I know that only the devouring dragon king Fima has the power to destroy the blood moon's true form. Right now, Lu Fan has absolutely no other choice but to rely on her. Lu Fan agrees, offering her the seed of life, but with one major condition. Fei Ma listens closely, hanging on every word. She demands to hear the condition, and Lu Fan replies that she must wait until his last 2 summons are used up. Once their contract is dissolved, she can never kill humans or lay a finger on his dragon pets. Hearing this, she immediately bursts out laughing. Hands on her hips, Fima mocks him, asking how he could be naive enough to demand her guarantee. Lu Fan corrects her. It is not naivety, but calculation, because both of them desperately need this deal. Fima seriously considers his terms and nods, asking if he actually trusts a promise like that. But with those final words, she instantly transforms into a brilliant beam of light. Back at camp, Lu Fei asks if it is done. Lu Fan nods, saying they can finally leave. Chang Kong chimes in, offering to take Lu Fan to see their commander, who will lead him to the target. Commander Du Jing warmly wraps an arm around Lu Fan, asking why he did not give them a heads up. Lu Fan jokingly replies that he wanted it to be a surprise. He even brought a gift, a rare 100-year-old wine, playfully telling the commander to drink it slowly. Without hesitation, Du Jing takes a massive gulp, praising the incredible taste, before asking if Lu Fan has visited Shentai yet. Lu Fan confirms he already said his goodbyes, and the commander pats his shoulder in encouragement. Separations and death are normal in military life, and things actually feel peaceful right now. But if the ancient corpse god awakens, tragedies like this will only multiply. Lu Fan seriously promises he will not let it shake his spirit. If anything, it only drives his determination to grow stronger, strong enough to completely wipe this ancient god entity off the face of the earth forever. Du Jing is thrilled with his resolve, admitting that seeing such determination makes him incredibly proud. Lu Fan then pulls out an adventurer's journal that mentions the legendary ice dragon, asking the commander to help him verify the coordinates written inside the notebook. He eagerly opens it up, noting that the location is Starfall Ice Lake. Let's look closely at Starfall Ice Lake. It is a legendary death trap in the far north, plagued by unique meteor showers that deal massive defense, ignoring explosive damage that is totally fatal. Lu Fan curiously asks if they can just bypass it. Du Jing explains the lake is too vast, meaning they must force their way through. Luckily, he has a guide, calling in a specialist who immediately salutes the officers. Right there in Commander Du Jing's study inside the Lion Regiment camp, the commander introduces Chang Kong, a scouting expert who has successfully guided squads through the deadly lake multiple times before. Chang Kong politely salutes, and the commander gestures to Lu Fan, introducing him as the young hero who led the Dragon Kingdom to victory in the national trials. Since Lu Fan needs to reach the lake, Chang Kong agrees to guide him, but insists they will need an elite guard squad for protection. Fortunately, the troops are already prepared, and Squad 78, which includes Chang Kong, quickly assembles for duty. Du Jing orders the 4 soldiers to guard Lu Fan throughout the entire journey, ensuring he safely crosses Starfall Ice Lake. They salute in unison, eager to escort their famous junior, promising to complete the mission without fail. Chang Kong smiles warmly, telling Lu Fan that he will be the protector this time, but Lu Fan jokingly says he is not ready yet. Wishing them a victorious return, Commander Du Jing watches as the group files out of his study. A day later at the camp, Lu Fei reports that everything is packed, and Lu Fan is ready to set out whenever he wants. Lu Fan politely thanks Captain Lu, but the man casually laughs it off, saying it is no trouble. He recalls their first journey through the snow together, admitting everyone originally thought Lu Fan was just a privileged kid trying to show off. Lu Fan sighs, realizing how fast time flies, since it has already been almost a full year. Walking beside him, Chang Kong marvels at how a rookie dragon tamer, who had just finished his second transition, has suddenly become a legendary hero far beyond their reach. Trying to change the subject, Lu Fan begs his senior to stop teasing him, but Chang Kong just laughs and shrugs it off. He mentions he will never forget how Lu Fan saved him, and Shen Tai prompting one of the younger squad members to eagerly ask for the story. The others quickly chime in asking if their legendary senior was also incredibly nervous and sweating through his palms during his very first mission, just like them. Chang Kong recalls that, instead of being nervous, Lu Fan was just cautious. Back then, they were completely surrounded by a beast horde with absolutely no escape. Everyone in the squad thought they were completely doomed. Instead, this crazy kid rode his dragon solo straight into the beast horde, casually telling everyone that if they just slaughtered every single snow monster, the crisis would easily be solved. The soldiers gasp in awe, amazed by his raw power, even as a rookie, while an embarrassed Lu Fan begs him to stop talking. Lu Fei playfully smacks him, telling him to save the rest of the epic story for their long journey ahead. He immediately tightened up, ordering everyone to gear up before the entire group took flight on their beast mounts. By that afternoon, soaring high above the far north, Lu Fei warned them to watch out for invisible snow moths and sky beasts lurking in the clouds. The team tightened their formation, but Lu Fan charged straight ahead, telling Captain Lu to leave the pathfinding to him. The crew watched in shock as Lu Fan took the lead. Hovering high above, his massive beast let out a thunderous roar, sending powerful sound waves rippling through the air. The squad instantly recognized Senior Lu's legendary dragon. Its pure suffocating pressure and unbelievable energy levels were off the charts. A system prompt flashed, revealing the Black Dragon's perception skill could easily pinpoint hidden enemies, even when completely camouflaged. Activating this skill instantly strips away the stealth and disguise of any foe in the vicinity. He spotted them instantly. "No hiding from us, Xiao Ye." Xiao Ye unleashed a torrent of flames. With all things incinerate stage 1, the giant dragon flapped its wings, launching 4 massive fire tornadoes that dealt devastating damage to everything caught in their path. Then came stage 2. Flapping its wings, the beast condensed the roaring flames and tornadoes into one massive earth-shattering explosion. The level 85 snow moths were incinerated in seconds, along with a horde of level 85 sky-hunting flying lion fiends. Lu Fan reported that everything was cleared out, signaling the team to move forward. Lu Fei stood frozen. One hit, and they were all wiped out. Chang Kong grinned, amazed at how insanely strong his junior had become after just a single year apart. By nightfall, they reached the edge of Starfall Ice Lake, and Lu Fan looked out in awe. A teammate confirmed it, pointing toward the massive lightning-shrouded orbs floating just above the surface. A scout warned that the sky above the lake was filled with chaotic stardust turbulence. No matter how strong their mounts were, flying through would trigger severe magic corrosion and intense mental disruption, making aerial travel impossible. Their only option was to cross the frozen lake on foot. These were starfall crystals. While some were stable, others were volatile landmines waiting to detonate upon approach, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction that would sweep across the entire lake. Survival was 0. Lu Fan frowned, admitting that a chain reaction could indeed get messy. The system detail window popped up, explaining that these crystals condensed from fallen stars and possessed a high chance of self-detonating whenever life forms drew close. Once triggered, the blast would set off every surrounding crystal, dealing absolute fatal damage to anyone caught nearby. Fortunately, the danger could be calculated. Turning to his team, Lu Fei called up Expert Ho to lead the way. The specialist confidently smiled, assuring everyone his class skills were perfect for analyzing the crystal's stability levels. His matter analysis skill was a lifesaver. It allowed him to scan non-living targets, mapping out their structural integrity, current energy states, chemical compositions, and hidden traits to find a safe path. This diagnostic ability worked best on items with either highly stable structures or incredibly active unstable energies. Chang Kong grinned, whispering, "See that? Expert Ho has guided teams through this minefield before. He knows exactly which orbs are live bombs and which are duds. It takes him just a glance to tell them apart." Sure, it is a bit slow, but safety is absolutely guaranteed. But Lu Fan wasn't satisfied. Slow and steady was too tedious. If they could just detonate all the unstable crystals at once, clearing a path would be infinitely faster. He called on Xiao Fei to use its Emerald Mirror skill. Complying with his command, Xiao Fei activated the skill targeting allied units to replicate 2 perfect mirror clones. These clones inherited all the target's skills at 30% of their base power. A maximum of 2 mirror reflections could exist simultaneously for each unit. Because it was used on dragons, the skill's copying power doubled, fully synergizing with their ancient draconic bloodlines. Glowing with a brilliant green light, Xiaofei transformed into a dragon, suddenly summoning 5 identical clones right alongside it. The clones let out a synchronized ground-shaking roar. The team watched in disbelief as Senior Lu's dragon multiplied into 5. Lu Fan pointed forward, ordering his dragons to strike. The 5 dragons breathed massive torrents of lava flames to deal damage and heal themselves, but the freezing energy of the lake instantly snuffed their fires out. He couldn't believe his eyes. Flame attacks were useless. Pivoting quickly, Lu Fan ordered his dragons to switch to physical strikes using claws and teeth to tear into the orbs. The dragon clones complied, smashing their powerful claws heavily against the frozen orbs. Yet the spheres remained undamaged, prompting the dragons to sink their massive jaws directly into them. Ho Ji chimed in, explaining that clones, pets, or summoned entities were completely incapable of triggering these specialized starfall crystals. Realizing his mistake, Lu Fan sighed, asking the expert to take his time clearing the field. Ho Ji agreed, explaining that based on their intel, shortcuts simply didn't exist here. This was just how the world maintained its ultimate balance. Brute force wasn't the only solution, leaving specialized support classes like them to handle what raw power could not. Lu Fan silently pondered. It turns out power comes in many forms. Everyone possesses a unique strength, and just because someone is not a frontline fighter does not mean they lack value. A day later at Starfall Ice Lake, Camp Lu Fei reported that things were finally warming up around Expert Hu. As they gathered around the campfire while Ho Ji rested, the journey had been smooth, but they prayed they would not encounter a meteor shower. Getting caught in the middle of the lake meant having zero cover, and falling star crystals would block the path they had worked so hard to clear. Chang Kong stared up at the sky, his face darkening as he told Expert Ho that he had just jinxed them. To his horror, the starfall was actually happening. Lu Fan immediately ordered Xiao Fei to deploy their defensive shield. The Eternal Guardian Shield activated instantly, forming a massive protective dome. This barrier protected everyone inside, absorbing massive damage based on the Eternal user's health pool and rapid self-recovery power. Lu Fan yelled at them to stay put and guard Expert Ho, then drew his weapon and headed out to handle the storm himself. He drew his bow, aiming at the falling meteors. There were just too many to stop them all, making him wonder which ones were critical. Ho Ji rushed up behind him and shouted for Commander Lu. He quickly pointed out 2 on the front, left 1 on the right, and the 3rd stone from above. Ho Ji could make such precise calls because his material analysis skill allowed him to see the true nature of their targets. This ability allowed him to accurately analyze structural integrity, active energy levels, material makeup, and hidden traits of non-living objects. It worked best on stable structures or active energy sources, and with this crucial data, Lu Fan finally felt a wave of relief. Calling it a massive help, Lu Fan unleashed his Dragon Roar arrow. This unique weapon consumed no physical ammo, automatically firing magical projectiles without needing to charge up. His standard attacks carried a 45% armor penetration boost, scaled off his strength and agility. Charging for 3 seconds triggered the true Dragon Roar, boosting his damage by 500%. The meteors shattered as his arrows pierced deep into the star crystals, triggering a violent explosion that left the team shouting in shock. Senior Lu only fired a few shots, so why did the entire meteor shower blow up? Chang Kong immediately spotted the trick. Every single arrow Lu Fan unleashed had targeted unstable star crystals, setting off a massive chain reaction across the sky. But what truly stunned the onlookers was the flawless synergy between the 2 men. Expert Ho could instantly pinpoint the volatile crystals drifting inside that chaotic and incredibly dense shower of falling stars. And Lu Fan was even more terrifying, reading Ho's mind instantly and sniping those exact targets out of the chaotic swarm with absolute precision. It was their very first time working together, yet their coordination was so flawless they seemed to have practiced for years. Ho Ji warned that the second wave was incoming, urging Commander Lu that this next swarm was even larger. Lu Fan calmly told Expert Ho to just call out the targets, and he would take care of the rest. Unleashing Xiao Ye, Ho Ji triggered his material analysis again. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye unleashed a barrage of firepower that covered the sky, and 3 hours later, the battle finally ended as dawn broke. Their teammates rushed over to congratulate them, amazed at how they remained so calm and coordinated under such extreme pressure. Calling them his idols, Chang Kong was utterly blown away. Chang Kong admitted the battle was a massive eye-opener, utterly amazed that Lu Fan could navigate such a chaotic storm and walk away completely untouched. Ho Ji bowed deeply and addressed Commander Lu. Extending his hand, he remarked that surviving this crisis was entirely due to the commander's decisive actions and power. Otherwise, days of hard work would have been wiped out instantly, and their very lives would have been lost. Lu Fan humbly deflected the praise, admitting that without expert Ho's incredible vision and knowledge, raw combat strength alone would not have gotten them anywhere on that lake. Hoji nodded, suggesting they push forward since the opposite shore was finally within reach. 7 days later, the group finally reached the edge of Starfall Ice Lake, prompting Hozi to sigh with relief. The entire team was overjoyed to survive those long 7 days, though. Chang Kong was quick to remind them of their duty. He told his junior their mission was complete, and they now had to escort expert Hu safely back to camp. Lu Fan smiled, thanking everyone for their hard work before Lu Fei patted his shoulder and warned him about the unknown zone ahead. He warned that the beasts ahead started at level 90, meaning that despite Lu Fan's incredible power, he had to remain extremely cautious. Lu Fan assured Captain Lu Fei that he knew his limits. Ho Ji added that his role ended here as the treacherous zone ahead was no place for a support class like him to step into. Lu Fan's answers were incredibly helpful, earning him endless thanks from the experts. Everyone gathered to see him off, wishing him well as he waved goodbye and started his long journey. He quickly calculated the distance, estimating the Ice Dragon ruins were still 2,000 to 3,000 miles away. Without wasting any time, he summoned Xiao Ye to set off. It immediately activated Shadow Stealth, allowing it to slip in and out of the shadows at will. Even if enemies try to detect them, or if they take damage, this stealth state remains completely unbroken. 2 hours later, he arrived at the frozen plains of despair, an uncharted dangerous zone where the local monsters easily reach level 100. Looking down at the frozen ground, he noticed the ice blocks looked as though living creatures were suddenly frozen solid mid-stride. It seemed the snow itself here was dangerous, holding the power to instantly flash freeze anything. Fortunately, his shared bloodline with his dragon pets made him immune to the freezing cold, explaining why the Griffin Knights never dared to explore this desolate territory. In this frozen wasteland, Lu Fan ran into level 100 White Ghouls monsters, notorious for throwing devastating massive snowballs. These beasts quickly hurl massive chunks of ice to attack, dealing heavy physical damage while knocking their targets back. Upon impact, the snowballs detonate, creating an icy blast radius that slows down any nearby enemies caught in the explosion. When their health drops below 60%, their bloodthirsty berserk skill automatically triggers. They enter a wild frenzy, boosting attack speed by 200% and adding 5% true damage to every hit for 15 seconds. He realized right away these things were basically just a high-level upgraded version of the standard ice snow monsters. It was the perfect chance to test the difficulty of this level 100 zone while farming some easy experience points. His system screen flashed with notifications as his Stellar Annihilation Ray began charging up. The Stellar Annihilation Ray focuses his entire body's starlight energy into a devastating laser beam. This attack ignores enemy defenses, cannot be blocked, and deals astronomical damage determined solely by his overall level and physical strength. A blinding concentrated beam of energy blasted straight toward the frozen targets. The laser tore right through the pack of snow monsters. Lu Fan smiled, thoroughly impressed by the incredible efficiency of his move. Leaving the battlefield behind, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye soared high into the sky, looking down at more packs of snow monsters gathering below. Another alert flashed. 39 million world-ending stars was charging, and his dragon control aura shifted to the astral dragon form. This specialized aura allowed him to tap directly into the astral dragon bloodline. With this special aura active, his strength attribute would receive a massive 100% boost every 10 seconds. While unused stat boosts wouldn't stack, his primary skill summoned a massive cosmic core. This core would continuously divide and split from within, rapidly multiplying its destructive power over time, before finally being detonated by the astral dragon, unleashing a terrifying world-ending blast. The total number of these primordial cores reached 39 million. As Lu Fan leveled up to 75, his astral dragon reached 70, and his steel dragon hit 64. Suddenly, the land below was blanketed in blinding white. New monster data flashed on his screen. Level 110 Frozen Wasteland Red Ghouls. Their specialized ice hurling skill launched massive frozen boulders, dealing severe physical damage, while simultaneously inflicting a burning fire effect. Just like the others, once their health dropped below 60%, their bloodthirsty berserk skill activated. This boosted their attack speed by a massive 300%, adding 10% true damage to every strike. He stood there stunned. Was this seriously an upgraded version of an already upgraded monster? The entire pack coordinated a barrage of massive frozen boulders, dealing heavy physical damage and inflicting intense burning effects. His Starlight Scale armor immediately activated, coating him in protective scales that continuously absorbed all incoming damage for 60 seconds. Once the skill ran its course, every enemy caught in close range would immediately take all of that accumulated damage. Watching the flaming ice projectiles crash against his barrier, Lu Fan was confused. How could an ice skill inflict fire damage too? Suddenly, the fleeing snow monsters whipped around and ran for their lives. Lu Fan glanced in their direction, wondering what could terrify them so much. Could the Ice Dragon ruins be close? Curious, Lu Fan flew over to investigate the commotion. Arriving at the scene, he was greeted by the sight of countless snow monster corpses scattered across the snow. Examining the fresh blood, he realized they had died recently. Something was actively hunting them, but it didn't look like dragon work, likely a rare elite monster or the local boss. The Black Blade quickly entered a full stealth mode. Lu Fan immediately triggered Shadow Stealth, allowing him to vanish or reappear at will. Even if scanned by sensory magic or injured, his stealth would remain completely active. Perched on a high cliff, he looked down to see a horde of snow monsters led by a majestic horn-bearing beast. Its stats popped up: a level 120 Ice Crystal Beast. Its Aurora Spiral Slash skill channeled powerful frost magic into its spiral horn for a lightning-fast armor-piercing charge. Any enemies caught in its path would suffer devastating frost attribute damage, followed by a severe deep freeze debuff. Its Ice Crystal Domain skill activated, unleashing a persistent freezing aura that drastically reduced both the movement and attack speeds of any enemies caught inside the area. There's a chance to interrupt its attacks. Inside the domain, the Ice Crystal Beast continuously recovers health while reducing incoming damage. Deploying a frozen domain, the Ice Crystal Beast naturally loves humans, especially when they're beautiful girls. Once tamed as a mount, it boosts all of the rider's attributes by 70% whenever they are in the saddle. Lu Fan rejoiced inwardly. Another beast naturally born to be the perfect human mount. The snow monsters below let out a few wild roars. Instantly, countless spiral aurora spikes shot from the Ice Crystal Beast as it channeled freezing bone energy into its horn to unleash a high-speed piercing charge. This strike deals massive frost damage to any enemy in its path, inflicting a deep freeze effect that locks them down. He realized that even though he could fly and Xiao Ye had her own saddle, he still didn't have his own dedicated personal mount. The Ice Crystal Beast locked eyes with Lu Fan. He could tell it was warily watching both him and Xing Chen. He immediately ordered Xiao Ye to keep it from escaping. Xing Chen charged ahead as Shadow Stealth deactivated. Xiao Ye and Xing Chen blocked its path. Xiao Ye gathered burning power in her maw and unleashed a molten burst, turning the target area into a blazing lake of lava. Any target caught in the molten lake will slowly sink into the magma, taking massive continuous damage. Star Annihilation Beam. It gathers the cosmic starlight from its entire body to fire an unblockable laser that completely ignores defense, dealing insane damage scaled directly to its level and power. Two devastating elemental blasts shot toward the Ice Crystal Beast at once. Seeing it dodge, he marveled at its reflexes. Dodging attacks from two dragons proved it was truly a level 120 true beast, prompting him to issue another order. He ordered Xiao Ye to assume her World Destroyer form and release her heavy aura to suppress the beast. Xiao Ye immediately gathered raw flame power in her palm. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon continuously radiated a heavy aura in all directions, inflicting powerful fear, immobilization, and stun effects on every enemy target across a massive area. It let out a deafening roar, sending a wave of absolute pressure in all directions. System update: stun, fear, and immobilization applied. Once the Ice Crystal Beast was completely paralyzed, Lu Fan finally descended. He was one step closer to success. Now, all he had to do was carefully approach the creature. Lu Fan spoke softly to comfort it, promising not to hurt it, telling it to be good and inviting the beast to come with him and become his mount. Alert notification: stun effect has ended. Fear effect has ended. As the immobilization wore off, the Ice Crystal Beast neighed, rearing its hooves, forcing him to quickly jump back. Damn it. So close. It naturally has an affinity for humans, so why did it fail like that? Could it really be because he was a guy? Naturally friendly with humans, especially pretty girls. If that was the case, then he would take it to see some real beauties. Power began to gather in his palm as a massive portal materialized right in front of the creature. Utilizing territory teleportation, the Lord can open or close a gateway to their territory at any time. Channeling takes 10 seconds and only one territory portal can exist in the world at any given time. The ice crystal beast ran straight through. Over on Tianfu Island's hot spring beach, a few girls were currently playing beach volleyball. Hanke brought over a plate of fruit, inviting everyone to try some. It was freshly sliced fruit. Chinchu smiled, thanking Hanke before walking to Xiaoman to ask if her fall hurt. She laughed it off, saying she was fine, but Jianying was just too strong to beat. Right at that moment, the portal opened and the ice crystal beast burst right through. Lu Fan chased close behind, yelling that it wouldn't escape this time, leaving Xiaoman utterly shocked. Wondering what was happening, he immediately threw his armored scythe to capture it, tightly binding the ice crystal beast's legs. Han Ke and Xiaoman asked curiously, wanting to know what was going on and why he brought a wild beast back. Qin Qiu stepped closer to observe, noting that something so beautiful couldn't be a monster. He nodded, confirming she was absolutely right. The ice crystal beast was a rare, mountable creature that possessed a natural affinity for human beings. Han Ke bent down to touch its face, remarking that it looked like a unicorn and seemed incredibly gentle. Lu Fan smiled, explaining he hadn't tamed it yet, but since it preferred beautiful human girls, he brought it over to see if they could do it instead. The other girls were amazed by its playful preference, with one declaring she would show off her charm to win it over. She admitted she really wanted her own exclusive mount, so he encouraged her to go ahead and give it a try. Han Ke giggled as the beast snuggled her, teasingly calling it a bad boy for drooling everywhere, while Xiaoman realized she was a step too late. Chinchu smiled, comparing it to a puppy, while Jianyang walked over and noted it was basically a horse behaving like a dog. Lu Fan sighed to himself. It really took a pretty girl. He clearly wasn't worthy of owning it. Seeing its body begin to fade, Hanke gasped in surprise as it disappeared. The system alert showed the beast was successfully tamed. She happily told Lu Fan it had accepted her as its rider. The ice crystal beast now belonged to Hanke. Her nephew quickly urged, "Really, Auntie, try summoning it right now." A brilliant light shone from Hanke's forehead as she chanted, "Good child, answer my summon." Seeing the beast appear, she joyfully praised, "What a good spiritual child." As it carried her high into the sky, Hanke gently reminded, "Easy now. Good child, go a bit slower." Her nephew was ecstatic in his heart. Awesome. Now his aunt had an exclusive mount, allowing her to travel much faster. And with the stat boosts of a level 120 beast, she never had to worry about monster attacks again. Xiaoman watched with pure envy, wishing that she could fly too. Lu Fan spoke up, promising to return to the desolate ice plain to search for more of them. Hearing this, both girls were absolutely overjoyed. Really? These rare beasts must be extremely hard to find, right? This is amazing. We are so incredibly grateful. Lu Fan reassured them. Don't worry, the journey to the Ice Dragon ruins is still very long. There won't be just one. Once I catch more, I'll send them to Tianfu Island, so every single one of you gets their own. Cutting back to the action, Lu Fan, along with Xiao Ye and Xing Chen, returned to the freezing desolate ice plain. As the three soared through the sky, Lu Fan secretly pondered that, while he wanted to get a mount for everyone, tracking down these rare beasts would be incredibly difficult. But right then a sudden violent commotion in the distant snow caught his attention, making Lu Fan frown instantly. Not far off, a colossal ice monster began to rise, shaking off the heavy layers of snow. Lu Fan recognized it in an instant. This was a terrifying level 120 ice crystal mountain giant. With its mountain arm skill, the giant swings its stone arm to sweep all targets ahead, dealing massive damage. Its ice rock avalanche skill lets it leap up and slam its massive body down, causing devastating impact damage. It spikes up jagged ice to trigger avalanches, while its passive ice crystal rock reduces all incoming damage by 50% and cuts negative status durations in half. After scanning the giant's stats, Lu Fan murmured, "A mountain giant, huh? I first faced one of these during my college entrance exams, but this here is definitely a heavily buffed version." Immediately after, the system interface flashed right in front of him. Starlight Scale Armor. Coated in celestial glow, this skill continuously absorbs all incoming damage for 60 seconds. Once the skill ends, all enemies in melee range are blasted by the fully absorbed damage. With a wave of his hand, Lu Fan commanded his two dragons to attack. Xiao Ye, Xing Chen, get them. Hearing his command, the two powerful dragons charged straight into battle. Xiao Ye led the charge, unleashing a continuous torrent of blazing fire that forced a painful roar from the giant. His system screen flashed again. Molten Flames. This skill spews relentless fire forward, dealing heavy damage while continuously healing the user. But the giant wasn't about to just take the hits. It swung its massive rocky arm, lunging straight toward Xiao Ye. The system immediately predicted its next move. Mountain Arm swings its stone arm to sweep all targets ahead, dealing massive damage. With lightning-fast reflexes, Xiao Ye spun around and soared upward cleanly, dodging the heavy strike. But as the giant reached out again, it was suddenly blasted by a heavy counterattack unleashed by Xing Chen from afar. Starlight scale armor absorbed the impact. Caught off guard, the giant failed to notice Xiao Ye changing her form as intense flames erupted behind it. The black dragon had successfully shifted into her world destroyer form. Ruinous Roar. This skill unleashes a devastating howl that inflicts massive damage and applies a weaken effect. Her body grew colossal as she let out an ear-splitting, terrifying shriek. Xiao Ye's sound waves slammed into the giant, completely disrupting its movements and focus. Just as the system screen flashed with a notification, weaken effect successfully applied. Now that the giant was in a weakened state, Xing Chen made her move, her entire body suddenly engulfed in a raging torrent of blue cosmic flames. She delivered a devastating fatal blow. With Starlight scale armor fully released, all absorbed damage was blasted back at the enemy in melee range. Xing Chen's massive strike fractured the giant's body, leaving it stumbling and unable to stay upright. The heavily damaged giant tumbled backward, crashing into a nearby ice fissure. With only half of its massive body left intact, the giant let out pitiful, desperate wails. Seeing this golden opportunity, Lu Fan surged forward, diving straight toward the weakened monster. Winding up a punch infused with heavy frost energy, he yelled, "Time to end this." His system flashed, indicating the Astral Dragon's Rider halo was ready. Dragon Rider's aura. By channeling his dragon's ancient bloodline, he gains a powerful celestial halo. Every 10 seconds, his physical strength attribute is boosted by an incredible 100%. Keep in mind that any unused boost effects will not carry over. Rocketing downward with his fist-loaded, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and snarled, "Leave this guy to me." The moment his fist connected, a blinding explosion of energy erupted across the ice. Divine Bone Descent. Usable only when equipped with the Divine Bone Gauntlet. This skill summons a special phantom armor piece, boosting all his attributes by a mind-blowing 300%. After Lu Fan's devastating punch, the massive ice crater falls dead silent, leaving nothing but the howling blizzard and the cries of Xiao Ye and Xing Chen echoing in the cold. Hovering in midair, alongside Xiao Ye and Xing Chen, Lu Fan exhales a long sigh of relief, feeling a massive weight finally lifted right off his shoulders. He realizes that he now possesses the raw power to take down an entire pack of level 120 beasts. Once he tracks down the Ice Dragon King, his upcoming battle against the Fallen Corpse Ancient God is practically in the bag, bringing a confident smirk to his face. Suddenly, Xiao Ye babbles and tugs at Lu Fan, pointing her small hand down toward the deep ice pit, prompting him to ask her what is going on. He wonders if another massive mountain giant is slumbering down there, but instead several glowing ice crystal beasts begin to crawl out from the dark. Lu Fan is completely amazed to find a hidden nest of ice crystal beasts, thriving deep beneath the frozen soil, having built their entire secret lair right inside those caverns. Grinning, Lu Fan immediately flies down toward the ice crystal beasts, thinking to himself that he was actually quite worried about failing to find any of these rare beasts on his journey. He really owes the mountain giant a thank you for this. He quickly tells Xiao Ye and Xing Chen to stay back and avoid doing anything that might startle them. Landing gently right in front of the startled creatures, Lu Fan slowly reaches out to pet them, speaking in a very calm voice. "Relax, little ones. I am going to take you to meet your awesome new masters." The two larger beasts growl in clear protest at his words, while the adorable little ones in the back just stare blankly at Lu Fan with wide eyes. Flashing a slightly mischievous grin, our main character tells them not to worry, because he has a foolproof plan. His chain sickle instantly fires forward, hooking onto the target to deal piercing damage, while dragging the wild creatures directly back to their captor. With the system notification clearing, Lu Fan wraps the heavy chains tightly around the beast's legs, promising them that he is not going to hurt them. Without hesitation, he tosses them straight into his teleportation portal, smiling as he bids them farewell. Cutting over to the scenic Blessed Island Hot Spring Beach, Lu Fan has managed to capture 2 adults and 3 babies, netting 5 ice crystal beasts in just a single day. Once he meets up with Jian Yang and Qin Qiu, the 2 mighty adult beasts are quickly tamed by them without any trouble. The game system rings out, confirming that the powerful ice crystal beasts now officially belong to both Jian Yang and Qin Qiu. Thrilled with their new companions, Qin Qiu and Jian Yang mount up alongside their aunt, soaring high into the sky on the backs of their winged beasts, with pure joy. Down on the sandy ground, poor Taozi is now the only one left without a mount of her own. Squatting in the sand, she sadly draws lines on the beach, complaining that she is being left out, and it is totally unfair. She even wonders if she lacks feminine charm, leaving Lu Fan with no choice but to pinch the bridge of his nose and sigh in total silence. Just as she is sulking, one of the baby ice crystal beasts waddles right up to Tao Xiaoman, chirping softly to grab her attention. Seeing the cute creature, Xiaoman melts and softly asks if the little guy wants to play with her. The baby beast affectionately nuzzles her leg, causing her to blush in surprise as the system interface suddenly flashes a notification confirming the ice crystal beast has been tamed. Watching the baby beast get tamed so easily by Xiaoman, Lu Fan is completely dumbfounded by the sheer luck of it. Wait a second, is it really that easy? Overjoyed, Xiaoman scoops the adorable baby up into her arms, cheering excitedly that she finally has her very own epic mount to show off to the others. Well, more like a pet, as the system registers the creature to Tao Xiaoman. Lu Fan walks over, resting his hands on his hips, as he explains the situation to her. Since the creature is so small, she cannot ride it yet, so she will have to raise this cute little pet with plenty of love and care. Cuddling her new companion, Xiaoman happily assures him that she is just thrilled to finally have her own adorable little companion beast. Just then, Han Ke, Qin Qiu, and Zhen Ying touch down back onto the sandy beach. Noticing the other two baby beasts lying weak and sweaty on the ground, Qin Qiu urgently calls out to Lu Fan, pointing out that the poor creatures seem to be suffering from the intense heat. Lu Fan turns around and realizes that Blessed Island's warm climate is indeed far too hot and completely unsuitable for these cold-loving creatures. Looking closely, Qin Qiu sighs, realizing they are definitely suffering from severe heat stroke. Fearing the worst, Han Ke kneels down to examine the babies and asks with deep concern what they should do. We cannot let these adorable little creatures suffer like this, Xiao Fan. Is there any way to save them? Reassuring them, Lu Fan pulls out a legendary scale, telling them he has a plan. This powerful item is none other than a scale from the legendary two-headed giant dragon. This legendary scale serves as absolute proof of the dragon's deep trust. Anyone holding this token is recognized as an ally of the wing-root dragon, summoning the two-headed giant dragon to provide assistance whenever needed. Closing his eyes, Lu Fan reaches out using his mind to call upon his ally. Two-headed giant dragon, wielder of ice and fire, please return to Blessed Island immediately. I desperately need your help right now. Hearing Lu Fan's call, the giant two-headed dragon instantly emerges from the teleportation portal. Seeing him, it bursts out laughing and says, "Finally, you've remembered how incredibly powerful I am. As promised, I have answered your summons and arrived." Holding the dragon scale high, Lu Fan commands loudly, transform the plains north of Shadow City into a massive frozen wasteland using your ice element. Hearing this, the giant two-headed dragon immediately responds, "Reshaping the local terrain with my frost element is nothing but child's play." With those words, one of its heads breathes out a massive blizzard. Seeing this, the other head looks at Lu Fan and says, "I could also turn the rest of this island into bubbling lava, creating a dual world of ice and fire." Hearing this, Lu Fan instantly rejects the offer, shouting that is definitely not necessary. Moments later, the area is blasted by the frost freeze over with thick layers of solid ice. A vast frozen wasteland is created instantly, and the system prompts the name of the new territory: Tianfu Island. A level 2 territory covering an area of 4.38 square kilometers located in the Black Sand Sea Zone 3. The new area, a frozen wasteland, has been successfully constructed. Qin Qiu and Xiaoman watch in complete shock, their jaws dropping as they shout together, "It really did turn into a frozen wasteland." The two-headed dragon grins proudly, boasting, "Simple as that." The scene shifts to night at the desolate ice plain deep within the snowy valleys. After wrapping up everything for the others, Lu Fan heads out here with Xiao Ye and Xing Chen. As they fly through the night sky, Lu Fan warns her, "Xiao Ye, stay alert for any threats." Hearing him, she gives him a quick thumbs up to show she understands. Earlier that afternoon, when he said goodbye, Qin Qiu and Han Ke were still joyfully riding the ice crystal beasts soaring high up in the sky. Qin Qiu shouted, "Sister Han, slow down." Below, Xiaoman was cradling a baby ice crystal beast, happily telling Lu Fan that she would gladly take care of all these little creatures. Not to worry, while Jian Ying also warned him that the Dragon King's ruins would definitely be incredibly dangerous. Travel safely. Remembering their warm parting words, Lu Fan feels surged with new motivation. He speeds forward, declaring excitedly, "Now, I just need to focus on flying straight out of this desolate ice plain to find the ancient ice dragon ruins." Xiao Ye and Xing Chen immediately follow, flying close behind him. Night falls over the snowy canyons of the desolate ice plain. Noticing Xiao Ye's unusual behavior, Lu Fan asks, "What is it?" "Did you find something?" Xiao Ye, spotting the monsters ahead, he is quite surprised. Frost worms. Huh. Looks like they are pack-hunting beasts, relying on overwhelming numbers over quality. The system identifies them as level 120 frost worms. Snow stealth. The frost worm can burrow under the snow, move rapidly to the target location, and burst out, dealing heavy frost damage to all nearby targets. In that spot, freezing spray. It shoots an extremely cold liquid, applying freeze stacks to the target. Each stack reduces defense and movement speed by 5% up to a maximum of 100%, completely shattering their defense and freezing them solid. Wild regeneration. The frost worm can devour wounded allies, instantly restoring 25% of its health, while boosting its own ice-type damage by 15%. Lufan summons in that case, come on out. A bow switch to Doomsday Thunder, form and unleash 3 million world-destroying thunders. The armored Dragon King appears, striking them with lightning. Imperial Jade of the Underworld boosts all of the Blue Dragon's skill power by 100%, creating a thunder barrier at the target's location after every lightning spell. Any enemies moving inside this barrier will suffer additional continuous damage. 3 million world-destroying thunders. A Dragon Tongue forbidden spell that summons a storm raining down 3.3 million destructive lightning bolts amplified by Qinglai Thunder, unaffected by Yuanquan Thunder. The worms shriek in absolute agony and despair under the cascading lightning, immediately trying to bury themselves deep beneath the snow. Snow stealth. The frost worm can burrow under the snow, move rapidly to the target, and emerge to deal ice-type damage to all targets in that area. Energy surges from Lu Fan's palm as he mutters, hiding under the snow are you? In that case, he commands Xiao Ye to switch to Destruction Dragon form and coordinate with him to cast Dragon Tongue magic. She quickly rushes forward to execute the command. The Black Dragon's form, the Destruction Dragon, materializes completely, enveloped in raging flames. A massive fireball condenses in front of the Black Dragon's jaws while Lu Fan charges up an identical one. Dragon Tongue Resonance. Notifications flood the screen as the flames shoot toward the worms. Lava Burst unleashes blazing flames that form a pool of molten lava around the target area. Targets trapped inside the lava pool will slowly sink into the molten sludge, taking massive continuous damage over time. Lava Burst Dragon Tongue Resonance. When a Dragon Tamer and their Dragon Companion cast the same Dragon Tongue spell together, the power of their combined magic is boosted by an additional 100%. The sound of sizzling flesh echoes out. Satisfied, Lu Fan tells her, I will leave the rest of them to you. Xiao Ye transitions into the Starry Sky Dragon Galaxy form, while Lu Fan also activates Xing Chen. Starfall rains starlight down relentlessly across the entire area covered by the Galaxy form's aura. While Starfall is active, different skills can be used seamlessly, and Starfall will literally last forever unless it gets manually cancelled. The bodies of the entire insect swarm were instantly vaporized into tiny ashes. He kept giving orders, wiping out everything in sight. Now Lu Fan has reached level 77. Lu Fan decides to call it a day and camp here. Tomorrow, once they cross this snowy mountain, they will finally reach the Ice Dragon ruins. Early the next morning, he immediately notices the temperature has plunged even lower. Just breathing in feels like ice stabbing deep into his lungs, but at least the blizzard seems to have stopped. The system alerts them, Frozen Heaven, Ice Dragon, Unexplored Territory, recommended level 120. Lu Fan mutters to himself as he stares at the massive ice spikes rising from the ground. Frozen Heaven Ice Dragon. Just from the name he knows the ruins are definitely here. Seeing Xiao Ye shivering, Lu Fan turns to check on her. Xiao Ye, are you really struggling with this freezing air of the Frozen Heaven Ice Dragon? He immediately summons her back, telling her to rest in her pocket dimension instead of pushing herself. He will call her back out when they find warmth. The armored Dragon King scoffs, calling her way too weak. After flying for a bit, Lu Fan lands and looks up. Instantly, his gut tells him something is seriously wrong here. It is way too quiet. Dead silence like this usually screams danger. Sure enough, frozen deep inside the ice wall is a massive dragon. Suddenly, cracks begin spiderwebbing around the dragon's eye. A sharp cracking sound echoes before the beast lets out an earth-shaking roar. The outer ice layers shatter completely. This is a level 120. Undead Ice Dragon wielding the skill Lethal Freeze. Any target hit by the Undead Ice Dragon's frost attacks will receive a stacking debuff of Lethal Freeze. Once this debuff stacks up to 10 times, the target freezes completely and dies on the spot. Activating Ice Crystal Storm, the Undead Ice Dragon flaps its wings violently, summoning a deadly blizzard of sharp ice crystals that deals frost damage to everyone in range. Thanks to its undying will trait, once the undead ice dragon is defeated, it automatically gets encased in solid ice. After 30 seconds, the beast will break free and fully restore its health to 100%. Realizing this, they immediately fall back. Lu Fan realizes they are in deep trouble. These are undead spirits of the ice dragons, and now the surrounding beasts are roaring from behind the ice. He instantly knows things are about to spiral out of control. It is not just one dragon anymore. They are all waking up. He quickly shifts to Blue Dragon Form 3 World-Destroying Lightning and Starry Sky Dragon Form 3 Starlight. Looks like they are right on the doorstep of the ruins. Xing Chen and Ah Bao unleash their full power. Their Frozen Star and Dragon Sovereign Aura strike the Dragon Swarm at the exact same time. Dragon Sovereign Aura. He then activates the Black Dragon Bloodline, granting him the powerful Black Dragon Aura. Every strike now deals bonus fire damage while applying a severe weaken effect as his fist flies forward. Divine Bone Descent requires the Divine Bone Gauntlets. Once cast, he gains the Divine Bone Armor without taking up an equipment slot, boosting all of his stats by 300%. A scorching fireball erupts from Xing Chen's mouth. Star Annihilation Beam. It gathers all the starlight energy within his body, unleashing an unstoppable defense-penetrating laser beam that deals incredibly massive, completely unpredictable damage to anything in its path. The damage depends heavily on his strength and level. As the aura surges, the surrounding dragons are instantly frozen solid once again due to their undying trait. Remember, whenever the undead ice dragon is defeated, it automatically gets locked in solid ice. And in just 30 seconds, the beast will shatter the ice and fully recover to 100% health. Lu Fan realizes that they can never truly kill these beasts unless they completely stop this endless resurrection loop. Waiting for the Armored Dragon King to fully charge up its lightning energy, he times it perfectly and shouts, "Bright Emperor's Jade." This instantly boosts all of the Blue Dragon's skill power by 100%. Every lightning spell cast creates a massive crackling lightning barrier at the target's location, forcing moving enemies to take extra continuous damage. Ah Bao, now is the time. With a deafening roar, it unleashes a colossal blast of lightning at the enemy. 30 million bolts of world-destroying lightning strike down. The brilliant golden lightning carries an absolute terrifying power that completely obliterates the shattered ice. It happily cheers, feeling insanely strong. Thanks to this, both of them level up, with the Blue Dragon reaching level 69 and Lu Fan climbing up to level 78. He praises them for a job well done. Still, Lu Fan is highly curious since there is absolutely no sign of the ice dragon ruins nearby. What on earth were these spirits protecting? Suddenly, he spots a faint glow behind a sheet of ice and freezes in surprise. This is a ring. It turns out they were guarding this incredible accessory. It has no level requirement, boosts frost damage, and raises freeze chance. This thing is seriously overpowered. The stats display the Ice Dragon Gem Ring of Legend Plus quality. It grants a massive boost of 649 strength, 538 agility, 485 spirit, and 579 stamina. The Ice Dragon's breath imbues every single attack with extra frost damage, heavily boosting the chance to completely freeze any target on impact. With a sharp crack, a bright light bursts through the ice. The sheet shatters completely, sending the ring tumbling out. It lands right in Lu Fan's hand. He tightly grips today's spoils. Alright, next on our list is finding the ancient Ice Dragon ruins. Let's go. He acquired the Ice Dragon Gem Ring. Lu Fan continues pushing deeper into the ruins, but the chilling silence of this freezing space feels incredibly strange. It is so weird. The ruins should be right here. Could there be a mistake in the journal? The Armored Dragon King grumbles. They have been flying in circles for hours now, and it is honestly getting super boring. Suddenly, a faint light glows beneath the thick ice. Lu Fan stops, kneels down, and gently touches the surface. He finally gets it. Alright, you and I are about to see how they break this. Those ruins are sealed deep below, so he leads his team airborne. Xing Chen A Bao, coordinate with me to blast this ice. Lu Fan channels the Starry Sky Dragon Halo, fully activating his ancient dragon lineage. The Starry Sky Dragon Halo boosts his strength by 100% every 10 seconds. Sadly, this effect does not stack. Not wanting to be outdone, the Armored Dragon King conjures a lightning sphere. Xing Chen creates a massive ice crystal, and they all attack at once. Heavenly Tribulation initiates, targeting the surface with high-speed lightning strikes and massive area of effect damage. God Bone Descent activated, though this move requires the God Bone Gauntlet to be equipped first. Once activated, it summons the God Bone Armor without taking up an equipment slot, boosting all his stats by 300%. The Starry Sky Dragon Halo is active. Star Crush creates a celestial sphere that is shattered to deal massive explosive damage, scaling directly with his raw strength. That combined cosmic force slams violently into the ice below. Lu Fan is completely stunned by the result. What? There are only a few tiny scratches. All that power, and it did not break. Is it impossible to shatter this barrier with brute force? Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoes behind him. How amusing. This is honestly too funny. Turning around, he asks, do you actually know how to break this seal? The Shimo Dragon King manifests and replies, of course. The Ice Dragon King seal can only be melted by a Dragon King level flame or at least something very close to it. This realization hits him hard. A Dragon King seal. So you are saying the dragon in these ruins is actually the Ice Dragon King? Shimo sneers. Little dragon Tamer, do not celebrate just yet. Finding the place does not mean you will actually get to keep it. Lu Fan is confused. Why not? You said we just need a Dragon King's flame to melt the ice. Even though Xiao Ye is not a Dragon King, yet I can still summon the Yigen Dragon. Its flames are the closest to that level, so it should easily melt this block. She gently raises a finger to cover his lips. Sorry to cut you off like that. But when I say you cannot have it, I mean the Ice Dragon King is already dead. The only thing left in there is its desiccated corpse. Lu Fan cannot believe his ears. What Shimo then reveals. When a Dragon King is dying, they usually seal themselves away, so their power does not fall into wrong hands. This one did the same, but do not despair just yet. Fortunately, the Ice Dragon King still left behind trials. If you can pass them and earn its recognition, you can still inherit a portion of its legendary strength. He is stunned. Really, what is the challenge then? She teases him. How should I know? Go find out yourself. But let me warn you, the Ice Dragon King's trials might just be the very beginning. I am really looking forward to the moment you come crawling back begging for my help. Seeing him space out for so long, the Armored Dragon King asks, Master, are you back with us yet? Lu Fan frowns. What on earth did Shimo mean by that? Will he really have to beg her? Even if he passes the trials, claiming that legendary power is going to be incredibly difficult. Is she just waiting for him to become desperate so she can swoop in and devour the Ice Dragon King's remains? But you and I know that is just speculation for now. First, he has to actually reach those ruins. He commands Xing Chenabao stand back. Lu Fan pulls out a glowing blazing scale, a scale from the Flame Giant Dragon. This legendary item is proof of the Flame Giant Dragon's trust. Possessing it proves he is an ally of the Yi Gen Dragon, allowing him to summon the Flame Giant Dragon whenever needed. He activates the summoning energy. Flame Giant Dragon manifest and help me melt this ice. Open the path to the Ice Dragon King's ruins. Then the Flame Dragon's voice booms. By our pact, I answer your call. It appears instantly. Stand back so I can incinerate this annoying seal of the Ice Dragon King. The Flame Dragon unleashes its ultimate move, engulfing the entire frozen region in fire. Watching the ice melt, he is thrilled. Yes, we did it. The sealed ice is opening. But suddenly, an intense burst of cold shoots up from deep underground, instantly extinguishing the fire. Stunned, the dragon comments, this freezing energy is insane. As expected of a Dragon King level. A single breath easily put out my fire. Though I am curious about these ruins, this freezing temperature is making me highly uncomfortable. Not wanting to push his ally, Lu Fan relents. I get it. Xiao Ye cannot stand this cold either. Go back to Tianfu Island and rest. Xingchen, about you two, take a break as well. Only Lu Fan remains on the battlefield. A notification pops up for the Extreme Ice Right Claw trial. A vast blanket of white snow surrounds Lu Fan, Xiao Fei, and Xiao Ji. Looking at the giant frozen claw before them, she speaks up. This is the Ice Dragon King's right claw, the eternal barrier. The surface of the Ice Dragon King's right claw is constantly covered by absolute ice armor, which reduces physical damage by 80% and magic damage by 60%. Lu Fan orders them to test its defenses and see what it can do. Xiao Fei casts her spell Emerald Blessing, granting the target 3 to 6 stacks of dragon energy, boosting damage for the next 3 to 6 attacks. A green mist spews from Xiao Ji's mouth. This venom, the venomous slime, reduces the target's defense by 50% for several seconds. Lu Fan crashes his claws down, unleashing Claw of Judgment. Lu Fan's twin claws ignite with pure golden flames, and his next 2 attacks will deal additional bonus damage. His gauntlets convert 20% of stamina into raw strength. Then Cold Energy Vortex activates. An icy crystal vortex forms on the Ice Dragon King's right claw, absorbing 50% of incoming damage and converting it into its own energy. Lu Fan stares intensely at the unfolding situation. It is absorbing energy, a flash of light erupts from below, and the frozen claw strikes. Oh no! Once that energy is fully charged, it will definitely unleash a devastating ultimate strike. It is gathering a massive surge of power. Winter's Judgment, the Ice Dragon King's right claw slams onto the ground, releasing all stored energy and creating a frozen domain with a 50-meter radius. All enemies within this area will take massive ice elemental damage. This powerful strike ignores 50% of defense and inflicts a deep freeze state, reducing movement speed by 40%. The heavy slam sends ice shards exploding everywhere. Lu Fan deploys a protective shield and quickly leaps aside. He activates the Sovereign Shield Lu Fan's Divine Defense. This defensive stance channels a protective power that grants total damage immunity for 5 seconds. Lu Fan mutters that it has a shield and absorbs energy for a wide area counterattack. It looks completely invincible at first glance, but you have to wonder, does it really have absolutely no weaknesses at all? Lu Fan orders Xiao Fei to cast Emerald Mirror. She instantly activates the skill, targeting an allied unit to successfully summon 2 exact mirror duplicates. These duplicates possess all the original skills, though their base stats are only 30% of the original. A maximum of 2 duplicates can exist per unit, and this effect doubles for the dragon race or allies carrying dragon blood. Lu Fan multiplies into several clones. Let's go. All of them prepare to cast Dragon Tongue magic. As that giant ice claw is about to strike, blazing fireballs condense in the mouths of all Lu Fan clones. Lava burst. Powerful flames erupt violently around the target, creating a lava pool that sinks enemies down while dealing continuous burning damage. Everyone launches their attacks right into the center of the cold energy vortex claw. An icy crystal vortex forms on the Ice Dragon King's right claw, absorbing 50% of incoming damage and converting it into its own energy. Seeing no effect at all, Lu Fan asks in disappointment, "Is it still completely useless?" A massive claw slams down, but he nimbly dodges aside. A flash of energy slices past, yet Lu Fan easily avoids it again. He stares at a glowing point inside. Lu Fan grins, realizing that when it attacks, its absolute defense completely vanishes. Watching the ice claw, his clones launch a coordinated assault. Its weak spot is finally wide open. Now it is his turn. Powerful streams of fire shoot toward the attacking ice claw, pushing it backward with massive force. As the claw misses Lu Fan once more, a glowing orb shines brightly right next to him. As the bright light fades away, Lu Fan shouts out that the defense has vanished. Grasping this crucial moment, Lu Fan channels his flames, condensing a massive and incredibly hot fireball. Lava burst. A violent explosion of fire erupts in the target area, forming a boiling pool of molten lava. Enemies caught inside will sink and suffer continuous damage. Lu Fan charges directly toward that exposed opening. Cracks finally begin to appear all over the thick ice armor. The intense flames are maintained without pause. With a massive, violent explosion, the frozen right claw trial is officially cleared. At the same time, Lu Fan lands on the ground. A portal vortex opens in the sky, and they step into the Ice Dragon King's ruins, where cracks already cover the ground. He approaches a spot and tests it with a solid punch. It shakes violently, but still refuses to shatter. It seems they must clear all 7 of the trials to fully break the ancient seal. Left claw trial, you are definitely next. They enter the left claw trial, where a giant ice claw rises from the mountain peak. Lu Fan is not surprised at all, as it is identical to the previous one. The enemy's skills in this next trial are exactly like those of the Ice Dragon King's right claw. Xiao Fei continues to use Emerald Mirror, allowing her to select an allied unit and summon 2 mirror illusions. These illusions possess all the skills of the original, with stats equal to 30% of the original body. A maximum of 2 illusions can exist per unit at any time, and this effect doubles for the dragon race or allies with dragon blood. The enemy is summoning clones. Having dealt with this before, Lu Fan knows exactly how to dismantle them one by one. They all charge together, heading straight for that massive icy left claw. The explosive lava skill unleashes fierce blazing flames across the target zone to create a burning pool. Enemies trapped inside slowly sink down while taking massive non-stop damage. Once the claw is shattered, the system screen flashes, confirming the left claw trial is cleared. Pushing deeper into the sanctuary, the group advances toward their next challenge, the right lower claw. Lu Fan swings his sword, slicing through the lower claw. His Void Sever skill, boosted by dragon energy, strikes twice in a row and coordinates with his dragon pet. Any left lower claw in his way is instantly torn to shreds. They halt in their tracks as the ruins of the Ice Dragon King finally loom before them. Realizing they have pushed straight to the final 3 stages, they enter the Dragon Body Trial. A floating orb appears before them, shimmering like a beautiful galaxy inside, while wrapped in dangerous swirling flames. They seem incredibly tiny standing before the massive dragon body, and the moment they step forward, ice crystals lock them in place. He quickly realizes that any movement triggers an instant freeze. Freezing energy rains down from the sky, locking them down as targets. Reacting fast, Lu Fan commands Xiao Fei to activate her Emerald Light skill. This Emerald Light skill grants the target 3 to 6 layers of divine protection, instantly cleansing all negative debuffs, while boosting all of their stats by 30 to 60%. Each layer of the blessing blocks 1 or 2 incoming attacks, wrapping them in a protective shield. As the frost beams strike, he raises his frozen winter gaze shield, unleashing tracer beams from the central ice crystal to hit all moving targets within a 150-meter radius. Each tracer beam inflicts basic ice elemental damage. Surviving the initial onslaught, both Xiao Fei and Lu Fan begin to feel exhausted, their bodies shivering. Lu Fan quickly orders Xiao Fei to deploy her Soul Aegis. She shifts into her dragon state using Emerald Dragonization to transform, unleashing her Soul Light. This Soul Aegis boosts the stats of any ally bathed in her Soul Light by an incredible 100 to 200%. Every hit they take is absorbed to generate up to 2 stacks of defensive energy. Once fully charged, this energy triggers a massive aura shield shockwave. This blast deals double the total damage they absorbed. Lu Fan then commands Xiao Ji to unleash her churning poison ocean. She lets out an excited squeak, preparing to transform. Xiao Ji melts into a puddle of goo on the ground, morphing into the Nether Marsh via poison dragonization. Her slime venom instantly shreds 50% of the target's defense for several seconds. Xiao Ji flows forward like a winding stream of toxic liquid. Churning poison ocean stirs up the Nether Marsh, dealing heavy poison damage to every single enemy within the domain. With the poison stack rate doubled, the toxic sludge completely coats the dragon body orb. Seizing the perfect moment when the enemy's energy is fully depleted, Lu Fan quickly draws out his bow. Lu Fan pulls the bowstring taut, activating his frozen winter gaze. Using the ice crystal ball as his focus, he immediately shoots freezing tracer beams at all moving targets within a 150-meter radius, dealing basic ice damage. He commands Xiao Fei, release your aura shield shockwave now. Xiao Fei immediately releases the blast. This aura shield shockwave deals double the amount of all damage previously absorbed, triggering an incredibly devastating area of effect counterattack. Cracks begin to form on the dragon body's outer defense. He draws his bow, preparing the Dragon Roar arrow. This spell requires no physical arrows, relying purely on celestial magic. Each basic attack delivers 45% armor penetration, scaling directly with the wielder's own strength and agility stats. Charging the shot for a full, first charging for 1 second, then charging for 2 seconds, and finally charging for 3 full seconds. With his aim locked, he releases the string. The shot pierces straight through the icy shell of the dragon body, shattering it instantly. Lu Fan smiles at their hard-earned victory, but a massive claw appears, leading to the dragon tail trial. A violent tornado suddenly erupts as the giant tail sweeps toward them. They raise their shields to brace themselves. Lu Fan instructs Xiao Fei to use Jade Mirror Image, unleashing a powerful energy shockwave. This skill targets an ally to summon 2 illusionary clones. These clones possess all of the original skills with 30% of their total base attributes. Only 2 clones from each target unit can exist at any given time. This cloning effect is doubled for true dragons or allies carrying dragon bloodlines. Transforming into a golden dragon, Lu Fan continues to direct, ordering Xiao Ji to use her underworld venom to corrode the defenses once their shield drops. As the clones begin their charge, Lu Fan shouts for everyone to get ready. System notifications flash rapidly as their combined toxic attacks trigger, successfully cutting the target's overall defenses by 50%. Nether Venom releases the active toxin across the area, forming a poisonous cloud that continuously stacks poison on any enemy trapped inside. The higher the stacks go, the greater the poison damage per second, with absolutely no limit. The explosive lava skill then erupts, unleashing massive blazing flames across the target area. Creating a lava pool, it forces targets to sink while inflicting massive continuous damage. They maintain this relentless assault to completely destroy the dragon tail, blocking their path. On the horizon, the first rays of sunlight began to break. Shifting back to his normal form, Lu Fan stared at the formidable foe ahead. A confident smirk played on his lips as he muttered that only one final step remained. Pressing his palm against the ice, a glowing seal erupted. Burning with anticipation, Lu Fan cried out, "Ice Dragon King, I am coming." Stepping inside, fatigue hit him hard, making his breathing heavy. A system notification flashed, warning that the Dragon Head Challenge's extreme cold cut his movement speed by 50%. Lu Fan froze as he came face to face with the boss. Before him stood the fully materialized soul of the legendary Ice Dragon King itself. Within the beast's jaws, the devastating Aurora Judgment energy began to gather. The Ice Dragon King condensed absolute zero energy to its absolute limit before unleashing a devastating freezing beam from its throat. This beam inflicts piercing true damage on the first target, bypassing 80% of their defense and instantly freezing them solid. Suddenly, a violent blizzard whipped up, hurling countless razor-sharp shards of ice directly at them. Xiaofei instantly transformed into her third form, the Eternal Jade Dragon, successfully blocking the Ice Dragon King's deadly assault. This activated Eternal Guardian, deploying a massive shield that covered everyone under a protective dome. The maximum damage this shield can absorb scales directly with the Eternal's health pool and regeneration capabilities. Lu Fan gasped as cracks began spiderwebbing across the shield. Even Eternal Guardian could not fully withstand the Ice Dragon King's raw power. Narrowing his eyes, he realized this beast was on a completely different level. As the next wave of attacks came crashing down, Lu Fan quickly shifted into his golden dragon form. All his tamed dragons entered battle mode, unleashing torrents of blazing fire toward their colossal opponent. Xiao Ye charged up a massive blaze, while Renjia summoned crackling heavenly thunder. Meanwhile, Xingkong unleashed razor-sharp wind blades, raining down an absolute storm of elemental destruction from the sky. From every angle imaginable, they completely boxed in the Ice Dragon King. Confident in this overwhelming onslaught, Lu Fan smiled. But he celebrated too early, as the giant beast instantly conjured an absolute zero barrier. The Ice Dragon King erected an absolute zero domain surrounding its entire body. While active, it gains total immunity to all physical, magical, and crowd control attacks. The shield itself can absorb damage up to 500% of the dragon's maximum health. Unleashing Winter's Prison, the beast flapped its wings, sending a massive blizzard shockwave across the battlefield. Caught in this blizzard, enemies suffer continuous ice damage and get rooted, with their movement speed instantly slowed to just 20%. Lu Fan gasped, realizing this beast was far stronger than Renjia's Phantom. Even with 5 dragons working together, they could not suppress it. Was this the true power of a 5-star Dragon King? Desperate, Lu Fan ordered Xiaofei to trigger her life pulse. Xiaofei activated her Jade Dragon bloodline, doubling all skill effects applied to the dragon race and any allies with shared bloodlines. Her life pulse cast both Jade Light and Jade Blessing on all allied targets within the area, doubling their active status stacks from 2 to 4. With Jade Blessing active, target dragons received 6 stacks of Jade Dragon energy instead of 3, boosting the damage output of their next 12 attacks instead of 6. Meanwhile, Jade Light applied 6 stacks of Divine Protection instead of 3, completely clearing all negative status effects and boosting all of their base attributes from 30 to 60%. Each stack could block up to 12 hits of damage, successfully shielding the team from the relentless storm of flying ice blades. The Ice Dragon King prepared to unleash Winter's Prison once again. Lu Fan racked his brain in desperation. With his raw power failing and movement restricted, where was the breakthrough? Shimo materialized and explained that the Ice Dragon race's rules were simple. Once you get locked down, the battle is practically over. No matter how many dragons you summon, you will only be adding more ice sculptures to the beast's growing gallery. Frustrated, Lu Fan asked how to win. The spirit replied, simply telling him to concentrate all his strength onto a single point. Realization washed over Lu Fan. Understanding the plan, he began concentrating every ounce of his power. Alongside Xiao Ji and his other trusted dragons, Lu Fan pooled their energy, putting everything they had into one final decisive strike. Enveloped in a surging aura of crimson energy, Xiao Ye's eyes flashed with fierce, ruthless determination. As Lu Fan's transformation triggered, horns began sprouting from his head. A new notification appeared: Wrath of 10,000 Dragons. This skill fuses the Dragon Master with all of his dragons to transform into the sovereign 10,000 Dragons King, unleashing a strike of immeasurable power before automatically canceling the fusion state. With a thunderous roar from Lu Fan, an insanely powerful surge of ancient energy erupted from his body. Simultaneously, the Ice Dragon King gathered absolute zero energy in its maw, unleashing another devastating Aurora Judgment Beam. The absolute freezing beam clashed violently against the wrath of 10,000 dragons, but the merged force quickly overpowered the ice. The blast engulfed the Ice Dragon King, obliterating its body and shattering its bones completely. Reverting back to his human form, Lu Fan sighed, thinking it was finally over. However, the shattered ice crystals began pulling back together, reconstructing the Ice Dragon King's massive body right before his eyes. Lu Fan stood frozen in absolute shock. How was this possible? Even after unleashing his ultimate attack, the beast still wouldn't go down. Is this trial still not over? Looking at the terrifying Ice Dragon King, Lu Fan saw its jaws parting, ready to unleash a wave of absolute frost. Freezing fog poured from the dragon's maw, blanketing the ground right beneath their feet. Knowing he was completely out of options and running on empty, Lu Fan knew they had to escape. He quickly ordered Xing Chen to prepare a spatial teleportation. The starry void dragon shifted into its third form, the astral mode. Lu Fan forced himself to stay cool, under extreme pressure, to handle this nightmare scenario. But just as the frost sphere fully condensed inside the Ice Dragon King's mouth, massive cracks suddenly fractured across its giant body. From below, Lu Fan frowned in confusion. Suddenly, his system flashed a notification: the Ice Dragon King's trial was successfully cleared. Stunned, Lu Fan quickly turned around. It was Shimo. Turns out, after unleashing that massive attack, she was completely out of power. How utterly ridiculous. At the time I thought you still had plenty of juice left, Lu Fan muttered, which is why I signed this damn contract with you. Now that the contract is sealed, haven't we both pretty much seen right through each other's hidden cards? Resting her sharp claws against his neck, Shimo growled, "Sly brat, don't expect me to fall into your cheap traps so easily next time." With that, she dissolved into a beam of light and vanished into thin air. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Lu Fan summoned his teleportation portal. Time to go. Leaving that place, they made their way toward the massive frozen structure ahead. As his hand touched the frozen surface, a surge of energy erupted. Instantly, the ice shattered into a million pieces, revealing the magnificent body of the dragon trapped inside. A massive soul drifted out. "Congratulations, challenger. You have successfully cleared my trials. I am the Ice Dragon King, Winter's Bane, sovereign ruler of the snowy peaks. My absolute authority once made the highest mountains of the dragon domain tremble. As for how I fell from grace and ended up hiding in this desolate frozen wasteland, well, that is a very long story. 3 years ago, a massive spatial rift tore open the snowy peaks. Countless horrific corrupted entities with bizarre shapes and putrid energy began pouring out of that gap. They were like living mounds of filthy, rotting mud, polluting everything they touched. They even devoured the flesh and blood of other living creatures to endlessly multiply and evolve. I led my entire Ice Dragon clan to fight them to the death, defending our homeland for a whole year, but we were ultimately overwhelmed. Forced to tear through space to escape, I ended up wandering here, but my horrific wounds were already far beyond any hope of healing. So, using the last of my failing strength, I permanently sealed myself in ice, ensuring that even in death, my soul remained pure and my body wouldn't be corrupted by those invaders. The Eternal Ice Cocoon, summoned using the Ice Dragon King's entire life force, grants absolute immunity to all damage and completely blocks any external detection. Lu Fan realized what was going on. The monsters the Ice Dragon King faced were the exact same abominations that corrupted his very life force. The Ice Dragon King's spirit continued, "As the champion who overcame all my trials, I have 2 precious relics to hand over to you. First is my own direct descendant. Challenger, I am entrusting my unborn child entirely to your care." His system notified him that he had received 1 ice dragon egg. The dragon also handed him his second gift, a severed piece of the corrupt invader from that ancient war. You can use this fragment to trace their dark origin. But beware, even frozen, it is still very much alive. The system then chimed, confirming he received 1 abomination corpse fragment. With a final warning, the dragon urged him to remember, if these monsters spread, all life in this world will be devoured. He must find a way to wipe them out completely. Watching this, Shimo sneered, muttering about how these cunning old fools always obsessed over protecting their physical remains. Lu Fan knew she was just drooling over the Ice Dragon King's corpse to steal its power. As she turned around, he quickly flashed a sheepish, harmless smile. Shimo shrugged, telling him, "Stop being so tense and focus on raising your shiny new dragon pet instead." Breathing a sigh of relief, Lu Fan stared at the egg. He finally had his 10th dragon. His dragon taming art could now unlock even greater legendary beasts. Suddenly, the thick shell began to fracture. Lu Fan watched in anticipation, wondering just how powerful the descendant of the legendary Ice Dragon King would be. Ice shards shattered and sprayed everywhere as a pair of tiny crystalline wings of frost finally unfurled. Lu Fan stared in awe at the tiny creature resting in his palm. The system contract flashed: Level 1, Ice Dragon. Strength, 106. Spirit, 1468. Agility unlisted. Stamina, 2374. Special skill Auroral Judgment. Gathering absolute zero energy in its throat, the dragon blasts a beam of extreme frost. It deals true damage to the first target, ignoring 50% defense and freezing them solid. Absolute zero. The ice dragon summons a devastating domain of absolute zero temperature around its entire body. While active, it grants complete immunity to all physical damage, magic attacks, and crowd control effects. The domain can absorb total damage equal to 500% of the Ice Dragon King's maximum health. Within this raging blizzard's area of effect, all enemies take continuous ice damage while suffering from severe frostbite, reducing their movement speed down to a mere 20%. The Royal Ice Dragon King bloodline cuts all incoming elemental damage by 50% and grants immunity to negative status effects. With a massive buff, the little guy's self-recovery rate instantly jumps by 500%. Lu Fan secretly compares him to a Bao, noting both share high innate mental stats and excel at dragon language magic. But while a Bao focuses heavily on dealing explosive critical damage, this newborn dragon boasts superior stamina and focuses on crowd control. What kind of cool name should he give it? After a moment of thought, since the little dragon is a descendant of the Scourge of Winter, Lu Fan decides to name him Lindong. Seeing the little beast's squinting joyful smile, he can tell it absolutely loves its new name. Lu Fan hands the remaining eggshells over to Lindong, telling him to finish eating them up. Seeing the dragon turn its nose up, he warns that skipping this meal will stunt its growth. Poor physical health means leveling up and evolution will slow to a crawl. But when Lindong points at the shell and opens his mouth, Lu Fan realizes the baby dragon wants him to eat it instead. Pinching its cheek, Lu Fan happily calls the little dragon his precious sweetheart. Lindong perches on his shoulder, smugly showing off to the rivals behind that he is the favorite child. Lu Fan gently refuses, explaining that this shell is a dragon starter experience pack that Lindong desperately needs right now. He is surprised when the little dragon suddenly drops its head in disappointment, still refusing to eat. It turns out this little ice dragon has a terrible appetite and hates everything. Luckily, there is another way, since the Life Dragon King can release the purest life energy. He decides to take Lindong to the Life Dragon King's territory, where her pure energy will naturally replenish the baby's strength. Feeling the eggshell, Lu Fan notes it still holds leftover ice dragon power. Since Lindong won't eat it, he closes his eyes to summon someone else. He calls out to negotiate with the demon-devouring Dragon King Shimo. As she materializes, the baby dragon cowers in fear. Shimo immediately demands a good reason for waking, her casting a cold, threatening glare at the young summoner. Lu Fan offers her the Ice Dragon King's eggshell, explaining that while it is not quite as potent as a full skeleton, it still holds pure absorbable bloodline energy inside. Frowning, Shimo asks him what he is plotting. Lu Fan proposes a deal, demanding a promise that she will never harm humans or his dragon pets once their contract finally comes to an end. She scoffs mockingly, asking if he expects her to agree to that over a mere piece of eggshell. Standing tall and proud, Lu Fan repeats his demand. Shimo lands, eyeing the shell and noting the ice dragon's unique manipulation talent. She admits it is rare. Reaching for the shell, she mutters that no one can truly predict what the future holds. Lindong hisses defensively, but Shimo mockingly tells the brat that while his father commanded some respect, he is barely enough to fit between her teeth. Her overwhelming bloodlust instantly terrifies the naive, inexperienced little dragon. As her aura manifests into a massive, terrifying dragon, Lindong quickly scrambles to hide behind Lu Fan's back. Lu Fan intervenes, asking why a mighty Dragon King is busy scaring children before telling her to take the shell and leave. He dryly promises to keep it an absolute secret that the great fearsome Shimo resorted to eating a baby dragon's leftovers, which immediately gets under her skin. Annoyed by his attitude, she crushes the eggshell in her hand to absorb its power. Energy wraps around Shimo as Lu Fan comforts Lindong, explaining that while the shell was useless to him, trading it for a solid promise to protect him was well worth the price. With the absorption complete, Shimo exhales deeply and prepares to make her departure. She heads back to rest, warning him that the next time he summons her, he had better have obtained the Seed of Life since time is ticking. Lu Fan knows she is right. With everything wrapped up here, he must head back to Tianfu Island to secure that seed. The looming threats of the Blood Moon Lord and the fallen corpse ancient god must be crushed. The portal flickers open at the Tianfu Island array, and Lu Fan steps through, cradling Lindong safely in his arms. Over at the Dark Fortress Resort, the girls gather to inspect Lindong, but the defensive little dragon keeps hissing right back at them. He looks so fierce, but it is actually adorable, like a tiny sticky rice dumpling, baring its teeth to look scary. So incredibly small, yet he already knows how to protect his master. Lu Fan explains that the little guy is just shy and overwhelmed by meeting so many strangers at once, asking them to give him time. Meanwhile, Lindong keeps staring Xiao Ye down. Clearly marking his territory, the dragon clings to Lu Fan. Han Ke then arrives, carrying a plate announcing a special dish she made just for the baby. It is a plate of secret recipe roasted ribs, but Xiao Ye swiftly snatches 2 pieces and bolts. Han Ke laughs it off, assuring them there is plenty left, and offers the plate to Lindong to give it a try. She carefully picked out the softest pieces, but the dragon snootily turns away. Lu Fan quickly speaks up so she does not feel bad. He explains that the little guy has lost his appetite, completely refusing even his eggshells, making him worry it might stunt his leveling progress. Refusing to give up, Han Ke blames herself for not understanding the baby's tastes yet. She promises to test out more dishes until she finds the perfect match, rushing off to the kitchen, while Qin Qiu eagerly joins in to help. "Sister Han Ke, let me help you." Jian Ying calls over Xiao Man to help out too, leaving Xiao Long with some personal space to get used to his new surroundings. She smiles, wryly agreeing. Once everyone is gone, he gently sets Lindong down, reassuring the little guy that this place is totally safe. Seeing the baby dragon looking all sad in the corner, Xiao Ye approaches, launching a sharp, solidified energy projection right at Lindong. Startled, the little dragon tumbles backward. He quickly scoops it up, noticing a wing injury as Lindong looks up with teary, sparkling eyes. Lu Fan turns to Xiao Ye, warning her to be careful next time. Since he was born weak, his body is too fragile to handle any rough impact. The dragon sticks out his tongue in mockery, leaving a frustrated Xiao Ye completely speechless. As she tries to charge, Xiao Fei holds her back while she fumes. Soon Han Ke brings over some delicious pastries. She wants to see if the little dragon likes any of these. They look incredibly intricate. Lu Fan praises his aunt, calling her the absolute best chef around. Every single dragon pet on the island loves her cooking. He urges the little guy to take a bite, promising he will love it. Lindong curiously sticks out his tongue to lick a pastry. Han Ke cheers, thinking it is a success, but the dragon instantly rejects it. She is completely stunned. How is that possible? This was supposed to be her ultimate masterpiece. Lu Fan figures every dragon has unique tastes. Still, he believes in her talent, confident she will eventually find the perfect dish that makes the little dragon wag its tail. Her determination blazes like fire. It is time to dive right back into culinary research. She is absolutely determined to craft a menu that makes Lindong drool with hunger. Knowing his aunt finally found her purpose after feeling useless due to her lack of combat skills, Lu Fan smiles. Cradling Lindong, he decides it is time to visit the Life Dragon King. The magnificent Life Dragon King is currently rooted in a deeply fertile land. He carries him over. After honestly explaining Lindong's entire background to the Life Dragon King, he asks for a seed of life, hoping to use its power to nourish the little dragon's weak physical condition. However, the king reveals a seed is unnecessary. Just leaving Lindong beneath the roots to absorb the pure life energy will gradually restore the baby dragon's strength. Other dragon tamers here have actually used this exact method to rapidly level up to 60. While he worries about convincing Lindong to stay, the clever little guy senses the incredible benefits and eagerly demands to remain right here. Healing energy radiates everywhere. The next day, at the class transfer hall of Longdu Academy, he is intrigued to learn that Qin Qiu's team hit level 60 at the Life Dragon King's sanctuary. He escorted them back to Longdu Academy to finalize their class transfer. The scene then shifts directly to Villa number 2 of the academy. Lu Fan delivers the news to Fei Ma. It is secured. She happily declares that this seed of life is a masterpiece. Once she fully absorbs it, she promises to help him easily destroy that ancient god's mount. He has a new plan. Next, he needs to journey to the extreme north to investigate the Blood Moon Lord's recent movements. He also plans to bring these corrupted, severed limbs to Senior Su to see if they hold any research value. While Fei Ma absorbs the energy, Xiao Fei cradles Lindong, both of them enveloped in soothing healing waves. Cut to a desolate, gloomy wasteland. The atmosphere is absolutely terrifying. Days later, unusual activity shakes the extreme north. Massive cracks begin to split the earth open, growing wider by the second. A massive dragon emerges from the deep. Nearby, a Griffin Legion recruit struggles to restrain his mount while shouting in panic. Avalanche. His eyes widen in pure terror as a massive dragon slides down the snowy mountain slope toward them. Blasts of energy rain down, leaving massive craters in the ground as a gigantic snowball hurtles straight at the recruit. Du Jing appears just in time, slicing the projectile to save him. He quickly deploys a shield to block the oncoming barrage of attacks. Old Lu retreat everyone to outpost number 1 immediately. Activating the polar barrier, he sweeps his spear to form a golden shield that absorbs all incoming damage. Once the barrier expires, it shatters completely. It unleashes 150% of the absorbed damage as brilliant golden spear rays obliterating all enemies in range. Mounting his griffin, Du Jing wonders if the beast has finally awakened. Behind him, the men vow to stand by his side until the very end. Are you seriously trying to lecture me? Do you want me distracted trying to keep you alive? Or do you just want to feed that beast more scraps? Listen, your only mission is to bring the survivors back safely. Lu Fei immediately obeys, giving the order for the entire Griffin squad to fall back to outpost number 1. They quickly make their move. Confronting the giant dragon, his defensive shield continues to hold. Du Jing reflects that guarding the extreme north was all leading up to this moment. Yet now that it is here, he realizes he actually feels afraid. A surge of pure power blasts forward. Crimson, annihilation. The Blood Moon avatar glows with intense crimson light, unleashing twin rays of destruction that completely incinerate everything in a massive cone ahead. Wherever the beam of light passed, it pierced and shattered every defense impossible to block, mitigate, or absorb. The Griffin team members who failed to escape in time were blown away by the flames. Du Jing's clothes were shredded. But even if it came to that, he would absolutely never let this monster take a single step out of the extreme north. Griffin Emperor, take to the skies and face me in battle. An immense power erupted from the giant dragon as Starfall Strike burned its life force, transforming it into a golden meteor for a final suicidal charge. During the charge, it becomes completely invincible, meaning it cannot be targeted or interrupted by any attack. Upon impact, it deals true damage equal to 500% of its attack power. Lu Fei worried deeply about Lord Tu. A massive explosion erupted in mid-air, rolling flames engulfing the sky. Terrified, they cried out, "My lord, it can't be." The giant dragon stood like an indestructible entity, its eyes flashing as it stared at them. Seeing both Du Jing and his griffin crash to the ground made the other two panic even more, crying out for their lord. The giant dragon then turned toward them, unleashing its abyssal requiem, a terrifying melody of death from the depths. Sound waves expanded in a massive circle covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Every target caught in the area takes true damage, equal to 30% of their maximum health every single second. The overwhelming pressure made them clutch their heads in agony, screaming through the dizziness. It paused, then locked onto its targets again. Du Jing struggled to move, dragging his fingers across the dirt. He forced himself to sit up, one arm already completely severed. He gritted his teeth, shouting, "It is not over yet as long as I breathe." Meanwhile, the beast cast God-devouring mouth. The Blood Moon true form opened its massive maw, transforming it into a mini black hole with terrifying suction across 500 meters. Anyone in range takes true damage equal to 20% of their max health every second while being dragged into the black hole. Du Jing gathered his remaining strength, shouting, "I will absolutely stop you." Suddenly, massive chains launched from behind, binding the giant dragon as he watched in utter shock. Its earth-shattering roar unleashed a massive shockwave and a swirling tornado, sending Du Jing flying backward through the air. Inside the Longdu government headquarters, everyone was in a panic. The tactical map was covered in red marks and top-secret documents. Staring at the top-secret files, Fei Bai frowned deeply. Just then, a subordinate rushed in reporting news from Elder Han. Anxiously, he asked, "How is the Marquis of Zhenbei doing?" The soldier replied, "Lord Tu is heavily wounded and lost his right arm. He is at outpost number 1, barely surviving the night." Fei Bai rubbed his aching temples, sighing deeply as he stared at the live surveillance feed of the extreme north, showing 427. In the end, they still broke out. The ancient god at the sacred mountain has awakened, and the Star Empire is already falling into absolute chaos. According to official confirmation from the Star Empire at 4 a.m. local time, an unidentified creature that had been dormant for ages finally awakened. With a single sword slash, it completely leveled the entire downtown area. As of this moment, nearly 100,000 people are still reported missing. Fei Bai stood up, staring out at the dark night sky. He knew that, as these ancient gods continued to awaken, humanity was rapidly running out of time. Fei Bai ordered an immediate deployment of 100,000 Longdu troops to Outpost Number 1. Tell the Marquis of Zhenbei that backup is on the way. The subordinate saluted instantly. Yes, sir. Fei Bai added, and contact Lu Fan, tell him to see me immediately. Meanwhile, at the Tianfu Island hot spring beach, Lu Fan arrived to pick up Lindong. Thank you for taking care of her senior. This little one looks much tougher. Unbelievable that she reached level 30 so quickly. Her stats displayed Ice Dragon Covenant, level 30. Strength was 7,650 agility, 6,980 spirit, 15,985, and stamina 17,314, alongside Aurora Judgment. The Ice Dragon gathered absolute zero energy in its throat to the absolute limit, firing a devastating piercing aurora beam. This concentrated light deals piercing true damage to the first target it strikes, completely ignoring 50% of their defenses and instantly freezing them solid on the spot. With absolute zero, the Ice Dragon establishes a freezing domain completely surrounding its massive body. Inside, it is completely immune to physical attacks, magic, and all crowd control effects. The total damage this barrier can absorb is equivalent to 500% of the Ice Dragon King's max health. Next is Storm Prison, where it flaps its wings to generate violent blizzard shockwaves. Within this freezing storm, enemies take continuous ice damage and find themselves hopelessly locked down by icy roots. Their movement speed instantly plummets to just 20%. Furthermore, the Ice Dragon King bloodline slashes incoming elemental damage by 50%, grants complete debuff immunity, and boosts self-healing by 500%. Icebone armor envelops the target in frozen plating, absorbing damage while constantly restoring their vitality. While this shielding remains active, any nearby enemies will have their movement speed continuously reduced before freezing solid, which allows him to trigger a devastating ice explosion effect. This skill can be cast on himself or his allies. Ice Explosion then detonates any frozen enemies, dealing absolutely devastating critical damage. A gentle healing energy begins to radiate from the Life Dragon King. Surprised by the unexpected phone call, Lu Fan is shocked to hear the news. Had the fallen corpse ancient gods completely awakened? At the rest area of the Shadow Fortress on Tianfu Island, he coordinates with the girls, explaining that he doesn't want their help. The Blood Moon Lord has officially awakened. The entire far north is now swarming with dangerous fallen corpse puppets, and even the powerful Marquis Zhenbei couldn't hold his ground. He would worry too much if they went, but they continue to insist. Lu Fan, we want to go with you. We've all completed our third-class advancement, so we can definitely help. Jian Ying steps in to remind them, remember the Battle of Jianghai City. When the Divine Bone Ancient God descended, what could we actually do? Xiaoman and Qin Chu fall silent. Jian Ying continues, if we are going to go, we should go where we are actually needed. Han Ke asks curiously. A place that actually needs us. Jian Ying reveals that Longdu Academy is forming a support team to help the wounded, clearing out the fallen corpse puppets, and evacuating civilians along the far north border. Han Ke is thrilled. Exactly. Even if I'm not on the front lines, my buff foods can heal people. I can at least support everyone from the rear. The other two girls quickly make up their minds, agreeing that joining the support squad is the right move, and Lu Fan is relieved they made the correct choice. With everyone securing the rear, he can finally focus completely on his duties as the Fire Watcher. He then presents a gift to Taozi. This is for you. Startled, she asks. For me, he reveals it's a treasure he retrieved from the frozen wasteland of despair. You've advanced to an Ice Lotus Swordmaster. This Ice Dragon Gem Ring is the perfect match for you. The item specs display Ice Dragon Gem Ring, a legendary item. Strength plus 649 agility, plus 538 spirit, plus 485, and stamina plus 579. The Ice Dragon's aura infuses all attacks with ice elemental damage, while also boosting the user's chance to freeze enemies. Delighted, she slips it onto her index finger. These stats are literally custom-made for me. First, the Ice Crystal Beast. Now, this ring. Lu Fan, you are seriously my absolute best friend, he replies with a serious warning. Once you arrive, please take care of yourselves and don't overexert your limits. At Longdu Academy, the job change hall is packed to the brim. Spotting a familiar face, Xiao Man points. Hey, that's Meng Jia. I remember him from the blood-clad army. Even the members of Fengyun Pavilion are here as well. Her eyes scan the endless queues of soldiers clad in heavy armor right in front of them. Xiao Man gasps, stating that this is easily the largest mobilization ever, deploying almost every single force. Han Ke whispers to herself, in that case, we must work even harder. I'll whip up plenty of buff foods to boost everyone's strength and recover their mana. Standing beside her, Qin Chu adds, it seems this truly will be a brutal war. The commander addresses the gathered troops. Listen up, everyone. The teleportation portal will deploy you directly onto the far north border the moment you step through. Move as a unit. Do not separate under any circumstances, and absolutely do not interfere with the operations of the Longdu Army or the Griffin Legion. They all step into the portal, one by one. Meanwhile, at Elder Han's office inside the Longdu government building, anxiously waiting, Fei Fan asks if Lu Fan has arrived. Right then, Lu Fan opens the door. Elder Han, I'm here. Getting straight to the point, the Elder warns that the far north conflict is much worse than they ever imagined. Lu Fan, with both the fallen corpse ancient god and the blood moon lord awake, it's time for a fire watcher like you to step up. Lu Fan firmly replies, I understand. Passing him a document, Fei Long says, this is the latest intel from the front lines. Read it on your way there. The far north must not fall. The safety of the entire Dragon Kingdom now rests in your hands. Lu Fan tucks the letter inside his coat and quickly steps through the portal to head straight for Outpost 1 at the far north border. Surveying his surroundings, Lu Fan notes that everyone looks completely exhausted and the sheer number of wounded soldiers is staggering. Could the awakening of the Blood Moon Lord truly have dealt such a devastating blow to the Griffin Legion? A wounded soldier approaches, greeting Officer Lu, you've arrived too. He responds, I haven't officially joined the Legion yet, so there is no need to call me an officer. The soldier looks at him with deep admiration, but you are the only one holding the special grade gold badge. I've heard all about how you defeated the Divine Bone Ancient God. With you here, we definitely have a shot at winning this. Lu Fan asks, I've come as the Fire Watcher to prepare for the crusade against the ancient gods. Where is Commander 2 right now? The soldier reports. In order to buy us enough time to retreat, the commander fought the Blood Moon Lord, all on his own to cover our escape. He was severely injured and was only just transferred from the emergency room to the recovery ward this morning. Shocked by the news, Lu Fan heads straight to the recovery ward of Outpost 1. He can't believe things have gotten this bad, with even Senior 2 barely escaping with his life. Demon-devouring Dragon King, you need to absorb the life seed as quickly as possible. We are rapidly running out of time. Lu Fan gives the door a polite knock, and a voice from inside immediately replies, come on in. Seeing Tu Jing completely wrapped in bandages, yet still holding a bottle of wine, Lu Fan approached him as the old man cheerfully called out, come on in, don't just stand there staring. Lu Fan entered and asked with deep concern, Senior 2, how did you get so badly injured? How is your arm? Tu Jing barked back loudly. Speak up a bit. Boy, I can't hear a thing with you mumbling like that. An officer quickly whispered to Lu Fan, explaining that during the fierce battle, their commander had lost not only his arm, but his weapon and mount too, and his hearing was severely damaged. You'll have to shout. Lu Fan silently memorized every detail of this blood debt, the senior's severed arm, his level 100 spear, and the Arctic Griffin King. That bastard Lord of the Blood Moon will pay. Yet seeing Senior 2 looking so upbeat, the old man scoffed. Why the long face? I'm still breathing, aren't I? Lu Fan snatched the wine bottle from his grasp, pleading, Senior 2, you need to heal properly. No more drinking. Tu Jing grumbled. You brat. You've spent way too much time around Ye Wuxian. Now you're nagging me about my drinking, just like she does. Lu Fan continued gently. When I arrived, I heard that you single-handedly held off the Lord of the Blood Moon to save the Griffin Legion. Tu Jing looked down sadly at his empty severed sleeve and let out a heavy sigh. Because of that clash, I can never fight on the front lines again. I won't be able to battle alongside the protector of the spark like you, so I must retire. Curious, Lu Fan inquired. So who will lead the Griffin Legion from now on? Tu Jing looked up. Speak of the devil, here he is. High above, Shuzhan was descending on a legendary grade 3-legged fire crow. Lu Fan was stunned. A 3-legged fire crow was a mythical beast far rarer than even the Arctic Griffin King. This newcomer's background was clearly anything but ordinary. The old commander revealed that this young man was his successor to lead the Griffin Legion and direct the frontline forces, coordinating the Dragon Capital Army to assist Lu Fan. This was Elder Shu's grandson, Shu Zhan, a level 135 commander, leading the Grand Army of Dragon Capital. "Uncle 2, I have arrived," he announced. "The southern and western war zones have already merged under the Dragon Capital Army's banner. Our front line has finally initiated a massive counteroffensive." Lu Fan silently thought, level 135. He is truly worthy of Elder Shu's lineage. The three elders of Dragon Country are legendary heroes, and now even Elder Shu's eldest grandson has entered the battlefield. Tu Jing beamed, "Your battlefield layout is brilliant. As the frontline commander, you don't need to consult me on everything." Shu Zhan replied with humility. "Understood. Having just taken over your duties, I still have much to learn before I can match your greatness, Uncle 2. Tell me, is this gentleman beside you the legendary protector of the Spark the Dragon, Tamer Lu Fan?" Lu Fan's sharp instincts kicked in. How strange this was their very first meeting, yet he felt a distinct undercurrent of hostility from him. "Exactly, you both carry the future of Dragon Country on your shoulders," Tu Jing confirmed. "The war with the fallen corpse ancient god decides our survival, so you must work together." Shu Zhan's tone shifted slightly. "I didn't expect the legendary hero to be such a young college student. Having heard so much about the Spark's protector from Dragon Capital Academy, with such a talented junior around, I cannot afford to fall behind." Stepping toward the window, he saluted quickly, eager to depart. "Uncle 2, the counterattack is starting. I must return to the front and won't disturb you further." Once Shu Zhan had gone, Lu Fan turned to Senior 2 with a question. "Am I just being paranoid, or does he treat every newcomer with that kind of cold attitude?" Tu Jing shook his head. "Shu Zhan is fiercely competitive. As Elder Shu's grandson, he strives to be the absolute best and carries massive pressure to ease his grandfather's burdens. Honestly, the higher-ups originally planned to give the role of the Spark's protector to him." Hearing this, Lu Fan was quite surprised. "Wait, so he believes I stole his rightful position?" The old man sighed deeply. "Yes, I am afraid that is exactly what he thinks." Shu Zhan desperately wanted to carry the heavy burden of protecting Dragon Country himself solely to prove his worth to his grandfather. "However, your victory over the God-Bone ancient god completely shocked the High Command, and Elder Han strongly recommended you for the role." Naturally, this decision came as a massive blow to Shu Zhan's pride. "But regardless of who leads facing the terrifying fallen corpse ancient god threat, you must promise me that you two will work together, never letting personal grudges ruin our nation's defense." "Don't worry, Senior 2, I promise," Lu Fan assured him. He then took off lost in thought as he traveled. With Senior 2 injured and stepping down, Shu Zhan was now set to become the next Marquis of Zhenbei. The Griffin Legion was meant to support him, but now they answered to Shu Zhan. After that encounter, Lu Fan wondered if the proud commander would even cooperate. With no news yet of the devouring Dragon King, he had to reach the front lines immediately to halt the monster tide and minimize human casualties. Lu Fan stopped as the griffins came into view, his gaze shifting toward a massive condensing fireball. Midst the raging flames, a low humming sound echoed. He knew instantly it was him. A blazing spear-shaped silhouette emerged through the brilliant wall of fire. Shu Zhan shouted at the vanguard warriors of the Griffin Legion, "Charge forward. Wipe out this undead nest and leave nothing standing." The troops roared in absolute fury. "Wipe them out. Avenge our commander. Do not back down. Kill every last one of those monsters. Show Commander Shu what we can really do. Just watch from the side, because Senior 2 was absolutely right about us. The Griffin Legion has fully accepted their new commander now. Since that is the case, as the Spark Guardian, Lu Fan summons his mighty dragons. He is itching to join the fight too. He barks out an order, "Xiao Ya Bao Bao, get them." The two dragons immediately switch into their devastating combat forms. The black dragon levels up to 76. Activating Flame Annihilation, the giant dragon of destruction flaps her wings, sending 4 massive fire tornadoes roaring forward to deal colossal area damage. Underworld Emperor Jade activates, boosting all of the blue dragon's skills by a massive 100%. Every lightning spell cast now deploys a shocking thunder barrier. Any enemy trying to move inside takes massive extra damage as the blue dragon levels up to 75. Using a forbidden dragon spell, she summons a catastrophic storm that rains down 3.3 million lightning strikes of pure world-ending destruction. Blessed by lightning favor, the skill is completely unaffected by the thunder spring. Meanwhile, Shu Zhan's fire crow begins to wildly lose control. He quickly tells his 3-legged fire crow to calm down. Only now does Shu Zhan realize that this dragon pressure is strong enough to make top brass green with envy. He used to look down on Lu Fan, thinking he was nothing more than an overhyped freshman. After all, he was personally trained by his legendary grandfather, so dragons shouldn't have been enough to bridge their gap. But seeing this absolute display with his own eyes leaves him utterly shaken. Senior 2 was right. Lu Fan is the only chosen one capable of fighting the ancient gods. As Lu Fan levels up to 82, he praises them with a proud "well done." Lu Fan is thrilled. Sure, the pressure on the Griffin Knights is immense, but wiping out these endless hordes of fallen corpses is incredibly satisfying. One hit wipes out whole waves, sending his experience bar skyrocketing. As Star Annihilation Ray charges up, Lu Fan commands Xing Chen, Xiao Ji keep slaying. The Poison Dragon shifts to form 3, summoning the Underworld Swamp. Under this toxic passive, the Underworld Poison Dragon King drains the enemy's health continuously, healing the caster for the exact amount of damage dealt. The Starry Sky Dragon's level immediately surges up to 76. As she fires her Star Annihilation Ray, focusing astral energy into an unstoppable defense-piercing laser that deals massive damage scaled directly with her strength and level. The Poison Dragon levels up to 74, unleashing Poison Sea Surge to violently churn the Underworld Swamp, dealing continuous poison damage to every single enemy caught inside the domain, while doubling the stacking speed of the deadly toxins. Not to be outdone, Xiao Ye unleashes Flame Annihilation Level 2. Flapping her massive wings, the Dragon of Destruction merges all the fire tornadoes into an earth-shattering explosion that fills the battlefield with scorching heat, boosting Lu Fan to level 83. The Griffin squad erupts in cheers, shouting, "It is the legendary Goldwing Spark Commander, our nation's guardian Dragon Tamer. Dragon Tamer Lu Fan is here. Victory is guaranteed today." Overshadowed and outshone, Xu Zhan's face darkens with frustration. This guy has way too many dragons, and his raw power completely justifies his Spark Guardian title. No wonder grandfather recognized him. The sheer variety of these dragon skills is something our dragon capital military could never hope to replicate. Suddenly, a massive Tun flies right over their heads. Xu Zhan quickly warns the squad to stay back, recognizing the dangerous beast immediately. Senior 2 once warned him that these giant cloud whales from the far north explode violently upon death, making them extremely dangerous. But Lu Fan rushes forward, completely fearless, raising his fist to greet it, saying, "Looks like we meet again, my old friend." With that, Lu Fan's level instantly rises to 84. Activating Divine Bone Descent with his unique gauntlets, he gains a slot-free Divine Bone armor that boosts all his stats by a whopping 300% before delivering a devastating punch. Xu Zhan is completely stunned, stammering, "What is that?" He ended it in just one punch. What kind of crazy gear is he wearing? His physical strength is practically on par with a dragon. Suddenly, a brilliant light radiates from the dying beast. As the giant beast explodes, the squad erupts in wild cheers, shouting, "He is too strong. Keep pushing the front line forward, Lu Fan, Lu Fan." Xu Zhan begrudgingly admits, no wonder the 3 elders chose him as the Spark Guardian. One full-force attack completely broke the fallen beast's hide. Lu Fan simply replies, "You are doing great too, Commander Xu. The Griffin Legion only respects Senior 2, yet they accepted you instantly. But you got one thing wrong." Xu Zhan frowns and asks, "What do you mean by that?" A system notification pops up confirming the natural assimilation of the Shadow Dragon King contract. Summoning the beast, its level instantly scales to match Lu Fan's. Lu Fan smirks, admitting he hasn't even gone all out yet. Seeing even more dragons materialize, Xu Zhan completely freezes up in shock. 3 more giant dragons appear, and one of them is using Shadow Stealth. This skill lets her turn invisible at will, completely immune to detection, even when taking damage. Lu Fan orders Xiao Fei and the Shadow Dragon King to cover Lin Dong so she can test her skills. Lin Dong eagerly unleashes her raw aura. The Dragon King shifts to form 2, casting Eternal Winter Frost, Life Pulse Emerald Aura, and Emerald Blessing to buff the entire squad. With the effects multiplied by 2 to 4 times, Xiao Fei and Shadow also shield the little guy. Emerald Aura provides 3 to 12 layers of blessing, completely cleansing all debuffs and boosting attributes by 30 to 60%. Each blessing layer blocks 1 or 2 attacks. Emerald Blessing adds 3 to 12 stacks of Dragon Chi, boosting the next 3 to 12 hits. The Emerald Dragon bloodline doubles all skill effects for the dragon race and their blood allies. Lin Dong's body grows massive and imposing. Reaching level 36, Ice Dragon 2 unleashes Storm Prison, trapping enemies in a raging blizzard. Enemies take constant ice damage, get frozen, and suffer an 80% speed reduction for 30 seconds, leaving Jin Zhan shaking high above. Is this really the sheer power of a tiny level 30 dragon? Even with level 80 monsters and mostly level 100 ones in this wave, Lu Fan still tears through them like a walk in the park. No way Jin Jian and his three-legged golden crow have to step up too. Lu Fan praises Lin Dong, noting that he no longer needs protection. Like Bao Bao, Lin Dong originally only possessed a single giant dragon form. But this eternal Frostbones form is already effortlessly dominating the entire Fallen Beast tide, proving he is truly worthy of being the Ice Dragon King's guardian. He has a new plan. Xiaofei switched to Soul Light form and team up with the Shadow Dragon King to completely wipe out these fallen puppets. With a roaring acknowledgement, Xiaofei triggers the Emerald Dragon's third form Soul Light and Soul Protection. Any ally infused with the Soul Light receives a massive attribute boost of 100 to 200%. Taking damage absorbs and stacks 1 to 2 layers of energy, unleashing a massive shockwave dealing 10 times that damage once fully stacked. The Emerald Dragon reaches level 76, while Shadow unleashes Shadow Burst, firing multiple wind blades that deal massive damage and strip away all enemy buffs. The Fallen Horde cannot break through the Dragon Onslaught. While Xiaofei condenses a sphere of energy, a sharp ice spear shoots down. Aurora Judgment fires an energy beam that shreds through the Horde, bypassing 50% of their defenses, piercing targets with a 10% damage drop per pierce, freezing the final victim and immediately triggering a level up. The Ice Dragon reaches level 45, unlocking a brand new skill, Freezing Walls. He is secretly thrilled knowing it won't be long before he hits level 90 and prepares for his 4th class change. With Lu Fan reaching level 85, he notices that despite the endless battle, the Griffin squad hasn't advanced a single step. Jin Jian finally speaks up, asking Lu Fan if he noticed that this fallen beast tide is completely endless, and that simply summoning more dragons won't ever wipe them all out. Lu Fan understands completely. The Lord of the Blood Moon must have opened a teleportation portal straight to their main lair. Dragging this out is completely pointless. With that, Jin Jian tosses an object over to Lu Fan. Jin Jian agrees, declaring that great minds think alike, and if there is a portal, they must destroy it completely before shouting, "Catch!" Lu Fan catches the item, revealing it to be a perfect quality accessory called the Soul Metal. Every time the wearer slays a monster, the metal absorbs its soul to keep a running count. Jin Jian proposes a thrilling wager, challenging Lu Fan to a bet to see who can gain more experience on the battlefield, find the lair first, destroy the portal, and completely wipe out this monster horde once and for all. A gentleman's agreement. Until they find the lair, the metals stay inactive, and kills outside the lair won't count deal. Lu Fan smirks quietly to himself. Realizing it is a kill count battle, Lu Fan knows Jin Jian is confident in his experience, expecting to find the lair first and get a head start on him. Their senior wanted to prevent them from fighting each other, but since it is a friendly competition, Lu Fan gladly accepts, calling it a great suggestion. He readily accepts the challenge.